Upon mixing, nothing really happened, but this was to be expected. For a reaction to occur, a basic catalyst of some kind must be added. In my case, I utilized 9 milliliters of cyclohexylamine, which caused the solution to temporarily become cloudy. Based on some other accounts, cyclohexylamine acetate could be a more favorable catalyst, so it's possible that adding 16 milliliters of glacial acetic acid on top of all this might lead to better yields overall. Once all the ingredients were mixed in, the flask was placed in a hot water bath and a condenser was connected to the top. The temperature was then raised to 70 degrees Celsius and held there for 5 hours. The reaction that's taking place here is known as a Henry reaction, and essentially, it's just a fancy way of linking a nitroalkane with an aldehyde, which under these conditions yields a substitute nitropropene and water. Normally, this reaction will be run with benzaldehyde to yield phenyl 2-nitropropene, or P2NP, which undergoes reduction to form amphetamine. While not the most practical precursor, amphetamine can be further processed into methamphetamine, and this is how our pathway to propylhexadrin takes shape. With the benzaldehyde swapped with its cyclohexane analog, cyclohexyl 2-nitropropene becomes the major product, which can be reduced to norpropylhexadrin and finally methylated into propylhexadrin. Pretty sweet, right? As the Henry reaction progressed, the solution went from a light straw color to a deep cherry red, and at the same time, water began crashing out, indicating that the reaction was indeed pushing forward. Once the 5 hours had elapsed, the mixture was taken off heat and washed with an arbitrary amount of water to remove the amine catalyst. The reddish oil was kept and then placed on ice to crystallize. And this is where I experienced my first hiccup. You see, when done with benzaldehyde, the P2NP usually solidifies into a cake of lovely yellow crystals. However, with the cyclohexyl 2-nitropropene, or C2NP, this didn't really happen. I tried recrystallizing the liquid from various solvents, and even cooling it down to -40°C, but nothing ever solidified. Column chromatography might have been able to separate the C2NP, but seriously, doing a column with this much liquid would be a literal nightmare. And plus, I had no TLC plates or reference data to check, so I would basically have to guess which fraction the product was in. And unlike last time, I couldn't just taste it to find out. In the end, I basically just had to accept that my product was somewhere in the red oil and move on. So, for my next step towards becoming Walter White, I had to perform the main reduction, which would convert any C2NP that formed into norpropylhexadrin. Originally, I was planning to use aluminum amalgam, but according to some sources, this type of reduction requires fairly pure nitropropene to work. And that is definitely not pure. I needed something that could indiscriminately reduce whatever I had in solution. And for that, I went with lithium aluminum hydride. This stuff is stupidly expensive, surprisingly dangerous, and I had already used up a lot of it during my first propylhexadrin attempt. But it was really the only option that I knew wouldn't fail. So, to a 1-liter boiling flask, I added 200 milliliters of dry THF. Then, 22 grams of lithium aluminum hydride was carefully added over the course of several minutes. This ended up being fairly exothermic, so the flask was placed on ice to cool down. Once all the hydride had been painstakingly added, a condenser and addition funnel were set up, and the latter was charged with 19 grams of crude C2NP. Then, with strong stirring, the stopcock was carefully opened to its very minimum setting. As soon as the C2NP contacted the THF solution, a violent reaction occurred, and vapor began filling the apparatus. This was mostly hydrogen, but some flash-boiled norpropylhexadrin, ethylamine, and atomized salts were also present. Now, remember how I said lithium aluminum hydride couldn't fail? Well, I lied. Sort of. I actually used way too little solvent here, mostly because I didn't have a lot to start with, and consequently, the reaction ended up being far too violent. This almost certainly led to some of the product degrading and escaping with the hydrogen. Dissolving the C2NP in THF probably would have helped a lot with this issue, but hindsight is 20/20. Anyways, once all the C2NP had been added, the solution became very thick with insoluble lithium and aluminum salts. To fix this and isolate the norpropylhexadrin, I carefully neutralized the solution with a few hundred milliliters of cold water. This caused the THF to separate and float to the top, where it was decanted into another flask, boiled down, and diluted with water once again. At this point, I planned to distill off the remaining THF using the water to help operate temperature. The only issue was that I didn't know if free-base norpropylhexadrin would carry over with the distillate. Fortunately, as with most of life's problems, this was readily overcome with a healthy dose of acid. hydrochloric acid, I was essentially trapping all the amines as their non-volatile hydrochloride salts, which could be safely boiled without carrying over. The white smoke seen here was actually composed of these salts, and it was a good sign that amines were present and that the reaction had been successful. The only issue was that the solution also took on an extremely dark coloration, which obviously had to be fixed. So, after boiling off the remaining THF, I allowed the solution to cool and then washed it twice with dichloromethane. To my delight, this actually did an excellent job pulling out the colored impurities, and the solution it left me with was almost completely colorless. Theoretically, this liquid should have contained all of my precious norpropyl hexadrin, along with a bit of ethylamine from unreacted nitroethane being reduced. To be sure though, I had to freebase it. Now, it may not seem like it, but this was actually a pretty big make or break moment for the synthesis. If an insoluble liquid formed after adding aqueous sodium hydroxide, it would mean the norpropyl hexadrin had most likely been created.
Exciting new look.
But if nothing separated, it would mean I would have to go back to the drawing board. Thankfully though, I did get it precipitate. It took a while to separate, but it did eventually turn into an oily liquid, with a very mild amine smell that reminded me of grass or plant material. This seems to be fairly common among similar analogs, with the usual comparison being geranium leaves, so this was a promising sign. The only problem I had was with my yield. If the 18.8 grams of C2NP had been pure, and the reduction had gone flawlessly, I would have gotten close to 18 grams of norpropyl hexadrin. In reality though, I only obtained about 5 grams, which corresponds to a yield of roughly 28%. Not exactly a number I'm proud of, but I suppose things could have been a lot worse. Alright, at this point, I had over 90% of the purple hexadrin molecule complete, at least in terms of molecular mass. From what I could tell, I had successfully produced the legal version of regular amphetamine, and now all I had to do was convert it into the legal equivalent of methamphetamine. And, based on what I had read, this actually wouldn't be that hard to do. All I needed was a little bit of mercury and formaldehyde.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Yeah, don't worry, there was no way I was ever going to test this stuff on myself. Aside from propyl hexadrin being a relatively unpleasant drug to abuse, making it from norpropyl hexadrin tends to be a very toxic process. Formaldehyde is one of the most notorious cancer-causing chemicals in existence, and the mercury salts that are used alongside it could easily cause irreversible neurotoxic effects. At best, the propyl hexadrin would end up reasonably pure and only ruin my day. But at worst, it could easily ruin my life. The choice was pretty obvious. To clear up exactly why I needed such toxic ingredients, here's the pathway I decided to follow. Formaldehyde participates in a condensation reaction.
Oh, come on. 39 minutes. God damn it. God damn it. How do I... Okay. Hey, ChatGPT, how the fuck do I get my...
The three main ones I had access to were sodium borohydride, palladium on carbon with hydrogen, and of course, lithium aluminum hydride. The issue was that these were all quite expensive, and my palladium catalyst seemed to be mostly poisoned by previous syntheses, rendering it useless until I could get around to cleaning it. While toxic, the amalgam was far cheaper, and much less flammable than the other options. To make it though, I first had to get my mercury into solution. To do this, I moved everything into a fume hood for ventilation, and added half a gram of liquid mercury to a round bottom flask. Then, on top of this, half a milliliter of concentrated nitric acid was shot in. This quickly began to attack the metal, converting it into water-soluble mercuric nitrate and reddish-brown nitrogen dioxide gas. As this was happening, roughly 10 milliliters of methanol was added to the norpropyl hexadrin, followed by 2.5 milliliters of aqueous 37% formaldehyde. This seemed to cause a cloudy precipitate to form, but it quickly cleared up with a little stirring. By the time this was done, the mercury had completely dissolved, and the solution was diluted with water. Then, to kick things off, 9 grams of shredded aluminum foil was added, and the solution was gently swirled. Almost immediately, the aluminum began to darken and tarnish, and if you look closely, you can even see hydrogen evolving and puffing up the mixture. Since I had never tried this particular reaction before, this kind of caught me off guard, and I quickly poured in the formaldehyde mixture, hoping to catch the aluminum before the water reacted with it too significantly. This caused things to intensify pretty rapidly, and in my rush, I forgot to add a condenser to the top of the flask. While I did add it eventually, this mistake cost me a decent amount of my product, which was carried away with the hydrogen and alcohol vapor as the solution boiled. I was honestly pretty worried that I would recover nothing from this whole procedure. but that all changed after I washed and emptied the flask contents into a beaker. It's kind of hard to see, but there were actually small droplets of an oily liquid suspended on the water's surface, which could have only been propylhexadrin or unreacted norpropylhexadrin. Actually, it could have been a lot of different things, but let's just pretend the chemistry behaved itself perfectly up until this point. Any insoluble nitroethane or aldehyde would have been reduced to soluble ethylamine and cyclohexanol by the lithium aluminum hydride, along with the nitropropene, which was brightly colored, unlike our solution. So either this was an insoluble free-base amine compound, or I just found a really convoluted way to generate really clean tar. Now, the typical method for isolating amines like this is to dissolve the oil in a nonpolar solvent and then acidify the mixture to crush out the product as a salt. In my case, I washed the solution twice with xylene to collect the oil, and then set up a hydrogen chloride generator to perform the acidification. Saturated salt solution was loaded into the main flask of the generator. Concentrated sulfuric acid was added to the addition funnel, and a hose was led to another flask with the xylene solution containing the oil. As soon as the sulfuric acid was dripped in, a whitish haze could be seen coming off the xylene. Again, this was a good indication that amines were present, and sure enough, the solution became cloudy with precipitate after just a few minutes. Unexpectedly though, the precipitate turned out to be a liquid after it was allowed to settle. Practically all amine hydrochlorides are solids at room temperature, so this was quite unusual. I figured that the hydrogen chloride had just carried over some water, but upon boiling the liquid down, all I had left was a sticky goo that kind of smelled grassy and amine-like. I tried everything to get this stuff solidified, including several solvent washings to remove impurities, but nothing seemed to work. In the end, my final yield was a soul-crushing 1 milliliter of uncrystallizable, gooey stuff. A far cry from the several grams of crystals that I had originally hoped for. And worst of all, I had no way of knowing if there was even propylhexadrin present. It's totally possible that this stuff was mostly my product, and that it was all being kept semi-solid and amorphous by a few specific impurities, but without an NMR or other form of analysis, I couldn't say for sure. The smell and fact that it could be free-based were basically the only things I had to work off of. For a while, I seriously considered scrapping this project. I'm fine posting my failures, but when things go this bad, I don't usually bother. In this case though, I had dumped so much time and money into the synthesis that I just couldn't bring myself to delete it from existence. And boy, am I glad that I didn't. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to try one final test to see if propylhexadrin was present. An over-the-counter drug test. The active methylamine group on propylhexadrin is identical to that of methamphetamine, meaning it can trip for meth on a basic test. Of course, this particular variety is made for analyzing urine, so to test my sample, I needed to make some fake urine. To do this, I diluted a single drop of the free-based oil in 50 milliliters of water, and then adjusted the pH with dilute solutions of hydrochloric acid and sodium bicarbonate. Optionally, I could have added a bunch
Be
of urea and
assured
other
of
salts to
greater
better match the real deal,
accessibility.
but that wouldn't have really affected the outcome of this type of test. So, I poured my homemade drug
Be
into the
rest
test cup,
assured.
crossed my fingers, and peeled off the label. At first, I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing. The drug test was showing positive results for not only meth, but also PCP and MDMA. Both meth and MDMA are secondary amines with methyl groups like propylhexadrin, so this was exactly what I was hoping to see. What made me even happier, though, was the fact that the regular amphetamine test was negative, meaning all of the norpropylhexadrin had been successfully methylated to the final product. Obviously, there were no opioids, cannabinoids, or cocaine present, but the PCP positive was a bit strange. At first, I thought this might have been caused by the cyclohexane ring, which both molecules share, but that didn't really make much sense due to its highly unreactive nature. The usual molecules that trip for PCP, including Benadryl and ketamine, are usually tertiary amines, so it seems likely that excess formaldehyde overmethylated some of my product, yielding N-methylpropylhexadrin, which could be similar enough to fool the test. In an attempt to be totally sure of what I had, I tried mailing in the drug test the address listed on the box. I was hoping that the lab would be able to tell me what specific drugs were present in the urine, but all I got back was confirmation that there wasn't any real meth or other illegal drugs present. At least now I have proof for the FBI agents watching that I didn't actually make anything illegal. I think that's just about everything I've got from the synthesis. In the future, I would like to try making portable hexadrine again using the much cleaner cyclohexyl acetone pathway, but that might not be for a while. The dream of a clean crystalline product isn't dead, but it is taking a long nap. In the meantime, I have plenty of other projects to keep me busy. For example, I recently hit 100,000 subscribers, and to celebrate, I set out to make one of the most dangerous elements in existence, fluorine gas. Be sure to stay tuned for that video's release, in which I definitely do not die. As usual, a huge thanks goes out to all the existing LabCoats patrons. Without their help, I wouldn't be able to make cool videos like this. Seriously, there was no way I could have afforded all the reagents for this project. It was ridiculous. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll catch you.
Yeah, good day. Welcome back to another episode of Extractions and Iron. This episode, we're once again going into inorganic chemistry and choosing an obscure metal from the periodic table to see what we can do with it. Today's metal is
Ooh, 37 minutes, bro.
Niobium.
Hell yeah.
Niobium. Chances are
Hell yeah, dude. 37 minutes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, 37 minutes, dude. Hell yeah.
Here's a couple of different metals. See if you can pick which one the niobium is. They're all just sewer metals, so I mean, take a guess. It's that one, sure. Okay, so by far the biggest use of niobium is in its metallic form. It's added in as a small percentage to carbon steel to increase its hardness, so it's used in a lot of things like gas pipelines and aerospace and that kind of thing, just for extra hard steel. One use of niobium that I'm seeing increasingly though is in the lithium niobate. Lithium niobate is an optical material that was used in the 60s, I think, to make the first opioid. Have I mentioned on this channel that my PhD is in physics? And it's on tunable lasers, no dye laser stuff. Chuck dye lasers in the bin. No, we're talking solid state tuning here anyway. I won't go into it because one of the very weird chemicals used in optics, IR sensors, can be indium gallium arsenic or mercury cadmium telluride. Lithium niobate is no exception. So lithium niobate has been known for a couple of decades, but it's getting popular again, and that's because people are thinking about using it as a base for photonic computing. Photonic computing is sort of a big advancement that's kind of coming slowly. Instead of using electrons to do your computation, you kind of want to do all that where we think photonic computing might go and how we would get there, but we currently can't do any of that. If you think about the 1970s and what they thought about electronics, all the stuff we do today to make a semiconductor chip is completely impossible then. So that's all the background stuff. We're making lithium niobate. How are we going to go about it? I just have the niobium metal, and we need to get to niobium pentoxide, and then we can react that niobium pentoxide with lithium carbonate. I'm just using pure lithium carbonate. I'm not going to get lithium from batteries or break down spodumene or something this time. Just using pure lithium, there's enough other stuff to worry about. I've got a paper that they did in a microwave, which is really cool. I love using the microwave. This time, a lot of people pointed out that a microwave kiln or a microwave furnace is a thing that you can just get, so I'll get one of them and we'll use a microwave furnace to get some real hot temperatures, because we need to get to 600 to 900 degrees. It's not super hot, but we want to kind of sustain that temperature for a little bit. How do we go from niobium metal to niobium pentoxide? The metal itself is actually that reactive. It's probably about as reactive as gold, maybe. You would expect then region, and that would dissolve up the metal even. So what happens is that niobium forms a very, very inert oxide, so it's kind of passivates. What usually people do is that they require HF, hydrofluoric acid, and nitric acid at the same time. Nitric acid oxidizes the metal, hydrofluoric acid dissolves the oxide. I don't have hydrofluoric acid. It's not a very friendly substance, to put it extremely lightly. I did a bit of digging and I found, even though the Wikipedia article says it doesn't react with acids, there are some references that say concentrated boiling sulfuric acid does corrode the metal. There's some corrosion rates. I'm not sure how to really translate that into, you know, how much it's reacting. We don't even have metal powder here. We just got the metal chunks, pellets. It's probably pellets. So we're going to give this a go first. If they completely survive, then we might have to go to HF or maybe chlorine gas or bromine or something like that. I feel like this is the good part of extractions and IA because you know there's a lot more video to come, but you just don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to work, but also you don't know if it's going to work. It could not work. Let's go on this journey together. So I have 15 grams of niobium here.
I'm not even old enough to remember Windows XP myself, so I'm gonna be using Windows XP the first time ever. Oh yeah, that I remember. I don't know, I might have used the Windows XP machine before, but I don't know, man. I'm gonna change the video. What is this?
There is an incredibly useful tool that was added to Windows relatively recently, but not many people know about. It's called Power Automate Desktop, and it's basically a way to automate almost anything you can think of, and it's GUI based, so you don't have to know how to code. These automations you create are called flows, and you can see how you have an enormous list of possible actions you can have it do step by step. Anything from copying or deleting a folder, to taking a screenshot or printing a document, to setting some variable to use in another action, or even checking if a window contains a certain text. And of course, you can set conditions to only do steps in certain places, and a set of steps as long as you need. So if you aren't someone who knows how to code, this is actually a good way to learn some of the basic high-level concepts. If you're on Windows 11, it should already be installed, but if you're on Windows 10, you can just install it through the Microsoft Store. At this point, you might think this is cool, but you aren't really sure of the practical use of it. So I'll give you a real example of an actual automation I created, and I think it's pretty cool. Before we do that though, speaking of cool programs and services, I want to thank today's sponsor, Mine. Mine lets you find out which companies have your data and lets you control where you do or don't want to keep it. You start out by going to saymine.com and just sign in with your email account you want to analyze, and give it a minute to do its thing. Mine will only analyze the subject line and center of the email, the first line preview snippet, plus some metadata to figure out which companies you've interacted with. But as their privacy policy states, they do not collect the content of your email for analysis. Then, when it's done, it shows you the results. For me, there are over 250 companies that have data on it. A bit concerning. On the My Footprint page, I can see a selection of these companies, but I prepared myself and looked at the tab showing all the companies, and it is eye-opening. By clicking on a company, it shows me, for example, that EA stores info like my financial and identity data, and even online behavior data. And I can see that it has a pretty elevated exposure risk. Here's another company that I barely remember signing up for, but never ended up using. And I don't really want them having my data. So I can just click Reclaim, and it will compose an email that will be sent directly from my inbox to the company. And this is important because companies generally only honor requests coming directly from the person. Then, after you allow it to send the email, you can track and review your requests and cancel it within an hour if you change your mind. And since privacy is important for businesses too, Mine has created a solution for companies to help manage their own privacy operations, including automation of handling requests from consumers. So if you want to start reclaiming your own data, be sure to visit saymine.com and sign up. And I'll also put that link in the description. And with all that being said, let's continue. Alright, so for this automation, what I wanted to do was actually pretty complicated. Basically, I wanted to know when Microsoft publishes a new app in the Microsoft Store, because they've been known in the past to quietly release some cool apps without really telling anyone. It's easy enough to see a list of all the apps they publish, but there are around 700 of them, and they are not sorted by date. Gee, sure would be nice if I could have a program automatically go through the entire list and show me if anything new was added since last time. So that's exactly what I created. Let's take a look. First, let me finish explaining the interface so you know what's going on. On the right side, you can see a list of all these variables, most of which are automatically created for the action. And it's not as complicated as it looks. For example, you can use the action to get the current date and time, and then it creates a variable called current date time. But you can also rename it. At the top, you have controls, including one that just lets you record what you're doing. So if the task is simple enough, you might not even need to set anything manually. You can also copy and paste actions, move them around, disable them, and run the flow starting at a certain point. You can even set breakpoints, which will pause the flow at a certain point, like to debug or check a variable. Alright, so now let's go through how my flow works, because it has a good mix of various functions to show you what this is capable of. The first thing it does is launches a new Google Chrome window to that web page that shows all the Microsoft apps. This next part was tricky though, because you see on this page, it doesn't show you the whole list. It makes you keep clicking show more results until all 700 are shown. Fortunately, you can create loops. So I found a JavaScript code snippet online that lets you click any button on a web page, and I set it to just click that show more results button. Then it does that a number of times, which I set to 20. Then it checks if that show more results button is still there, and if it is, it goes back and does 20 more again. I could have it check every time it clicks the button, but that goes way slower than just spam clicking. Next, I used the extract data from web page action, where it basically asks you to select a couple examples of what data you want. In this case, I want the names of the apps. And then it's smart enough to auto-detect all the rest of them and turns it into some text. These next actions are just little things to clean up and prepare the text, like removes any blank spaces at the end, converts it into a list, and sorts it alphabetically. It also puts this list into a variable called latest app list for later. Next, it opens up a new Excel file, pastes the list in there, and then saves the spreadsheet with a file name that has the current date. That way, by saving the file, I can use it to compare the lists in the future. But next is where it starts comparing a previous list file I've made before. So it pops up a dialog that lets me select an existing list. This function even lets you choose which folder to select from and filter to only show certain files if you want. After I choose an old list, it copies the data from the spreadsheet and puts it into a variable called old app list, and uses this function called subtract lists, which compares that variable to the latest app list and creates a new list with only the entries that are in the latest list and not the old. So now I have a list of only newly added apps, and it puts them in the clipboard. Just as a finishing touch, I even have it open Notepad and paste them for me to see. There's basically no way I could have done this manually, but like I showed, this just scratches the surface. For example, if I wanted to get fancy, instead of having to select the Excel file myself, I could have it get a list of the files in that folder sorted by date and pick that automatically and continue on, so it would be fully automatic. And then pop up a notification only if there is a new thing found. Wait, I actually did do all that, as you can see here. In this more advanced version, I also made a variable for the path to the list folder, so I can just change it by changing that one variable. And then a bunch of the actions below reference that. And I made it write a text file as a log in the case that it does find new apps. So it really does everything for me. Now, as cool as this Power Automate program is, it's not perfect. There are some really dumb things about it. For example, you can't just have it run offline. You have to log in with a Microsoft account. But at least it keeps the flows backed up in the...
This is my Diamondback Eloso Fat Tire mountain bike, and well, it's not exactly what you would call svelte. The tires are almost 5 inches wide, which is like 3 normal mountain bike wheels side by side. We already know that these tires are massive enough to use the bike as a flotation device, and once you get them spinning, they sound like TIE fighters.
This video is sponsored by Proton VPN. So let's say hypothetically you are not that big of a fan of having your wireless provider giving warrantless surveillance access to the National Security Agency where they can spy on everything you're doing on your home network. I'm not too big of a fan of that myself. Let's say hypothetically you have a particular show you want to watch, but it's not available in the United States, Canada, or wherever else you live, and you want to trick Netflix or wherever else that you're actually somewhere else. That would be pretty nice, so that way you can actually watch what you want to watch. Let's say you're a streamer and you want to live stream, but you're worried about accidentally leaking your IP address on stream or something like that. A VPN is good for all of these scenarios. It provides you protection, and it provides you an extra layer of security on your network, which protects you from any shady third parties looking in. Looking at this lovely comparison chart, you can clearly see that Proton's the only one on this list that isn't owned by the exact same company and isn't in one of the 14 Eyes countries. Now, you may not know about the 14 Eyes countries. Let me go ahead and show you. So the 14 Eyes countries includes a ton of these countries, and they're all an alliance which is entirely involved around monitoring internet activity and sharing intelligence. Not exactly the thing you want if you're looking at a VPN. So you can see that they also provide extra stuff like an ad blocker, malware blocker, and a VPN accelerator. They don't have logs. They don't keep logs at all. And you can get 64% off using Proton VPN. The link is in the description. Check them out if you want a solid VPN. I can highly recommend them. They are definitely solid, and I appreciate Proton for sponsoring today's video. I made a video titled, I made a tool to deblow Windows in 2 clicks, and that video got 1.7 million views and 118,000 likes just at the time of recording this, and it's still going up. This video blew up and this tool blew up. You know, I was looking at statistics of the website recently, and the last 30 days, 44,000 visits, which is insane. News articles were written about it where I was even asked to comment and stuff like that. Someone massive in the security research and cybersecurity space, John Hammond, even made a video talking about my tool, where he had done a deep analysis and looking into it to see if it was actually malicious or not. Glad he came to the conclusion that it wasn't. Probably the biggest and coolest of them all, though, is some ordinary gamers even made a video where he had showcased Talon. But here's the thing, and the whole point of this video and what I've done. So, he made a video talking about Talon, and he actually was the first one he showcased, and he showcased some problems with trying to download Talon, though. When trying to download it, it says that it's malicious, and you have to click keep and go through a bunch of hurdles just to keep it. And then once you do that, trying to run Talon can be a little confusing. He did disable Windows Defender and then ran it, but then Talon still messed up during installation. It is still fucked up. During his video, visibly the install screen just disappears, and it gets picked up as a detection, and the whole system just kind of dies, which really sucks, because a video as popular as this just showcased Talon.
36 minutes, bro. Hell yeah, dude. 36 minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh, 36 minutes.
What can
Possibly one of the worst experiences ever is when you go to turn on your computer and it just won't boot up, no matter what you try, and you have no idea. Possibly one of the worst experiences ever is when you go to turn on your computer and it just won't boot up, no matter what you try, and you have no idea why. Or maybe you do know exactly why, but by that point you can't boot into Windows or whatever OS to fix it. So in this video, I'm going to give you 4 different bootable USB drives that you can make on your computer now that has all kinds of different recovery tools on them, so that when disaster does strike, you will be prepared. And this could be whether Windows won't boot at all, or maybe you have a virus that is protecting itself so you can't delete it while Windows is running. And I do keep saying Windows, but only 2 of these bootable USBs are Windows specific. The other 2 are going to apply no matter what kind of computer you're using and still should be useful. And by the way, if you don't have a bunch of these drives lying around, you can get them dirt cheap on Amazon, like 5 going for 32 gigabytes, for like less than $20. Alright, so the first boot drive I'm going to talk about is Hiren Boot CD PE. It's not actually a CD, it just used to be called that, so they kept the name. It's basically a Swiss Army knife of recovery tools. It has a whole bunch in every different category. You boot up and then you can run all of them outside of Windows or whatever operating system if you have to. Now, the original Hiren Boot CD, which was really popular, actually stopped being updated in 2012, but some of the supporters of the project actually took over and kind of continued updating it, and now to this day it's called PE because it runs on Windows PE, which I'll mention in a second. And you can look on the website, of course, like everything, I'm going to put the links in the description. You can see a list of all the different programs currently in it, and these will be pre-installed on the USB drive that will be runnable through the environment when you boot. And when you do boot into it, it runs what's called Windows PE, or pre-installation environment. It's basically an extremely lightweight version of Windows 10. It's not meant to be a Windows version you run for your normal project. It's just for running outside of an operating system. And of course, it does boot right from this USB, which means it doesn't install to a drive or anything. It doesn't mess with your current hard drive or installation. It runs completely on its own. So in here, you're going to get some of the standard Windows programs that come with basically every version of Windows, like Command Prompt, Notepad, Disk Manager. There's some tools that are useful. And also some useful third-party programs are also installed, like Chrome, Firefox. You got a bunch of hard drive tools for partitioning, imaging, for diagnostics, data recovery, you can see all sorts of stuff, and a couple antivirus programs, which obviously are helpful if you get infected. There's also some boot record tools like EasyBCD in case your boot record is messed up or something. Of course, a lot of this stuff is advanced. You might not even need all of it or know what to do with it, but sometimes it's simply just nice to be able to have a familiar interface of Windows to be able to maybe copy files off of it, go in there and see all the files in there, you know, have peace of mind that they're still there, and be able to copy files off.
35 minutes. Woo, yeah. 35 minutes.
So even just being able to navigate through files is useful on its own. Alright, now before we continue, I do want to thank the sponsor of this video, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access is a long-time well-established VPN service that can protect your internet connection from prying eyes of all kinds, even their own internet service provider. And I've been a subscriber to them since 2014. You really see my ability to use it. You simply install the VPN software, and you can choose any of the servers across a bunch of different countries. And the same goes for the mobile apps they have. You simply toggle it on, and you're good. And this is especially important on your phone, where you are more likely to use public Wi-Fi hotspots that are not secure otherwise. It is available on all desktop and mobile platforms, and it's also available as browser extensions for Chrome, Firefox, and Opera. And it also has a bunch of additional features like a VPN kill switch to prevent accidentally revealing your connection, and PIA Mace, which can block trackers, malware, and more. And there are advanced features like choosing the specific protocol for encryption, for DNS traffic, and more. And it also supports peer-to-peer connections, such as for Bitcoin. And of course, like any good VPN should, they do not keep any logs of any kind. And as a special deal just for you guys watching, if you go to privateinternetaccess.com/TheoJoe, you get a whopping 77% off the 2-year plan, which comes out to just around $2.59 a month. So I'll put that link also right down in the description. And with that being said, let's continue. Alright, so moving on, the next bootable USB drive is an Ubuntu Live USB. Ubuntu, of course, is a distribution of Linux, so this could be useful if you have to do anything in Linux that you can't do in your Windows operating system, and especially if Windows isn't booting. And just like the other ones, it again runs right off the USB drive, so it's not manipulating any filed on the computer or anything. Now, it does have the option to install Ubuntu on the computer, but I probably wouldn't do that. It might overwrite the boot sector operating system that you're currently using, so don't do that unless you know what you're doing, but you can still just click try Ubuntu and get right into a Linux interface. And here you can see there are some included programs that might come in handy. You can, again, just browse through the files, although it's a little bit different interface than Windows that you might be used to, but it's still something that's pretty useful. And of course, because it's not Windows, you can access any files without having to worry about any kinds of permissions stopping you from copying files. I think that is still actually possible with Windows PE, but you definitely don't have to worry about it in Ubuntu. Some especially useful programs you might need to use are Gparted, which is a partition editor, which can come in real handy if you have to reformat a drive or extend or reduce a partition, something like that. And of course, there's the trusty terminal, which you can just use for an uncountable number of things. All right, moving on to number 3. The third bootable USB drive you have is a copy of the Windows 10 installation media set up as a bootable drive. This is going to contain an entire copy of the Windows operating system, so it allows you to not just boot and use a couple tools that I'll mention about, but it will also allow you, if you need to, on whatever computer, install an entire copy of Windows 10 from scratch, clean install. But of course, if you already have Windows installed and it's just not booting correctly, it also has some tools that are helpful for trying to repair. So after you boot it up, you click repair your computer and then go to troubleshoot. And basically, it's going to have a bunch of tools you can see here, such as startup repair.
It's
You can try and see
completely
that if that will fix it automatically.
I guess we're done.
If you want to do something with that, you can also access system restore points, which is really important. This is one of the first things I would try. If you did something recently and it messed it up, you can go to a restore point from before you did that.
Yes, we're
And
done.
also, you can uninstall recent updates in
Oh.
case it just messed up after installing an update. You can try and undo those. There's also a couple options for like restoring a system image, which you probably don't have. That's like if you copy a exact copy of your computer onto a drive or something. And also you can go to the UEFI settings, which is basically just your BIOS. So of course this one's really useful to have because of all those recovery tools that are available to you. And it's just kind of nice to have the ability to do a fresh, clean install of Windows on some computer. And that we don't have to go searching to download the installation media every time. Alright, so finally the fourth bootable USB drive you should have is a Windows 10 recovery drive. Now, on the surface, this is going to look really similar to the installation media. You might be wondering, wait, what is the difference here? But there are a couple key differences that I'll mention. So basically, when you go to create a recovery drive for Windows, it's going to do the same thing as one of those recovery partitions you may have hidden on your computer. When you boot into it, it's going to look really similar to the Windows 10 installation media. It just does not have the ability to install a fresh copy of Windows, but it does have the ability to factory reset your computer back to what it did when it was just fresh from the factory and when you got it. And this is different in an important way from just doing a regular clean install using the other installation media. And that's because when you create the recovery drive with Windows, it basically stores some of the system-specific data and programs that came with that computer. For example, if you bought an LG computer, sometimes it comes with LG-specific software and drivers for that computer, or HP or whatever. You know how sometimes it comes with whatever programs they had installed. You might call it bloatware, sometimes not. It'll basically, from my understanding, create a drive that recovers not just the blank version of Windows, but also that stuff too. And it puts that on the recovery drive. So it really does recover it to the point where you got it from when you bought it off the shelf, which is different than if you did a blank, completely clean installed Windows. So to do this, when you boot into the drive, you should see a new option called Recover from a Drive. I say you should, but we'll get to that in a second. But basically, this is the option that does the same thing as reset your PC if you were able to boot into Windows. You know, the reset PC, same idea here, except from the drive. But there is one major caveat, which apparently seems to be some kind of bug, and that is you might not actually see this option, which is kind of the whole point of the recovery drive, if you use it on a certain type of system, specifically one that boots from an NVMe SSD, which I do, and therefore I can't actually see that option that's supposed to be there. In fact, when I couldn't see it at first, I thought maybe they removed this feature, which would have been weird because that's kind of the whole point of the recovery drive. But then I found this bug article or bug page, I don't know what it is, on Microsoft's website, and it describes this issue exactly, which is that this option to recover from a drive is not available if you're moving from an NVMe. And it does say here Microsoft is aware of this issue, so I don't think it's supposed to be like that, but just be aware that if you are booting from an NVMe SSD, which could include laptops, for example, the memory is just soldered onto the board, it's not a SATA drive or something like that, a lot of laptops have that. Note that this might not even work on your laptop, so it's good to probably maybe test that out before something bad happens, and then you'll just kind of be aware of that. Now, I'm not 100% sure that's why it's not showing up, but both my computers have NVMe drives, and it's not showing up for them, so I'm assuming that's why. However, I do still think it's probably worth it to create this recovery drive. There might be other ways to use it that I was not able to find. Maybe in the future when they patch it, then it'll still be useful again. And of course, it does have those other tools, just like on the installation media, that are helpful for recovery. Alright, so now that you know about it, I'm going to show you how to make each one. And of course, you're going to need 4 different USB drives that are completely free, don't have any important data on them. And if you do have important data on them and you want to use that, copy it all off, because you are going to wipe all of these drives. They can only be used for this particular use, each one. For the recovery drive, that should be at least 16 gigabytes. It's going to depend on how much data it needs to back up to be able to recover. But I can tell you, next for the Windows installation drive, that's going to need to be at least 8 gigabytes. For the Ubuntu Live CD, it says that should be at least 4 gigabytes. And the higher boot CD doesn't need to be very big at all, only like 2 gigabytes or more. Alright, so let's start off with the Windows 10 recovery drive. Now you're going to have to do this for it to work effectively on the same computer you intend to use it on to recover, because of course it's storing a lot of data specific to that computer. So if you have multiple computers you potentially want to be able to recover, then you're going to have to maybe make multiple drives, but maybe just do it on your main computer. Anyway, open up the start menu and just search for recovery drive, and then run where it says create a recovery drive. And then when it comes up, you want to check, this is important, back up system files to recovery drive. This is kind of the whole point of having the recovery drive as opposed to just the installation menu. And my understanding is if you don't select this, then you're not going to get that option to recover from a USB drive in the boot menu. Alright, so after you click next there, you're just going to have to wait, and I guess here it's just kind of collecting all the files that it's going to put onto it, and then it's going to tell you the required size depending on how much data it is. For mine, for example, it said 16 gigabytes, and it kind of took a while to load it up. Then you have to select the flash drive, make sure you're choosing the correct one, and make sure it's blank because everything on it's going to be gone. And then you click create, and then wait. And this is probably going to take a long time. For me, it actually took like several hours, and it could take longer if it's USB 2.0, it's USB 3.0, I don't know, but you should be prepared to kind of wait for a while. But after it finishes, you're all done, it's good to go, and that's the easiest one of the 4 that we're going to talk about for how to create. Alright, next up we have the Windows 10 installation media. It's going to involve downloading the ISO off of Microsoft's website, and then it'll have the tool to create from there. So go to the download Windows 10 page on Microsoft's website. I'll put that link in the description, and then go down below where it says create Windows 10 installation media and click download tool now. After it's all downloaded, you run it and then wait a little bit of time for it to prepare, and then when you go to the next thing, check create installation media. And I would just keep all the defaults here unless you maybe want to change the language, or you know that you want a different edition of Windows 10, if it even gives you that option depending on the country or something. Just keep it default in most cases, and then go next. And then you select the USB drive, and then make sure that you pick the correct one again, and that's blank, double check that, and then just wait. It'll download the files necessary, and then add it all to the drive, and then it should be good to go. Alright, moving on to the Ubuntu Live USB. This one is going to take a little bit more steps than the previous couple. Unfortunately, they don't have a simple, easy to download tool. You have to download a couple things, but it's not too hard to follow the instructions. They have a whole tutorial on their site. So what you do is go to the Ubuntu Create the Bootable USB Stick on Windows page/tutorial, and I'll put that link in the description again. And then as it says, you're going to first need to download a program called Rufus, which is going to burn the ISO image of Ubuntu onto the drive. So download the Rufus program, and then next you're going to have to separately download the Ubuntu desktop ISO file. And again, I'll put that link in the description. On that page, you're going to see several different options. I would just do the top one labeled LTS. LTS stands for long-term service. It just means that it's going to be supported without necessarily needing to be updated as often, and it'll be supported for a long time. After you have the Rufus tool and the ISO downloaded, just follow the instructions on this tutorial. It's better laid out than what I would be able to describe in this video. It's really simple from here, though. You literally just make sure the settings match as on the screenshots they have. Just make sure you select the ISO file, and then select the correct USB, and again, make sure all the settings and stuff is checked the same, and then just run it, and it'll burn it to that USB, and be good to go. Alright, now finally, how to create the higher-end boot CD PE USB. Kind of a mouthful, I know, but it's actually a little bit easier even than the Ubuntu. So to do this, you go to the download page for the higher boot CD, again, link in the description, and here it might be a little bit confusing. You actually have to scroll all the way down, and then click on the ISO file name, and then download that. It's not really clear that that's the download, but that's what it is. And that is the ISO image that's going to be burned onto the USB, kind of like the same ISO that we had for Ubuntu. And then you're going to next go to the USB booting page. You can just click it here, but again, I'll put the link in the description if you want. and then download the tool. It has links called ISO to USB, and then run it. And this one's a little bit simpler than Rufus, so I'll just show you what to do. You simply choose the Hiren ISO, and then the USB device. Again, like everything, double check, go to Windows Explorer, make sure this is the correct one, it's all blank already, and then you can choose a label name for it, and then click process, and it'll go through and create that USB. Alright, so at this point, all of the drives should be fully bootable and working. I would definitely recommend testing these out and making sure they work before, you're in crisis mode trying to figure out why your computer crashed, and you're trying to get these to work, and then you realize you didn't do it right or something. And also to make sure that you know how to boot them. If you don't know how to boot to a USB device already, I would definitely look that up for your computer. There's usually a different procedure depending on the model. For example, sometimes you press F10 while it's booting up, sometimes F2, F8, whatever. Look it up for your model, make sure you know how to do that. So then, if something does ever happen to your computer, you'll now have a good idea of possibly where you can start for troubleshooting, like running some of those tools, like the recovery thing, the system restore points, or if you need to copy files off of, you'll now have a couple tools you can start from. Thanks again to Private Internet Access for sponsoring this video. And again, be sure to go to that link in the description or right here where you can get 77% off a 2-year plan. Now, if you guys want to keep watching, the next video to recommend is where I was talking about how you can figure out about how much time left your SSD has based on how much data has been written to it already and the spec for what it's rated for. So I go through all that right there. You can just click on it. So thanks so much for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one.
In today's video, I will be bringing together a distribution list of scammers. Then, every time I reply to any one of them, I copy in the whole list. I've done this before, and the results can be quite chaotically interesting. So, let's go scam baiting. Two small points of admin before we start. Firstly, if you have any questions about my scam baiting videos, please do check the description to see if there's already an FAQ containing my answer. These are the questions that are already answered at this point in time. And secondly, the emails in the video you're watching now are split very quickly into multiple conversation threads. I'm going to be trying to present the conversation in those threads, so the timestamps will sometimes jump about a bit. Our story begins with a scam email opener entirely in shouty caps, saying, "Your email account has been selected for a $3.5 million donation for charity. Please contact us for more information." So I replied, "Wow, how did this happen? I feel like I don't deserve such generosity, but how very kind of you. This has really warmed my heart. Thank you so much." Next, a longer scam email. Funds transferred to Benin Republic, cancer operation, orphanages, Pastor John, and an ATM card in my name, even though my name is something that's later asked for in the email, along with some other details you should never share with a stranger on the internet. I'm a busy man, so I just replied, "Wow." Another email, supposedly from World Bank headquarters, something about a sum of... Now, wait. Let's get this right. There's a $sign, and USD, and the word dollars, and the word million. So this amount here is, I think, $5 million United States dollars. Or in other words, $5 trillion United States dollars. Pretty impressive. Anyway, apparently the IMF and World Bank selected 7 continents to benefit from this scheme. Is it really a selection if it's all of them? Let's discuss that in the comments. And this is money they're just giving away to individuals because COVID. Usual request for details of the sort you should never share with a stranger on the internet. Yours sincerely, Kristalina Georgieva. Now, if you think you've seen this name before, it's probably not the same scammer. It's just that scammers like to impersonate real people in public office. Kristalina Georgieva, sorry if I got your name wrong, is indeed the MD of the IMF, but I feel quite sure this email is not really from her. I replied, "Wow." Next up, another managing director of the IMF wants to help me get my long overdue payment. This is one of those scams designed to intercept an ongoing scam where the victim has already paid out some spurious fees. This email is supposed to be taking charge of the process, but of course it's just another scammer who wants to charge more spurious fees. To be paid in the form of World Remit or RIA transfer only. Oh, and in addition to those methods only, Steam Wallet gift cards or Google Play cards. I replied, "Wow." And so it went on. Dr. Johnson Bello from the United Bank of Africa, no, wait, the Capital City Bank, or maybe the Federal Ministry of Finance has $1.5 million for me. I replied, "Wow." This carried on and on and on. In previous videos, I added scammers to the distribution list as soon as I first replied, but this time I thought it might be more productive to wait and only add the ones that replied back to me. The first of which was a scammer masquerading as the CEO of Deutsche Bank. I added this scammer as the first member of the list, just to the list of email addresses I kept in a text document. Next,
A scam call.
Agency in collaboration with the IMF
Hello?
on the list.
Hi again, this is Stacy here with your filings Made Easy LLC. Today is Monday, June 30th. I was given a scheduled reminder regarding the status of your possible income tax debt or missed filings. I've got some great news for you about new programs that have recently taken effect for 2025. We also recently sent you this information in the mail,
No,
and
you
I just
didn't.
wanted to quickly go over your elimination and relief options. It's important that I speak with you as soon as possible, as the current hardship and relief options are only available through April 15th. If you still need to file for 2024 or are having issues with your filing, we can help you take care of that today. I'm looking forward to hearing back from you. Please press 3 to be connected to my team directly. Just please hold while you are being transferred.
Scammers are really kind of resistant to talking to each other. The fake attorney
Lol.
replied to say, I was lucky to be one of the beneficiaries of whatever fund this was. I replied to all of the scammers, lucky is the right word. I am lucky to be one of the beneficiaries. The FBI department, no doubt an awful announcer, the fake attorney general, replied to say, were you not told that the FBI is monitoring
Hello?
conversations with the attorney general?
Hi again, this is Stacy here with your filings made easy. Please hold while you are being transferred.
In the name of collecting funds. Or do you think they are joking there? Follow the attorney's instructions and receive your package. We're the FBI, and we will make sure you receive your package as soon as possible. Is that what the FBI does? Do not be afraid. Meanwhile, do not communicate with anyone again, except the attorney in charge of your package, worth $20.5 million USD. Otherwise, you'll be charged for fraud. Serious stuff. I replied, is this why the other people are included in the conversation? I love asking scammers why something is happening that actually I am making happen. Dr. McDonald, a completely different scammer, replied to say, so are you ready now? I said, Donald, for you I am always ready. Mrs. Rose Hamilton emailed me to say, intensive care unit, time getting closer, inheritance, vulnerable orphans, cancer, dead husband, and because I seem like a nice person, I'm chosen to be the beneficiary of, what even is this amount? $25 billion US dollar, if I'm not mistaken. The subject of the emails was approach for the fact. So I replied to everyone, thank you, Rosie, so lovely to hear from you. May we now approach for the fact. Meanwhile, attention, attention. Mr. Robert Johnson from the FBI, not the same FBI, has my consignment box funds. I replied, wow. And in fact, this kept on happening. So there are three things going on at this point. The initial scammer emails, to all of which I am now replying, mostly just wow. And then scammers replying to me, which earns them a place on the list, and then replies to the ongoing conversation from any scammer being copied to this ever-growing distribution list. So the other FBI, the first FBI, wrote to warn me, do not write or communicate with anyone again concerning your package. Choose a company among those listed companies below and tell us the one you want to carry out your delivery. Well, that's nice and clear, or you might think so. But I replied, copying everyone, if I don't write or communicate with anyone again, how will you know my choice of courier company and cost? Also, why is there a choice of courier company and cost? I think you need to be more specific. Are you saying that I should stop writing and communicating with everyone, including yourself, or that I should stop writing and communicating with other people, in which case, exactly who should I stop writing and communicating with? The United Nations, just singular, wrote to say, if you are still interested in this ATM card fund, kindly reconfirm your direct information to us urgently to avoid wrong deliveries such as OK, and ask for my personal details. You know, the kind of details you should never share with a stranger on the internet, including my nearest airport. I replied to them, as well as all the other scammers, to say, it's lovely to hear from you. However, I have a question. Are you one of the people the FBI said I should not write or communicate with? Dr. McDonald replied, first to try to advance his own scam a little bit, then in shouty caps. Please, is faking all this to you, telling you not to write me and using fake FBI? I replied to McDonald, well, to everyone, in shouty caps, saying, I do not understand. McDonald responded, economizing on spaces, to say, not at all, sir, it can't be. Which FBI is that? Well, I just forward the message to you now. I thought I'd also try my own space-saving reply. They said you were. How many FBIs are there? Okay. I don't enjoy that. McDonald explained, see, my friend, I have time to be against anyone. But I had read all your messages with those guys, both the ones claimed to be the FBI and United Nations for ATM delivery, or all that, and find that none is relevant or capacity to do real thing with you. They all fakes. I replied to all, saying, thank you for confirming what I thought was the case. The Attorney General came back to say, do not write or communicate with anyone asking you to send your information or send money in the name of collecting funds, except me. I replied to all to ask, okay, but why are there different courier companies? Can you choose one for me? The FBI department said, stop asking silly questions. We're the FBI writing to you concerning your package worth $20.5 million. We want to make sure you receive your package. Respond to the attorney and receive your package in the next 24 hours. Time is money, eh? I replied to the list, which was still growing. Some of the others said you're not the FBI, so I have to ask you now, are you the FBI? Now, to save me from keeping on repeating it, all of my replies in this video always went to the whole of the list, which was continually growing, because all the while this was happening, more scammers were contacting me and getting my reply, wow. More scammers were replying back to that, going on the list, like Charles Feeney, who wants to make the world a better place by giving money to random individuals, in this case, me, to the tune of $12.9 million. The United Nations asked, can you please send your number now, let me call you. Now, I don't like talking to scammers on the phone, so I replied, sorry, I'm unable to speak on the phone at the moment, as there's a large crowd of people here, and all of them, without a single exception, are screaming. Is this not something we can resolve via email? The United Nations replied, don't worry, you will receive your fund as soon as possible. All you need to do is send us your phone number now. I did something I quite like to do. Read half the message and pretend it's the whole message. I said, thank you, I'm glad to hear this is now resolved and I look forward to receiving the money. Will it arrive this afternoon? They said, okay, we won't call you all right now. Please send your phone number. I replied, I thought you confirmed this would not be necessary. Are you going to send a phone number or not? They demanded. Perhaps when the screaming stops, I said. Can you text me? They asked. I replied, I am texting you via email. They asked, are you ready to receive your fund? I said, yes, I'm ready. Although perhaps we should check with the FBI people first, as they have views on whether I should write or communicate with people. That is, assuming they're the real FBI. Someone said they might not be. Anyway, yes, I am nearly ready. Charles Feeney, who of course had been witness to copies of all of my emails to all of the scammers, wanted to ask, are you stupid or what? I replied, no, I don't think I'm stupid. But if I was stupid, I would probably think I wasn't stupid. So now I'm just not sure. Why do you ask? The Texas Lottery Commission, who had been fairly quiet up to now, suddenly emailed me to tell me to chat with the bank via email to claim my price. I said, certainly I can. They're copied in on this email, as well as several previous messages, but they have not replied. Peggy Chan, a new scammer on the scene, who had originally emailed me to offer me 50%, which could be a lot or a little, so I'd asked 50% of what, now replied to talk about $6 million US. A deceased bank customer, no next of kin, and the unclaimed estate would revert to the government after 15 years. She doesn't like to beat around the bush. I replied, how delightful to hear from you. Yes, I have no time for beating or bushes either. However, as we have 15 years to resolve this, let's take things at a reasonable pace. The United Nations was back, saying, okay, please, we need to have your phone number now to make sure we talk with you. I replied, I don't know if that will be very effective. The people are still here, and they have not stopped the noise. They said, this is not your number. I said, what's not my number? They just replied, if you are still interested of this ATM card fund, kindly reconfirm your directly information to us urgently to avoid wrong delivery such as okay. I asked, why do you need to know about airports? They said, so the delivery can start. I said, there's no airport here. They asked, so how can you receive your fund? I suggested, can't you pop it in the post? Citibank, or rather the scammer pretending to be Citibank.
Be rest assured.
Hi.
This is me about to experience one of the most extreme smells mankind has ever developed. Why am I doing this? Let me explain. Almost a year ago, I made this stuff. Thioacetone. According to most sources, this is supposed to be the worst smelling chemical on Earth, but in reality, it was kind of underwhelming. Granted, it was quite strong, and it reeked like natural gas, but it really wasn't anything to get worked up over. Unless, of course, you're Nalred's cameraman. So I came back a few months later and made selenium acetone, the selenium analog of thioacetone, which by all accounts should have smelled infinitely worse. And just to be sure I left no stone unturned, I also created this monstrous abomination of a molecule. Not one, but two selenols attached to it. But even that was less repulsive than I was expecting. I mean, there are records of chemicals like this inducing nausea and clearing out entire labs full of chemists. So why wasn't it more intolerable? And then I had a thought. All the chemicals that I've been testing owe their stench to sulfur or selenium. So what if I was simply looking into the wrong type of molecule? You see, there are actually several families of foul-smelling chemicals, each with their own unique bouquet of odors. To name a few, there are heavier carboxylic acids like butyric or hexanoic acid, which tend to smell like vomit or farm animals, indoles, which usually reek like poo, and amines, which have a stench typically described as similar to fish, rotting flesh, or bodily fluids. And while these all sound pretty disgusting, they apparently pale in comparison to the mythically horrible group known as isocyanides. Now, there isn't a lot of information out there about these strange chemicals, but the sources that do exist claim that they're the stuff of nightmares. Similar to the other superstitions I've made, there are tales surrounding isocyanides claiming their smell is capable of causing instant nausea, headaches, and room-clearing levels of discomfort. And perhaps the most interesting thing is how the smell is typically described, which is as being indescribable. Apparently, the odor is so terrible and bizarre that nothing from everyday life can be compared to it. Of course, thioacetone was also said to be indescribable and unbearably horrible, even though it really wasn't, so I was naturally a bit dubious. In the end, however, the only real way I could tell how bad it smelled was to make some and test it on myself. Before I could do that, though, I first had to figure out how to actually make an isocyanide, so I hopped onto Google to check my options. And I was immediately concerned. Almost all the synthesis pathways that I came across required chemicals that were either extremely deadly or simply too exotic for me to get easily. The modern method entails dehydrated formamides with phosgene. The original route requires expensive and toxic silver cyanide, and I just looked away when I saw the oxazole organolithium route. Fortunately, I did manage to find one procedure that didn't seem too extreme: the Hoffman isocyanide synthesis, otherwise known as the carbonyl reaction. And thankfully, this route only required three main ingredients: chloroform, an alkali hydroxide, and something called a primary organic amine. Now, like most home chemists with access to bleach and acetone, I already had a decent amount of chloroform at my disposal, along with a healthy supply of sodium hydroxide. But primary organic amines, those would require some preparation. For those unfamiliar with the terminology, a primary organic amine is essentially any molecule with an NH2 group attached to a larger carbon-containing structure. Of course, there are literally thousands of chemicals that fit this description. So for this project, I narrowed my selection down to just three: N-butylamine, terbutylamine, and aniline. N-butylamine was kind of an obvious first choice, since the N-butyl isocyanide made from it is often referenced as being the very worst in terms of smell. Almost all the isocyanide legends seem to surround this particular chemical, so I figured I had to give it a shot. And as a comparison, I figured I could also pick out an terbutyl isocyanide. Any terbutyl was also often to do with I wanted to sample a benzene-based isocyanide to see if and how the smell differed from the more traditional isocyanide. For this, phenyl isocyanide really made the most sense, since its precursor is a common and well-established chemical. Of course, aniline isn't exactly something you can easily buy, so my first task was to make some. To do this, though, I would first need to synthesize its main precursor, nitrobenzene. This was relatively easy to do, fortunately, and all I had to do was perform a basic nitration on benzene. So I measured out 35 milliliters of 68% nitric acid and added it to a 500 milliliter round bottom flask, along with 40 milliliters of concentrated sulfuric acid. Then, mixture was placed into an ice bath, and 30 milliliters of benzene was slowly dripped in. For this reaction, the solution needs to be kept below 50 degrees Celsius to prevent overnitration. Once all the benzene had been added, the flask was removed from the ice bath and carefully heated to 60 degrees for 1 hour. During this time, a strong artificial cherry smell began to fill the room. This is the characteristic odor of nitrobenzene, and honestly, it's probably one of my new favorite smells. Although, looking back, I find it kind of ironic that such a wonderful smelling liquid could be used to make such a horrible smelling isocyanide. But that's chemistry for you. Anyways, after things were done reacting, the mixture was added to a separatory funnel, and the lower acid layer was drained off. Then, the remaining nitrobenzene was washed twice with water and drained into a 50 milliliter flask, where it was dried with a few spoonfuls of calcium chloride. This left me with a nice and clear solution of crude nitrobenzene. Optionally, I could have distilled this to get a higher purity product, but considering the impurities would just be consumed and separated later on, it didn't really seem worth the extra effort. So, moving on, the obvious next step was to reduce the nitrobenzene to aniline. Normally, this would be done with a mixture of tin and hydrochloric acid, but sadly, I'm not normal, and I didn't have any tin. So instead, I went for a far more common reducing agent that can be bought in practically any supermarket: steel wool. Iron is actually an excellent substitute for tin in this reaction, although there is one small catch. You can't stir with a magnetic stir bar because, well, iron is magnetic. This, of course, puts a huge damper on things, because without stirring, the insoluble nitrobenzene simply phase separates from the acid and doesn't react. With steel wool, however, the iron has enough volume and surface area to mingle with all the reactants, and the reaction proceeds basically like normal. So, to my 500 milliliter round bottom flask, I added 45 grams of steel wool, followed by 15 milliliters of nitrobenzene. If you're wondering about the black color, iron. This went about as well as you can imagine. So anyway, to get things going, about 100 milliliters of water was added to bulk up the solution, and a reflux condenser was fitted to the top of the flask. Then, over the course of a few hours, the mixture was gently boiled as roughly 125 milliliters of 38% hydrochloric acid was added to it. The reaction that's taking place here is known as Bacham reduction, and a hot acidic environment is crucial for its success. Of course, iron reacts with hydrochloric acid by itself, which is why I kept both of these reagents in excess. Extra acid also helps dissolve the aniline and iron oxide byproducts, which makes transferring everything much easier. Once isolated from the unreacted steel wool, the resulting green solution was free-based with about 65 grams of sodium hydroxide, which caused a whole bunch of iron hydroxide to precipitate out. And at this time, I got my first real smell of aniline. It wasn't too strong, but it did leave a pungent artificial fish smell in the room that was certainly noticeable. And fortunately, there wasn't even a hint of metromethyl's overpowering cherry odor, meaning the conversion was successful, and I could move on to extracting the aniline. To do this, I loaded about half the reaction mix into a new flask and began distilling. Much to my delight, the distillate was a murky white color, and an oil could be seen collecting in the foul receiving flask. This all poured into successful steam distillation, so once the distillate ran clear, I loaded the rest of the material as a separate batch and distilled out the last bit of crude aniline. In the end, I obtained roughly 10 milliliters, which I attempted to dry up with calcium chloride and redistill. Ultimately, though, I only succeeded in
26 minutes. Woohoo, yeah. 26 minutes.
So now, with
What's up, everybody? This is Matt Brown with another IoT hacking video. Today we have my master build charcoal smoker control unit once again. How delicate is the balance of the human brain and its electrical inputs? Down to its core, our meat suits are really just electricity, chemicals, and anxiety, if you think about it. And if my ramblings are anything to go off of, the 3.5-time chemoelectric anxiety machine completely backs up that statement. But given its electrical nature and how we are able to utilize it to communicate, think, and act, if something were to, say, completely override that and remap the brain, what would happen to human consciousness, our communication skills, or really even our own free will? Well, surprisingly, this movie actually tackles this deeper topic, and it doesn't take 3,458 years to set it up. I was pleasantly surprised. A lot of you have been asking for this movie, but for the life of me, I can really remember like a big tiny 1102 and my own death requesting it off the top of my head, but as a mysterious phone call is sent out to everyone everywhere all at once, people would immediately begin convulsing on the spot before turning absolutely rabid. As one man allegedly survives the process, he goes looking for his son. The question is, did any of them really make it out? Well, that's the philosophical one, because the real question is, how was the brain rewired to actually play music out of people's throats? Well, let's discuss all that in today's topic, covering Cell from 2016. Well, first, it's sponsored by War Thunder. Are you ready to take the battle with you everywhere as well as at home? Of course you are. Take command of 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of 10 major nations, ranging from biplanes to armored cars in the 1920s to the fighter jets and main battle tanks of today. War Thunder can be played for free on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and now
Hey, Aldo.
or anything else that we want to within our malware environment. So we have a lot to do here. Let's go ahead and get up and running with just a quick overview of what we're going to be doing in today's project. Alright, so welcome back to the Malware Analysis Project 101. In today's video, we're going to be building an isolated malware analysis lab for compartmentalized analysis and definition of malware. So let's go ahead and overview what we're going to be doing in today's video. Ultimately, we're going to be setting up our isolated malware analysis environment, but we're also going to be installing some malware analysis tools using Flare VM. And then, secondly, we're going to be creating an immutable snapshot to restore our environment malware. So once we're done with our analysis, we'll actually be in state. In today's video, we're going to be doing both a self-hosted and a cloud-hosted malware analysis lab environment setup. We'll be overviewing the technologies here in a moment, but basically you can choose whichever one you want to pursue. Ultimately, I do recommend the VirtualBox self-hosted model over AWS because it's free and there are some limitations to both, but the self-hosted works for most cases. Okay, so to start out with the self-hosted topology, like I said, we're going to be using VirtualBox as our hypervisor to create and manage our virtual machines and our network settings. Ultimately, we're going to have two virtual machines here. Virtual machine 1 is going to be Flare VM. This is where we're actually going to get the malware and assess what's going on. This is just going to basically impersonate a random Windows 10 installation, just a default Windows 10 with some malware analysis tools installed. And then virtual machine number 2 is going to be our C2 server. It's going to have remnants. And ultimately, we're going to be creating an isolated network in the 10 block address space. And this is going to be completely isolated from the internet. So virtual machine 1 and 2 can talk to each other, but they can't talk to anything else outside the internet. Now, there are ways that we will be able to access the internet through the power of VirtualBox, but ultimately we do need to make sure we have no internet access when we are detonating malware. Next is the cloud-hosted lab model. Now, full credit goes to the created this basically all of this instructions in this video form. So go make sure to check out the project below. Now, ultimately, in today's video, we are only going to be creating one virtual machine, and this is going to be hosted out on AWS using the EC2 service, which is basically just virtual machines. Now, we're going to be using the 122 block space, and because we are out in the cloud, this offers a unique advantage, and that is we have internet access fully provisioned, so we don't have to worry about our getting internet access because this isn't our machine, this is just AWS. Now, to access this virtual machine, we'll be using the remote desktop protocol on the computer. So if you're following along with a Windows 10, Windows 11, there is the native RDP client already installed. And if you're in macOS, I recommend checking out the RDP clients. There's many of them out there. You'll find a name in a moment. Alright, so for some things to note, ultimately in today's video, it's going to be a lot of just issuing a command and then waiting, or clicking on some buttons and then waiting again. So ultimately, I have come down to some bullet points here that I think that you're going to have to pause the video and just wait for something to install or download. There are a few things to note when it comes to the cloud-hosted option. Number one is that because we're using AWS, they require some sort of banking or credit card associated with the AWS account. So this will cost money, but through the power of infrastructure as code via Terraform, you can issue a Terraform destroy after you've assessed your malware, and that will make sure that you're not using some sort of EC2 instance that you're paying money for. It'll just completely destroy it. Number two is that if you're not using Windows, like I said, you're going to need to install an RDP client for macOS, which I assume is a lot of people are running. Just go out on the App Store and look up Microsoft Remote Desktop. And third point is that if you are in a Windows 10, Windows 11 environment, you need to make sure that you have a Linux or Unix terminal of some sorts. I recommend going out on Windows and using Windows Subsystem for Linux, Ubuntu 2004 or 2204. All you have to do is go to the Windows Store, look up Ubuntu, and then just click download. It's that easy. And then ultimately, you can download the slides and notes in the description below, as well as the commands will be in the description.
Alright, so let's go ahead and get moving with the self-hosted option first using VirtualBox. Okay, so starting out with the self-hosted malware analysis lab environment setup. By the end of this, we're going to have a Flare VM virtual machine as well as a Remnux virtual machine, and they're going to be able to talk to each other. Now, to power this, we of course need VirtualBox, which is going to be our hypervisor and powering these virtual machines and the virtual network. Alright, so up on this URL here, you're going to have VirtualBox and proceed to download whichever installation host OS that you have. So in this case, I am running Windows, so I can just click Windows. It's going to download the installer. Now, as you can see from level 1, I've already installed this installer. I actually already have VirtualBox installed. So what's going to happen is it's going to come to this modify or repair screen, but if you don't have VirtualBox installed, just run through the defaults. It doesn't really matter. You don't need to change any of the default settings. So once you have VirtualBox installed, what you're going to be able to find is the VirtualBox little tool here. Now, in my case, I already have Remnux and Flare VM running, but we are going to be creating another instance of this for the self-hosted lab. Okay, so going back to our web browser here, the second URL link, and like I said, all of these links will be in the description below. We're first going to have to download and install just a base installation of Windows 10 Enterprise. This is going to act as our victim machine where we're going to detonate the malware. So Microsoft does require that you start a free trial, enter in all of this information. So I just will go ahead and do this real quick, but it doesn't matter. You can put in, 1, 2, 3, 4 for your phone. It doesn't really matter. Once you have your information filled out, just click the download now, and this is going to redirect you to a web page where you can download Windows 10 Enterprise. Now, in this case, we're going to be using the English United States edition and the 64-bit edition specifically. So just go ahead and click this, and you will be directed to the ISO file. This is where it's going to download. Now, depending on your internet connection, this could take some time. So go ahead and pause the video, and I will wait for this to fully install. Okay, so as you can see, the ISO has installed, and while we're on the topic of installation, let's just go ahead and go through Remnux and install Remnux as well. So again, the URL will be in the description below. What you're going to want to do is make sure the VirtualBox OBA file tab is selected, and then you're just going to click whichever one you want to. I would go ahead and click the box version, so just go ahead and click box, and wait for this to download. Just click download and wait for that to download as well. Now in this case, we don't need to wait or pause the video for this OBA file to download. Let's proceed to go ahead and set up our first virtual machine, which will be the Windows 10 Flare VM instance. So going back to VirtualBox, make sure that it is open, and we are going to go to new right here, and then we can add a new name. You can proceed to have the virtual machine wherever you want it to be located. I'm just going to use the standard VirtualBox VMs. Now for the type and version, just make sure it's Microsoft Windows 10 64-bit. Then just go ahead and click next. Here we can allocate our base memory. 2 gigabytes is good enough for me, but feel free to use whatever you want. Click next. Now in this case, we're going to be creating a virtual hard disk. Flare VM requires that at least 60 gigabytes is available and free. I'm going to proceed to just allocate 75 gigabytes just in case. So you need to make sure you have space on your computer. If you don't have space on your computer, I recommend either locating a flash drive, a big flash drive, or a external hard drive. This could definitely be significant and help you with your virtual machine management. Click next, and then just proceed to click finish. Alright, so now we have our Flare VM Windows 10 box here. Go ahead and click start. We're going to see this VirtualBox VM dialog box pop up with DVD here, and this is because we actually haven't loaded in our ISO. So you're just going to click the down arrow and then proceed to choose other. Now my ISO file that I've just downloaded, the Windows 10 Enterprise, is in my downloads folder. Just click open, and then just choose mount and retry. Alright, so if you see the Windows logo, you are successfully on the right path. You can just click out of this little box here. Next, we're going to go through and just choose the defaults here. So just proceed to click next and do install now. I accept the license and terms. Again, just lots of the defaults. Now when you get to this box here, make sure to choose custom. And we're going to create one more partition. So all you have to do is just click new. And the default is completely fine, whatever that is listed. So I'm just going to click apply, click OK. And then make sure that your drive 0, partition 2, which has the most gigabytes or most storage available, is selected. Proceed to click next. And then this will take a while to install. So once again, I'm just going to pause the video and wait for this to fully install and for the next screen. Alright, so after the virtual machine restarts a couple of times, we're going to be presented with this screen here. Again, we're just going to be running through the defaults. In my case, just going through US and skipping everything. And I mean, it's pretty straightforward here. When we're presented with the sign in with Microsoft, just do domain join instead, provide name, next password, I'm going to go ahead and opt out of all of these privacy settings and click accept. Now. Okay, so now Windows 10 Enterprise is up and running here. If we do a little full screen, what you're going to find is that our window is cut off. If you're OCD, kind of like me, want a full screen, and in this case, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to go up to Devices and just insert Guest Edition CD image. What this will do is insert a drive into our folder. So go to File Explorer here. And just proceed to go to this PC. And you're going to have this CD drive. Double click it. And then choose the Windows editions. The first one. Yes. Next. Next. Install. This will ask you to reboot, so just click finish, and I'm going to this reboot and get right back into it. Alrighty, so now if we go up to our minimize, maximize, and then we just maybe not do that. Wait for it. Boom. There we go. We got it. Alright, so you just have to do minimize, maximize, and you got it. Okay, so our next step is to download your favorite web browser. In this case, I'm just going to download Google Chrome, and yeah, I don't enjoy doing Edge, so again, just start without your data, running through all of the defaults. Okay, at this point, just download Chrome. Again, running through all the defaults, just clicking and waiting and clicking and waiting. So let's download Chrome, and with Chrome installed, it is now time to start configuring some settings. So in order to install Flare VM, we need to disable some default settings on Windows. So following along here, let's proceed to go ahead and do this. I am going to get off my webcam so that we can do this. First thing is to go to your Windows search bar and look up proxy settings, change proxy settings. Turn automatically detect settings off. Next, we're going to disable Windows Alright, so going back to the search bar here, we're just going to do Defender, and then you can choose Windows Security. Go to the Virus and Threat Protection, and then under the Virus and Threat Protection, just click Manage Settings. Alright, so let's proceed to turn all of these protections off. So just go ahead and click Off, and click Back. So now the real-time protection is off. You can just click out of Windows Security for the time being. Alright, so next we're going to set up a few things in the Windows GPO settings. So going back down to search bar, look up Group, and just choose Edit Group Policy. Alright, so let's go ahead and proceed to go into Administrative Templates, Windows Components, and then go to Microsoft Defender Antivirus. Here you can see the turn off Microsoft Defender Antivirus. Double click it, and then choose Enable, Apply, OK. Next, let's turn off the Windows Firewall. So once again, going to Administrative Templates, this time Network, Network Connections, Windows Defender Firewall, Domain Profile, and where it says Protect All Network Connections, click Disabled. Apply and OK, and then you're going to go back into Windows Defender Firewall. In this case, just go to the standard profile, double click it, disabled, apply, and OK. Alright, so at this point we have the necessary settings defined and set for Flare VM to install. So in this case, I'm going to exit out of basically everything, and this will be our first opportunity to create a snapshot. So in this case, let's just say Flare VM fails to install. We can revert back to this snapshot whenever we need to, which allows us just to have basically a point of reference. So if you go to Machine, then just click Take Snapshot. I'm going to call this Windows 10 Base, and click OK, and wait for this to take the snapshot. So at this point, we are ready to install Flare VM. I'm going to be doing this via PowerShell. So this is bothering me here. I'm going to close out this search bar. Okay, so opening the search bar here, we're going to type in PowerShell, right-click, Run as Administrator, and then click Yes. Okay, so right now we are in the C Windows System 32. We need to get to our desktop. In this case, it's just a simple change directory C \users. Proceed to put in your username you set up, and then just do desktop. Do a clear, and we are good to go. So the commands will be in the description below, or in the notes, and basically what we're doing is installing an installation script, unblocking that file, and then running. So go ahead and put in the first. Okay, so if you're following along here and you want to supply commands into your virtual machine, you need to enable bi-directional capabilities in your clipboard. So going over to Machine, then just do Settings. Here under General, Advanced, you can see a Shared Clipboard setting. In this case, let's do bi-directional, and then just proceed to click OK. Now you can go into the description below and copy the first command. Okay, so here I have my command open. What I'm going to do is just do a Control-C, minimize, and then just right-click. Now, if you want to go back all the way to the front, make sure there's no space, and then just press Enter. As you can see, an installation script will be installed on our desktop. Next is to unblock the file, so all we need to do is just do unblock file, install 1.fps1. Alright, at this point we are ready to run the installation PS1 script. Dot backslash install PS1. Now this is going to go through and make sure some of your settings that we took earlier are finished. And then at this point it's going to say, have you taken a VM snapshot? You're just going to say, yep, we have. Enter in your credentials that you set up for the Windows box, and then let this proceed to download. Now, there is going to be a little dialog box that will come up here in a moment. Alright, so this dialog box took about 2 minutes to pop up here, and as you can see, we're having some installation packages installed. So you can go into here and look at all of these different installation packages. Basically, they provide the defaults, and this is all the tools that we need to install for our malware analysis. So, for example, if you're familiar with Wireshark, here's Wireshark, and it's going to install Wireshark as well as all of these other suite of tools. So, like I said, we're just going to keep the default, so just click OK. And then in this case, we are going to let Flare VM install via this script. And this can take anywhere from 10 to 50 to an hour, depending on how long and what your internet connection is. So right now, we're just going to let this install, and we're going to minimize out of this entire virtual machine. Going back over to the web browser, we have Remnux installed. It is completed. This is going to be a little bit of a different setup. We don't actually have to go and download an ISO and everything else. So in this case, let's go into my downloads folder here and have Remnux installed. Going back into VirtualBox, so you're going to go up to File, Import Appliance. And in this case, you're just going to choose a little folder icon, go into Downloads, and then choose your Remnux installation. Click Next. And then you can use the defaults. There really isn't anything here, so just click Finish. And as you can see up here, it's importing the appliance utility. This will take a few minutes, so now you can pause the video and wait while Windows sets up and importing this appliance. But we're going to go ahead and set up Remnux here while Flare VM is installing all of its tools. Okay, so we have Remnux 1 here, and in this case it's really easy. All you need to do is just click Start. Okay, so since Linux is awesome, you don't even have to install the guest edition's ISO version. You can literally just do a little maximize, and boom, you are up with the console here. Clicking Minimize, this is Remnux base installation. Very easy to install. Okay, so our next step is to actually go back into VirtualBox and create our own network. So going to VirtualBox once again, go up to the Tools panel here, and you're going to see this little network card. Click Create. Proceed to select Yes. Okay, so down here we're going to go ahead and put in the 10001 address block, and then just do Apply. Proceed to click Yes. Moving over to the DHCP server tab, let's enable this server. And then we're going to supply the DHCP server 10002. Keep the network mask the same, and then with the lower and upper bound addresses, you can choose whatever, but I would just stick to the defaults, which is going to be 10003 to 1000254. Again, just go over and click Apply. Okay, so in this case, as you can see, I have 3 network adapters. You probably will only have 2, so this is just something to highlight here. I'm going to be using VirtualBox Ethernet adapter 3, but like if you haven't done any of this before, it's going to be number 2. So it's both the same in this case. It doesn't really matter. So what this virtual network is going to allow us to do is allow Remnux and Flare VM to communicate to each other, but no other access, including the internet, will be allowed in. So we're good here. We've set up this virtual network. What we're going to do now is go back into Remnux, and while Flare VM comment the start service DNS. So, like I said here, it can impersonate DNS, HTTP, SMTP, FTP, and a whole bunch of other different services. So, scrolling all the way down again, just keep going down. Okay, so here we have this service underscore bind address. We're going to delete this comment and go all the way over and choose. Now we're going to enter the following 0.0.0.0. Okay, and then just keep going down. Once you get to the DNS default IP section, you're going to once again delete the comment under hashtag. And DNS default IP, we're going to change this to our remnants box. So it's going to be 10.0.0.4. Okay, at this point, we are good with our settings, so proceed to do a Control X, and then just do a Y, enter. That will exit out of the configuration view. Alright, so moving back over to our Windows 10 box, my Flare VM installation script is still installing all the packages and tools, and at this point, we are almost finished. We just have to do a few things on the Flare VM side. So I'm going to proceed to just let this fully install until I have all the tools, and you will see when Flare VM is installed because of the wallpaper behind us, it will change. Alright, so at this point I'm just going to let this installation script install the rest of Flare VM, and after that we can do a few settings changes. Alright, so this installation complete dialog box has opened up here, and if you have headphones on, it will actually do a little celebration song thing, but we're good to go. So let's go ahead and just click OK. You can minimize out of this log, and then just type enter to exit. Now, there is a very important step here, and that is to go to your failed package.txt. Here you're going to see maybe a few things, maybe not. In my case, I've tried to fix this problem, but I continue to reproduce it. Number one is Google Chrome, and that's totally fine. This Python libraries is also fine, but we definitely need the sysinternals library, which is a set of tools that Microsoft provides. So we're going to have to go out and install this. So let's go ahead and go to Google Chrome and download sysinternals. Now, if you don't see sysinternals in your log file, you're good to go. You can skip to the next timestamp. Here, all you're going to do, look up sysinternals, go to the sysinternals download page, and use the sysinternals suite. Here you're going to see a whole bunch of executables. So what you're going to want to do is minimize out of Chrome. You can minimize out here. Now, like I said, Flare VM comes with a set of preset tools in the tools folder within the desktop. So what we're going to do is just open that folder there, go to our downloads folder where we had that zip file. Now I'm going to go and just drag and drop this, right click it, and then you can choose extract all, or you can extract files here. But what I'm actually going to do first is go up to my new folder icon, do sysinternals, drag and drop this into sysinternals, go into it, and then here we can actually extract. So as you can see, we have all of the executables. We will not be using most of these programs, but there are a few important ones, including procmon. Alright, exiting out of this Explorer window here and here, I operating system, going into Remnux, we're going to do the same exact thing. So go to Machine, Settings, Network, host only adapter, I keep saying that wrong, and then just number 3, click OK. Okay. Going back into our Flare VM box, we're going to go to the search bar, type in Ethernet settings. Here you're going to see change adapter options. Click this, you have an Ethernet. Click the right click, properties, and then here we're going to have this Internet Protocol version 4. Click this, properties, and finally we can actually add in our Remnux box as our DNS server. So if you recall, we set up the little DNS service in our configuration file with inetsim, so we're going to say, hey, Remnux is our DNS server in this case, so 10.0.0.4. Click OK, close, and exit out of this as well. Going back down to Remnux and Flare VM, I think we have everything good to go to do a little ping test. So right now I'm just going to minimize this Remnux in here and proceed to go into the search bar, type in PowerShell. First, let's confirm the IP address of our Flare VM box, just doing an ipconfig 10.0.0.3. So let's ping 10.0.0.4. Great, we are getting a reply on that end. Now going back into Remnux, do a ping 10.0.0.3, and boom, we are also getting a ping reply. So that means we have communication between both virtual machines, and ultimately we are good to go with creating a snapshot, and this will be our base installation when we want to revert back to a clean environment after we have detonated your malware. So let's just go ahead and do a Control-C to get out of ping, minimize Remnux, exit out of PowerShell, go to Machine, take snapshot, call this Flare VM base. Alright, congratulations, you have just set up your own self-hosted malware analysis lab. So now on to the cloud lab. Here up on my screen is the GitHub AWS Malware Lab project, and I'm going to be using this as my source of inspiration. Basically, I just copy these instructions. There are different configurations out on this GitHub project that you can choose from. We're going to be doing one particular configuration, which is a Flare VM virtual machine with internet access. So full credit goes to Aiden. Make sure to go and give him a little star here. I should do that myself. And then, let's go ahead and jump into this. So if you're new to AWS, like I said at the beginning of the video, you're going to need to create an account. And when you create this new account, you're going to add your personal information as well as some sort of banking information or credit card. So once you have created your AWS account, you're going to be presented with a console homepage here. And at this point, we are ready to provision our EC2 instance. So what we're going to be doing is creating a template file called an Amazon Now scrolling to the instance type, we're going to be using a T2 medium. Now make sure to take note of this. This is not free tier eligible, meaning that you will be paying for when you are using this instance. Alright, to continue key pair, I'm going to go ahead and create a new desktop key pair. You can do whatever you want. Well, I'm on my desktop, so we'll be calling it desktop key. Use the default settings and just do create key pair. Scrolling to network settings, we're just going to be using all of the defaults. Make sure that allow RDP traffic is from everywhere for the time being. And then for storage, finally, let's up this to 60. Alright, so at this point we can go ahead and proceed to select launch instance. This is going to create our EC2 instance. Now we need to wait maybe 2 minutes for this to fully provision. We need to have it in a running state. Okay, so once we are in the running state here, we're going to go up to the checkbox, select it. Alright, then we're going to go into connect. And here we're going to be presented with some different profiles. Now what we want to do is select RDP client. We're going to download the remote desktop file. This is basically just a little template file which allows us to open up a remote session. Now this is very important. Here where you can see password, get password. This is where we need the password for the Windows 10 virtual machine. So if we click get password, what you're going to find is uploading your private key contents. It's the key that you just generated that downloaded probably to your downloads folder if you are new to this. So just go ahead and upload the file, which is desktop key in my case. Now this is going to be blurred out, but basically all you're going to need to do is just go to and click decrypt password after you upload your private key. And what you're going to find is the password here in plain text. I'm just going to simply select copy, and you can put this wherever you want. For the time being and for the sake of demonstration, I highly wouldn't recommend you do this, but right now I'm just going to put it in Notepad. Save it to my downloads folder and name it RDP password. Okay, so let's click X. Alright, so remember you downloaded this remote desktop file. If we go into our Explorer on our host machine, we're going to see Flare VM-3. Go ahead and double click this and then select connect. This is where we're going to have that password. So I have it in my clipboard. I'm just going to right click paste, click OK. With the certificate, just click yes. We can select yes, we can make it discoverable if we want to, completely up to you. Okay, so now that we have the Windows server up and running, we're going to download and install Flare VM on this machine and then save this as an AMI. So we're actually going to go to Microsoft Edge here. I'm sure we'll be presented with the defaults. Start without your data. Confirm and start browsing. Okay, so there's going to be a URL which is a GitHub project, the Mandiant Flare VM GitHub project, and we're going to be downloading a PowerShell script, which is going to basically download Flare VM and all of its associated tools. So I'm just going to paste it in this tab here. This will be in the description below. Okay, all you need to do is just click the download tab, proceed, press keep here, search bar, open up proxy, settings. Where it says automatically detect settings, proceed to select this off, and you can just click out of this. Next, go back down to the search bar and type in group policy. You're going to edit group policy. Okay, so what we're going to do here, maximize this, and under the computer configuration file here, we're going to go under administrative templates, go to Windows components, and here you're going to see a Microsoft Defender antivirus. Select this. Where it says turn off Microsoft Defender antivirus, double click this. And then just select enable followed by apply and OK. Next we're going to scroll up, go to administrative templates again. This time go to network. Network connections. Windows Defender Firewall, and then choose Domain Profile. Here you're going to see a Protect All Network Connections. Double click this and choose Disabled, followed by Apply and OK. Now on the left you'll have the domain and the standard, so go into the standard profile and do the same. Okay, at this point we can exit out of the group policy editor. Go back down to our Windows PowerShell. We're ready to run the installation script, so let's do this. /install ps1. So this is going to do a whole bunch of checks here. We're just going to proceed to do yes, and then just do yes again, yes. Here is going to be the password, so make sure to go back down to where you saved the administrative password. Alright, so this will proceed to install Flare VM. You need to wait about a minute or two, and there's going to be this dialog box that pops up. Alright, so this dialog box pops up here, and basically what this is a way to install extra tools if you want to. In our case, we are okay with defaults, so if you're familiar with Wireshark or PE Studio, some of these common tools, this is all we need. So we're just going to proceed to select OK, and then run through this entire installation. So this is going to probably take anywhere from 15 to maybe 45 minutes. It depends on how fast your connection is, but you're going to just let this Flare VM installation fully install, and it may restart your machine a couple of times. You'll be presented with a dialog box that says, hey, you're finished, and that is where I will pick up. So moving on to that. So getting back to the dialog box here, you can see that the installation has been completed. We can go ahead and click OK and exit out of the log. Now, if you go to your desktop and open up failed packages, you're going to see a whole bunch of packages, or maybe you won't see any packages. It depends on how your installation worked. And in this case, there are a few installations that we definitely need to make sure that we're installing. So Google Chrome being one of them, and then sysinternals being another. So let's go ahead and go down to Microsoft Edge. I'm just going to simply look up Google Chrome download. Okay, so once Google Chrome is downloaded, let's look up sysinternals download. So sysinternals is a suite of software provided by Microsoft, and there are a lot of different programs that come with sysinternals suite. A few of them we're going to be using in dissection of malware. So we'll can see all of the executables, programs that's involved with sysinternals. Alright, so returning back to the desktop here, you'll see a tools folder in your desktop. This is what Flare VM installs. It's a whole bunch of preset tools. Go up to the new folder icon, call it sysinternals. Navigate into the folder, and then with the downloads folder here, I'm going to drag and drop sysinternals.zip, and then just do right click, 7-zip, extract here. Okay, so all of the programs now are located in the sysinternals folder, and that is good to go. Now, one thing to note here is that if your logs file, build packages, doesn't have sysinternals, it doesn't have Google Chrome, you are okay. You can actually just proceed to move into the next step. So if sysinternals and Google Chrome have already been installed, that means your Flare VM installation has successfully installed those tools. Okay, so now we can go and proceed to exit out of everything, even Google Chrome. And this is basically our base installation of Flare VM. At this point, we are ready to create the Amazon machine image or AMI template. So go up to the little RP session here and just click close. And just say OK. So what we can proceed to do is go ahead and select the Flare VM checkbox, go to instance state, and just stop the instance. Okay, so once the instance has been in the stop state, this is stopped here, select the instance, go to actions, image and templates, and then select create image. Name the image whatever you want to. I'm going to call it Flare VM -3 for the sake of consistency. Leave everything default here, and then just click create image. Okay, so this will take a few moments to create the AMI, and you can actually see when it's successfully done by going to images, AMIs. Okay, so while this AMI is being created, we can actually go into the IAM service and create a new IAM profile, which is going to allow us to access this Flare VM box. So in the search bar, just go to IAM and select IAM. If you're new to AWS, you won't see any of these IAM resources. These are just existing profiles that I have out on my development account. What I'm going to do is go over to users, and then just to add new user. Here you can make it whatever username you want, and call it Flare VM, choose next. Now under here, add user to group, we're going to proceed to add the user to a brand new group. Again, you won't see any of these here. What we're going to have to do is go over to system has been updated. Okay, so now we are ready to install Terraform, JQ, and AWS CLI. Let's go ahead and install JQ first. So just do a sudo apt install JQ, and then just do yes, and wait for this to fully install. Next, we're going to install Terraform. I looked up the instructions here, and I am on Linux WSL, so we actually need to download a few dependencies and the GPG key before we can install Terraform. So these commands will be in the description below, but I'm just going to go ahead and proceed to copy these for the time being. So just copy and a paste. Right click to paste, and this will go in and install those dependencies. Now install the GPG key. Again, just double right click. Whoa. Okay. Alrighty. Next is verifying the fingerprint. Just simple copy, paste. Okay, copy this. Paste this here. Update the system. Then download Terraform. Again, these commands will be in the description below, but it's pretty straightforward here. We can verify the installation by doing a terraform-help. Terraform is now installed. Alright, finally we're going to install the AWS CLI with a sudo apt install AWS CLI. Press Y, and this will install AWS CLI for us. Once this has finished installing, just do an AWS and see what happens. Maybe it'll give us a help page. That's great. That's all we need to confirm that it has been installed. Alright, so at this point, let's create our working directory. Right now I am in the home branch directory, which is perfect. I'm going to make a new directory and call it cloud. Okay, change directories into this working directory. Okay, so now we're in malware cloud lab. Alright, so what we're going to do here is proceed to configure our AWS IAM profile that we just generated and add the access key secret into our profile so that we can authenticate and we can use resources, specifically EC2. So just go to AWS configure, and then here we're going to see the access key ID, and this is where we're actually going to go to our notepad. We're going to copy the access key. Here, just right click, enter the secret, copy, enter. For the default region name, choose the region that you created the EC2 instance in for the Flare VM. So for me, it is US East -1. And we can use JSON as our default output if we want to. Alright, so at this point we can go ahead and clone the GitHub repository AWS malware lab. So this will be in the description below, but basically it is a simple git clone here, copy the URL, and select yes or type in yes. Okay, so this is going to proceed to create all of the AWS infrastructure. Here you're going to see an output of the Flare VM IP address. So let's copy this. I'm going to search for RDP remote desktop client. I'm going to paste this public IP address and then just choose connect. Alright, so this may take a few moments to provision. You may get a little error sign, but all we need to do now is just type in administrator as our username. And then remember that RDP password that we created when we were first creating our Flare VM instance. Well, we're actually going to use this in our case, so just copy and paste that password. Select yes. This will proceed to set up our instance of Flare VM. So we are good to go. We have our instance running. There is a few more things we need to do here. One is to configure inetsim so that we have that DNS, FTP, HTTP, web server, C2 impersonator, basically. So to do that, what we can do is go down to our Windows search bar, look up Windows PowerShell. Okay, so there is going to be a command here where we can run inetsim. So this will be in the description, but I have it here in my notes. Press enter. Alright, so basically what this is doing is just setting our default DNS server to be this public, or rather private IP address, which is where inetsim is running with that 20.04 Ubuntu server. To ensure that inetsim is working, go to Google Chrome or whichever browser you installed, and then when you put in google.com, you're going to see this default HTML page, meaning that inetsim is running. And then you can even go out and download a random binary, so do mouse.exe, and that's going to install a little executable, which inetsim does when you go and put in .exe. So we'll expand more on that in the next video, but for the time being, this means inetsim is up and running. Alright, so we can X out of here. And at this point, we are good to go. This is our malware analysis environment for the cloud-hosted VM. And so if we're done with our malware detonation, our malware analysis, or we just want to revert back to a clean state to maybe provision or detonate the malware again, I'm going to close out of my remote session. Alright, going back to the terminal here, all you need to do is do a terraform destroy. If I can spell right. Right, so that will destroy all of our infrastructure. Now, before I do this, I just want to quickly show on the AWS console side. If we go over to the Instances tab, what you're going to find is some running instances of inetsim and Flare VM. I've done this a few times before I recorded this video, so that I'm just testing. But basically, you're going to see these running instances, and Terraform basically goes out and configures this infrastructure for you. It's all done through code. So here it's running, but what we're going to see here in a moment is that it's going to be terminated. So if we go ahead and just select yes, this will proceed to delete all of the AWS infrastructure. So going back into our console here, if we refresh, you can see that it's shutting down, and that means, okay, we no longer are having to pay for those instances. And then when you're wanting to re-provision the lab again, all you need to do is you're just going to need to go into this directory here, and then do a terraform init, terraform apply, like we just did, and that will provision a new IP address, RDP into that, and you're good to go. You have a clean, fresh instance of Flare VM. Now, something to keep in mind here is you will be charged when this infrastructure is running. So make sure that when you are finished, destroy it, settings and ensure that in the network settings you have host-only adapter, and you have the virtual host-only Ethernet adapter applied. Once you do that, you can go ahead and proceed to take the snapshot image and call it whatever you want. I call mine Flare Face, and whatever you want to do it, it's up to you. For the AWS lab, you actually won't need to create some sort of snapshot because of how Terraform works. It's immutable infrastructure, so you can just go ahead and do a Terraform distribution out and try to deobfuscate the strings for us. And it's simply running floss, malicious executable, and then pressing enter on the command line. Next is going to be kappa. So kappa automatically detects capabilities of the program and outputs what it thinks the functionalities of that program are. It's a simple command line utility program which allows us to supply the program executable and see what happens. Now, rules are matched against known API calls, identified strings of interest, and much more, and the behavior from kappa output can be mapped to the fighter attack framework. Next is Cutter. Cutter is a reverse engineering platform, and we're going to be using Cutter to view assembly level instructions of the program and actually view the completely decompiled code. So we're going to be getting really low level into assembly because assembly has no other layers of abstraction. So it is the baseline programming language, if you want to call it a language, which has no abstraction. So we're going to add the Zeus Banking Trojan into Cutter and look through the assembly level instructions from a very high overview in today's video. Next is inetsim. This is our first dynamic analysis tool where we're actually going to go out and run binary. So inetsim is basically a service used for simulating common internet services. And really it's going to be used in today's analysis for impersonating a DNS server. So it is as simple as running inetsim on the command line in runnuts, and that will impersonate DNS for us. Next is Wireshark. Maybe you've heard of Wireshark before, but basically it's a network packet sniffer and analyzer. It's used for network troubleshooting, packet analysis, and for malware-specific use cases, we're going to be viewing ingress and egress network traffic from the malicious program, and maybe flagging any particular domains or IP addresses being reached out to within the hidden binary process monitor, or procmon for short. It is a part of the sysinternals suite, which is a set of programs that Microsoft actively manages, and really these programs help you do a lot of things just in the Windows world. But specifically, Process Monitor is going to allow us to monitor and display real-time information on what is happening within the Windows file system. So it can capture a lot of different events, including what's happening in the registry, file system, network, processes, and Proton events. And specifically for malware, it's going to allow us to capture maybe malicious activity occurring within the file system, such as when it sets arbitrary registry keys or writing files to Windows paths or anything that is of interest. And Procmon does a really good job of capturing that information. Next is Yara. Yara is used to classify and identify malware samples by creating rules of what malware families are doing, and it's based off of patterns or textual information. So Yara rules are written as one that is in front of me, like here. Basically, it extracts different information, maybe strings of interest or byte sequences, and these variables are evaluated by a condition block, which implements logic. So, for example, if this file is named this particular file name, pdf.exe, then, well, it matches this Yara rule. Okay, so now that we have overviewed the tools, as I've said, I'm going to be using our VirtualBox VM network, which has two virtual machines running. One is for VM, two is runnuts. It's going to be isolated in the host-only adapter, which has no internet access. Finally, some warnings and disclaimers. First off, safety is key when dealing with malware. Ensure you are always following protocols when it comes to downloading and detonating a malicious sample. Follow all the instructions listed within the course. And then disclaimers, of course, personally, I cannot take responsibility if you infect your host machine or any other machine or network. And two, this project and this set of videos is for educational purposes only. So I'm not here to try to show you how you can write your own malware. I'm literally just trying to show you what malware does. So with that being said, let's get our lab up and running and download the Zeus Banking Trojan. Oh boy. Alright, so here in front of me, I am in front of VirtualBox. does is to ensure that even if we were to download this here, you're not detonating the real world sample, and just as a safety precaution. So what I'm going to proceed to do is click the .zip, then go to the download icon. Now you must note here that I am using Microsoft Edge. If you go to Google Chrome and try downloading this, it's going to block it automatically, so I just go through and use Microsoft Edge for just downloading the banking Trojan. Now we can go in to the file or folder icon. Take note of where this is at, which is going to be in the downloads folder. And then at this point, go to machine settings, network, host only adapter. So we're cutting off internet access immediately. At this point, we have no internet access. It's going to say no network or no internet identified. So at this point, we're good. What we can do is take our zip file. Of course, I've downloaded this twice for the sake of demonstration, but I'm going to go and drag and drop this to my desktop. The Zeus Banking Trojan zip is in our desktop. What we're going to do now is proceed to take another snapshot. Machine, take snapshot. I'm going to call this Flare VM Zeus. Click OK. And wait. Alright, so we want to make sure that our internet connection is disabled. We can go up to the Zeus Banking Trojan, right click. Under 7-zip, which should be installed with Flare VM, choose Open Archive. And here we can see this interesting file, .pdf.exe. Let's drag and drop this onto our desktop. Now, as a second safety measure within our zip files, we have a password. We want to make sure that we know what we are proactively doing. So this is yet again another way to make sure that the analyst isn't automatically or somehow mistakenly produces this malicious binary onto their system. So we know that we have an internet connection, we are on a virtual machine, we're good to go. So we can type in the password for all binaries on the Zoo GitHub repository. The password is infected, all lowercase. At this point, we are good to analyze. We can proceed to take another snapshot if we want to, but at this point, I'm going to stay here, and this is where, well, this is where it gets fun. So let's go ahead and start out with basic static analysis, first by using virus tool. Alright, so let's proceed to fingerprint and identify what this malware is. First off, I want to note that in my host machine, I have a Word document that has a report template for what we're going to be doing. We're going to be fingerprinting and then going through static, dynamic, and then also going through a YARA. So we're going to iteratively go through this process and add in details, meaning we're going to be going through lost or maybe revert back to a state. So I like to go through and do malware analysis, basically just document my steps as I go through. Okay, so going back into our Flare VM virtual machine, at this point we can minimize out of Chrome, and let's remember to go ahead and, change the internet connection back to host-only adapter, and then make sure that you have your VirtualBox Ethernet adapter. It's either going to be 2, right now I have 3, but if you created it from last time's video, it's going to be number 2. Alright, so our fingerprinting isn't done. Based off of virus tools output, we know that this sample is malicious, and we can even go to the details tab. We have these hashes. Now, one of the reasons why we want to hash our file name or malware sample is it provides uniformity. We're giving this sample to other malware analysts, and also when it comes to security engines, you have something that is able to have static information, which is a hash, something that doesn't change. You can give this to a security engine, a malware analyst, and you know that you're working with the same exact sample. So here we have 3 different types of hash algorithms, and we can copy these over into our report. Now, we're actually going to use PE Studio to develop these hashes. So if you go down to your search bar and search PE Studio, you should have PE Studio, and you can just accept user access control. Now, as I said at the beginning of this video during lectures, PE Studio is really easy to do. All you have to do is go in your invoice and just drag and drop. Alright, so what's going to happen here is once you get the file in, you're going to see some different tabs, and this may take a few moments to generate the information. Now, PE Studio offers a lot of granular information to the executable, and executables often are called binaries programs. So I'm going to be calling it a binary right now, but basically when you're talking about an executable or aka a program, an application, it's also a binary. So if we take a look in here in PE Studio, we're not going to go through everything here, but the first thing that we're going to want to identify is the hash. Now what's really cool about PE Studio is that we can actually go to the hash, and if we hover over this, this is going to give us a virus total link, which we can copy and paste into a browser if we did have internet connection. Now, we don't have internet connection, and at this point we are okay, and we're actually just going to copy all of this information over as another means of fingerprinting our malware. So clicking these, shift, right click, and just do copy lines, and then going back to our host operating system and adding in our hashes as another way of fingerprinting this sample of malware. Alright, so for our final fingerprinting, we're actually just going to take note of the name of this sample. So it looks like this is trying to impersonate some sort of maybe company invoice. Maybe this was delivered through some sort of phishing campaign or impersonation where they're trying to impersonate a company invoice. So what I'm going to do here is right click and go to properties. And I'm just going to simply copy and paste this name here. Now you're also going to notice something. One of the things here is that it looks like it's trying to impersonate a PDF document, but as you can see, this has a double formatted file. So you have a PDF and then you have .exe. What this really means is that this is an actual .exe, but it's trying to impersonate a PDF. So let's go and type in the file name. Alright, awesome. That's good enough for our fingerprinting. At this point, let's proceed into basic static analysis. Okay, so with basic static analysis, what are we trying spelling. This is really interesting to me. Why is this program have correct.com embedded in it? I don't know. We're going to have to take a look into correct.com later. So what I'm going to do is just note this right now, taking a screenshot within PE Studio and adding this to our report. Alright, so within PE Studio, the first section we're going to go into is it's called sections. Here you're going to see a whole bunch of information, and in my opinion, it's a lot of gibberish. Now, in this sections, what we're trying to look at is the file size of this program. And here you can see the different headers and their different names to the headers, .text, .data. And specifically, let's look at the .txt. Now, here in the property columns and rows, you're going to see a raw address and a virtual address. What this is denoting is how big the file is. Now, in the comparison of the values, you can see that this says 46,000 and this says 46,000 bytes. The reason why we're trying to compare these two is to understand whether or not this is compressed or packed. The way to maybe figure out if a malware is compressed, it's packed, is to see if these two values are similar. If they are, that likely means that there is no sort of compression or hacking going on, which malware authors will do to make sure that you have analysts coming in and trying to understand the functionality of the malicious programs. Now, if the raw size and the virtual size are much different, then that may mean that this malware binary is packed. The virtual size will be much bigger than the raw size. And really what this means is that the raw size has the core functionality of the program, what it's actually doing, and then you have the virtual size, which is just putting a whole bunch of gibberish code that's trying to obfuscate the overall functionality of malware. So in this case, what this probably means is that this program is not packed. Alright, so going down to Snipper, let's get this thing, and, well, we can write that up later as an artifact that we found. Okay, so next let's go into the strings part. This is one of the best parts of PE Studio. So in the PE Studio output, it's going to have all of these strings that are outputted. Basically, it goes through and tries to extract all of the plain text and anything that is contained within the binary. So a lot of this is just going to be a whole bunch of random sequences of characters and strings. One of the first things that you can see when you go up to the very top is you have all of these interesting function calls. For example, this one really sticks out to me, get capture. That most likely means get the screen capture to the screenshot. You have write file, writing the file to the file system. What's cool also is PE Studio will flag these as being malicious, right? So you'll have programs which may be malicious and it has these flags. And here you can see all of the imports, functions that have been flagged. So, get clipboard or exec or write file. So this is definitely something to take note of. Most likely this is hinting at the functionality of this program. So maybe this program can, get a screenshot, copy the contents of the clipboard, stuff like that. What I'm going to do is take the first row, go all the way down to where it has the last import. I'm just going to copy the values here and put this in my report. Alright, so full screen this here. Let's proceed down, see if there's anything else that is of interest. Like I said, we're trying to look for maybe anything that has a program or URL or IP address, anything that sticks out to us. Right, so this is another interesting artifact. If you take a look here, you have these random string of characters, and then below it, you have kernel 42 mul div. I don't know what that is, I don't know what kind of functionality it is, but I most scrolling back down to my basic static analysis section, I'm going to take note of those libraries that we see in PStudio. I'm going to do a simple copy and paste to make sure that, let's do this actually. Alright, that is good. Alright, so for our next tool, we're going to use floss, which is also a command line utility which outputs all of the strings contained within the program. Now, I recognize a simple glitch here, and I'm not sure what's going on, but what I need to do is proceed to actually exit out of PStudio, and this will allow us to open our terminal emulator, which is going to be command root. So if you just do cmd-dar followed by enter, you see that this is basically a terminal emulator is a very enhanced terminal emulator compared to the standard Windows that comes by default. So here we're in the C users grant directory. Let's change our directory into desktop. Just perform an ls. Here are all of our files, and the invoice PDF exe is what we're looking for. So like I said, floss is a command line utility that outputs all strings of interests. In the lecture slides, I also mentioned that floss does some cool deobfuscation in the background. Now, because this binary is likely not packed, we won't have to use any of those tools or tactics, but for the time being, what we're going to do is simply add in floss, followed by the name, use tab completion, then I'm going to use output redirection into a file. We'll call this strings.txt. Alright, so we're going to let this do its thing and wait until we get our command line prompt back. Alright, so minimizing here and going into strings. Alright, so what you're likely going to see is something very similar to what you've already seen in the strings section in PStudio. And to confirm, we can go through all this. Here are those function names that we had flagged, and followed by the Windows 32 DLLs and these random function names. That's what we're suspecting at this moment in time. Now I'm going to use the Control F functionality and look for anything that has a .com, see if there's any hard-coded URLs. Now we're seeing correct.com or CRECT, so that means it's also embedded within this binary. We'll do some follow-up analysis on what this domain is and whether it's malicious or not. Alright, so it looks like that is it for the .coms. We can do like a .net or a .org. Not seeing anything there. So let's exit out of our strings output. Going back into our commander prompt here, one feature I want to highlight about floss is that you can also extract strings which are a certain number of characters or above a certain number of characters. So for example, if we did floss, do a -n, let's say we wanted to do 6. What this will do here is output all strings which are above 6 characters. All of these will be above 6 characters, so it's just something to note about floss. If you're trying to look for maybe a hard-coded URL, or you're looking for characters that are equal to or above, you can use the -n flag option. Alright, so that is it for our floss for the time being. There's one more tool we're going to use, which will hopefully maybe show some functionality and map those functions to whatever the heck is going on in the program. So what I'm going to do is go down to my search bar again and open up PowerShell. We'll screen this. Okay, so there is this command line utility called kappa, as I mentioned in the lecture slides. Now kappa has some different flag options. As you can see here, there's a -v, there's a -vb. For the time being, let's just supply the file name. So going into the desktop directory, and then doing a kappa followed by the name, if I can spell right, tab completion. So here in kappa, as you can see, the hashes are an output, and we saw those in virus Here you can see tactic is defensive evasion. The technique in this particular case is virtualization sandbox evasion. So somewhere within this program, there is some virtualization or sandbox evasion. Of course, what that would do is to make sure that we don't have malware analysts like ourselves coming in and looking at the binary. And you can see this little code here. We can actually take a look at this code. I'm going to right click to copy, read more about what virtualization or sandbox evasion is, and maybe some different threat actors that have used this before. I'm not going to take a look at this in particular right now. Okay, so going back into our virtual machine, you can also see that there is this objective anti-behavioral analysis, virtual machine detection. Here are some capabilities that they're going to map to. VM detection, PE, and I don't even know what this is. So let's go ahead and clear the screen. And in this case, we're going to do a kappa, and this time with a -V, and then followed by our file name, tab completion, and enter. So the -V option will give us some different output than just a standard kappa. Here, it's just going to do it in more of a readable manner, I guess. So you can see what the base address is. You can see more information on what is happening. So in this case, it gives you the namespace, gives you basically the same type of information as before. Now, what's really cool is that when you go and do a kappa-VV invoice followed by enter, this will show you within the code where it thinks the binary is employing the different strategies. So it's the -VV option will output some more verbose information about where it thinks the capabilities are within the binary. So it will actually map where and flag where these sandbox evasion or defense evasion or whatever type of attack Alright, so it looks like this is some sort of news website, and I don't know. Let's see here. Being this text into Google Translate detected it as a Romanian domain, or perhaps, I don't even know what this is, but let's actually look here and go to interesting. So correct in Romanian is correct English. Interesting. Let's see what correct. So that yielded no particular information. So for the time being, what I'm going to do is minimize out of my host machine, going back into my report, and I'm just going to say correct.com yielded no reason. Interesting results. Okay, so our next set of information is these interesting imports. If you recall from the PE Studio outlet, this was a part of the strings section at the very beginning. And as you can tell, these appear to be different functionality. Now, I would think that these are API calls of some sorts. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is do a little bit of formatting on my report end, and I'm going to make sure to just keep in the API call, what I suspect is the API call, and delete all of this other information. For the time being, this isn't useful, and I don't think you will need to use this. So what I'm going to do is write API calls and format this. For formatting all of these different API calls, here is the list that we receive. So as I said here, this allows us to understand what is going on or the capabilities that the banking Trojan uses. Now some of these are self-explanatory, such as perhaps write file or find next file, or set the foreground window or get environment variables, but other of these are kind of interesting. Now some of these I don't really know what is going on. For example, get async key state. So I'm just going to copy this, for example, and using the powers of Google or ChatGPT, whatever you want to do. Here you can see that this is a part of the Win32 API, and specifically it determines whether a key is up or down at the time a function is called. So I can just proceed to copy this and paste it into our report here. So for the API calls that I perhaps don't know, I can add in a little description, look these up on the Microsoft documentation. I'm not going to do this for all of them, the ones that I don't know. You're welcome to go look at the ones that are not self-explanatory. But the overall functionality it appears is that it's pretty powerful. It can capture screenshots, it can get the clipboard data, it can get the environment variables set within the Windows environment, it can write files, it can read files, it can see where the file paths are, the drives. There's a lot of different functionality within this Trojan, so this is a very powerful program once it's most likely executed. Okay, so moving down into our next section, this is where I suspected so at this point, we are ready for some basic advanced static analysis, and we're going to do this using the tool Cutter. Alright, so back in Flare VM here, I do not have internet access, and I'm going to proceed to get internet access back because, unfortunately, Cutter does not come pre-installed with the Flare VM toolset. Alright, so I'm just going to download Cutter and run through the default installation until I have Cutter installed. Okay, so I have decompressed Cutter into my desktop. Here I have the Cutter executable. You can choose to put the Cutter file wherever you want to. Know that it will be zipped up, so just make sure to drag and drop the folder into your desktop. I'm going to proceed to fire on Cutter here and choose Run and Play. So Cutter offers a lot of advanced capabilities, and for the sake of this video, we're going to be doing some basic analysis of this program in Cutter, which is going to show us all of the assembly code. Now, it won't let us run the program, but at least give us visibility into what is going on. So I'm going to choose Continue here. When opening the file, we're just going to open Invoice, and then choose Open. We'll leave these settings as default and just press OK, and then we'll wait for this to load in the executable. Alright, so as you can see here, it gives us the hashes just like a lot of other malware analysis programs. Provides the 3 libraries that extracted from the strings section. Gives us the format, the bits. Looks like it's a 32-bit program, and just some other interesting information. 523 strings. Here on the left, we're going to see a whole bunch of functions. So each of these functions is going to contain its own set of assembly code. Here we can see the entry point for this program. We can double click it. This will actually output the assembly code for the program. So this is the entry point into the program. You can drop down, you can see the offset or the memory address location. You can see the instructions here. Now a lot of this just looks like random gibberish. In fact, when you're reading assembly code, it can be very confusing. And typically I have a pen and paper when I'm actually running through assembly code. Now for the sake of this course, what we're looking at is just anything that maybe sticks out to us. Now within the entry point, one thing that I already have noticed, you see this allow set foreground, get tick count, or any of these other, well, they look like API calls. It appears this is where the API calls are located for specific functions. There's another interesting API call. So going back into our report, let's see if that allow set foreground was within our API call section. Alright, here it is. Now note that when we went into the entry point, it was the first API call that really stuck out to me. And it's the first API call that was outputted based off of our strings command that we took out of the studio. So it's likely that this is following, it's probably the same sequential order of API calls. I do want to highlight this here. Get tick count. What would this mean in malware binary? Well, get tick count is typically a mechanism employed to see how long a machine has been powered on. So this is an interesting artifact here. What's really cool about Cutter is that they give you this graph view. So this is just the instruction set. Go to graph, said, this could get a tick count. Probably means that one of the mechanisms that's being used within this binary in particular is that it's seeing how long the Windows machine has been running. So if you're in a virtual machine environment, it's likely that your PC, your virtual machine, hasn't been powered on for that long compared to your host machine. I'm going to take a screenshot of these 3 blocks here just as a means of documenting what we found. Alright, so scrolling to our advanced static analysis and just pasting that in. What's also really cool about Cutter is you can go to the decompiler tab down at the very far right. And this will give you the instruction set in a little bit easier to read format. Now, remember when we went back to our report and we found these different gibberish random sequences with these DLL files followed by probably some sort of function contained within that DLL. I kind of want to see where these are located in this binary. This particular function here seems interesting to me, creating a file on our host. I don't know why, but it just makes sense to me. So what I'm going to do is try to put in this string into Cutter and see if it will resolve into anything. It probably will not. So it does not appear it does. We can exit out of here. Let's go to the entry point again. And scrolling down, I'm just looking for anything that's of interest. Notice that this provides the same string output as the other programs that we've used here in the past. So instead of putting the cell random sequence of characters, which we think is a function name at this point, into here, I realized I was doing that wrong. This is the functions tab. Let's go into strings and let's paste this in here. And as you can see, it gives us this output. Let's see if we can jump to it. Alrighty, so as you can see here, looks like part of the string IGH capital C is there. So we located at least a part of this sequence that's in the cell roto here. Specifically, this sequence right here is what is being reported in Cutter. Now, what I want to see is this function name similar or in close proximity of a kernel 32 create file? So going back into Cutter and let's go to strings. Right, we're trying to do the create file A. Alright, so now notice how close in proximity the string sequence IGHC is to the instruction of kernel 32 create file A. So I'm doing some hypothesizing. I can't confirm in Cutter specifically, but what I think this is that the function names, given the close proximity to the DLLs, most likely means there's some sort of capability going on here. Whether that is that these are function names, I don't know in particular, but I'm going to suspect that this is obfuscated function name values. So I'm going to take a screenshot denoting that this here is where the kernel 32 function is located, and then this is where that function string is. Now, as I've said here, I can only suspect that perhaps these random sequences of characters are somehow function names. I don't know in particular, and right now I could not tell you if it is. So the power of Cutter really is showing what is underneath the program. So we're actually seeing the basic particular case, our advanced static analysis concludes. And really, what I was trying to show for the sake of demonstration is that we can get to the assembly level instructions by loading this program into Cutter, and we've located that perhaps maybe these function names, these random function names, somehow have to do with the functions contained in the DLL files. Alright, so that is a check mark. The next thing to do is to run through some basic dynamic analysis. Alright, so it's finally time to get moving up and running with dynamic analysis, where we're going to detonate this binary and see what's going on once we run it on the file system. So I have my Flare VM where we're actually going to execute the binary, and then we have Runux, which is our virtual machine. It's going to impersonate our DNS service and kind of act as a C2 server for us. If you're in the AWS Cloud Lab, you should have INetSim up and running already. You won't have the ability to actually log into the INetSim instance, but you will have the impersonation of the DNS service. Make sure that you can go to google.com and you should see the INetSim webpage. Here I'll show you that in a moment, but for the time being, let's proceed to exit out of Cutter. Discards changes. So right now I still have internet access after downloading Cutter onto my machine. It's time to cut this off. So going into network settings, host only adapter, proceed OK, and in Runux I should already be. Alright, so in Runux I'm already in Ethernet adapter 3. So before running this binary, I am going to take a quick snapshot. As mentioned in the lecture slide settings, we're going to be using several programs here in our dynamic analysis capabilities. So the first one we're going to run is on Flare VM, and that is going to be Procmon or Process Monitor. So based off of last time's video, Procmon should be installed in our sysinternals folder within the tools section. We're just going to run the regular version, click agree, then yes. Alrighty, so now you should start seeing some output, and it's going to collect events, and as long as you have Process Monitor up and running, it's going to be collecting events. So what we can do is detonate this malware pretty quickly. The last thing I'm going to do before that is going back into Runux and just configuring INetSim. Alright, so the DNS service is running. To confirm this, we can just go to google.com, and here is where I was referring to that standard INetSim webpage. You should be seeing this if you have INetSim running in a virtual machine, or if you're in the AWS Cloud instance, you should have seen this default. So let's exit out of here, and well, it's time for detonation. Alrighty, so a quick click here. Looks like Adobe Flash Player is going to install. Okay. Alrighty, so it appears that it tried downloading and then the binary deleted itself. And that's some interesting behavior. So something is going on where it deletes itself after probably establishing some sort of persistence mechanism. So Procmon has a lot of cool features, and one of the features that you can see is this process tree. So if we hover over this icon, you can see the processes and the parent processes and the child processes. So for example, we scroll down here, alright, so we're seeing all of these processes, and if we proceed to the bottom in my instance, we'll see something. It appears that invoice.exe is still running somewhere, and underneath this has a child process of install Flash Player, Windows, but something to keep taking note of. So as you can see here, it appears that it's using the temp folder to place the install flash player.exe. Let's proceed to actually locate this and see if it's still on our file system. So here we have the install flash player.exe. My gut tells me that this maybe has something more underneath it. We'll have to see later. But it does drop this, and we can collect all of this information from the process tree. So the process tree gives us granular information into what is going on underneath. I'm going to grab this screenshot and collect this in our little evidence section for our malware report. Alright, so let's close out of the process tree. It looks like what happens is invoice drops install flash player.exe, which is installed in this temp directory. It attempts to maybe download a legitimate copy of Flash Player, and once Flash Player is installed, the executable will delete itself from the desktop. And then it also spawns a console host and attempts to run this command in the background. Console host's capabilities include running a invisible terminal session, and there are legitimate use cases behind console hosts. So let's take note of this command here. In fact, I'm going to do another screenshot for this console host. I don't know what this is or if it really is going to yield any results, but something to take as a notable artifact. Another cool capability of Process Monitor is filtering tool. And it gives you some pretty granular controls into what you can filter. So you can see that we have path. Well, we can also do operation, and we're going to do a few of these here today. So let's go. So the first one I want to use is process name, and proceed to do contains invoice, and add that to our filtering criteria. Next, let's see what's going on within that temp path. So scrolling down to the path, I'm going to say it contains, and I'm going to use that temp path that we used, or we found, rather. Alright, so this path here, I'm going to copy that path where the Flash Player binary was dropped. Add that in. I'm going to click apply, OK, and see what is results are going to give us. Alright, so scrolling down, we can see what's going on here. So it appears basically what is happening is, of course, we know the install flash player.exe is being installed. Here's another thing that was written, the MS image 32 DLL. It was written by the process name of invoice, so that's maybe something else to take note of. Let's go back into our directory location and try to find that DLL. Here it is. So these are some interesting programs, and in fact what I'm going to do is copy both of these, which were written by the invoice process. I'm going to copy them and paste them into our desktop. Now it looks like they're in some sort of suspended state because they're grayed out here, but I'm going to probably upload these to VirusTotal to see if these have been flagged as malicious binaries or DLL. I don't know, but it's something to take note of. Another really cool thing about Process Monitor is we can go back into the filter criteria, and we can filter by different types of operations going on. So let's go to the operation, if I can find it, and again, let's do contains. Now, I want to see if there were any sort of registry keys written by the invoice process. So there's this operation within Procmon, and it's called, referencing my notes on the other screen here, okay, it's called reg set value. So I'm going to add this, and I'm going to take away that the path criteria. All I need to do is just uncheck the path. Again, it's apply OK. Alright, so these are the different registry keys that we're are set by invoice. Proxy bypass, auto detect. So this is quite interesting to me here. We have these two processes, a OneDrive process and a Google Update process. Again, it appears it's trying to go into the local directory within app data. So going back into our process tree, let's see if the Google Update executable is running somewhere. And it does appear it is. It appears it's running in a suspended state, and we have, once again, all of these different executables as child processes to the Google Update. Here's another one. The parent process is WinInit, which is on Windows Startup. So what I suspect here is under the WinInit service and within Google Update, each time that Google Update is executed, perhaps invoice is also executed. And this is establishing persistence for the malware, so that, if a user were to delete the invoice, it's still going to be executed underneath this different process, which in this case will be under Google Update. So once again, it's time to create a screenshot, and this is just all what I suspect at this point. Right, so what we have done here with Process Monitor is what they call host-based indicators. Basically, we're looking for any telemetry on the host that we executed the binary on. So in this case, we gathered a few screenshots worth of information, and I'm not going to proceed further, but if you're wanting to, you can continue to investigate the data within Procmon to see what other types of information that this Trojan in particular has written into disk. These are the notable artifacts that I found during my first round when I was going through Zeus making Trojan. These were the most, I guess, highlightable things that you should use. These three here were the most interesting to me, and I think they're the most relevant because we can understand where it establishes persistence, what other files are dropped to the file system upon execution, back on my regular machine here, I'm going to go to virus total, and I'm going to look up the FP download at macromedia.com. So it appears all of the security engines have flagged this as okay, besides this one. I'm going to go to the Wayback Machine. So it doesn't appear that this is being resolved on the Wayback Machine, at least in my case. So what I'm going to do is go back into my Flare VM machine, and this definitely is interesting to me. I definitely think this probably has some sort of second dropper. Perhaps it is downloading the Adobe Flash. I'm not really sure here. So nothing else seems really out of the ordinary in this case. There's no hard-coded DNS requests. So minimizing out of here. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do is turn my internet connection back on Flare VM. Okay, I need to turn off my NetSim, and this should be able to load. Once virus total is up, do FP download. Alright, so I have internet access back on my Flare VM machine. I just looked this up again, virus tool. We're going to upload those two files, but before we do that, let's go into PowerShell and do an NS lookup on this interesting domain. So here's the name server, here are the addresses. I'm going to copy the IPv4 address onto here, and if I can go back, I'm going to search this IP. Looks like it's cleaned by all security engines. I'm going to proceed to navigate to fpmicromedia.com. So here on any.run, which is a malware analysis report, I just looked up fpmicromedia.com, and actually when we input it into our URL on Flare VM, I'm getting a helpx.adobe.com. It looks like it's a legitimate web page here, not something that's trying to be impersonated. So perhaps this fpmicromedia.com is something that Adobe owns. I'm not sure. Looks like that is a legitimate website. So it perhaps is just gathering the installation of Adobe from fpmicromedia.com. So this may not be a hard-coded URL that's actually having any sort of C2 server communications. This is a quick insert clip here. I wanted to highlight a couple of tools that you can use when you have found potentially a malicious domain name. One of them being the whois So going to desktop here, let's do the DLL first. Alrighty, so look at that. As we can see, this looks like some sort of malicious DLL that's going on. That's definitely something to take note of as a snapshot. So the DLL has some sort of malicious capabilities. Let's upload that install flash player binary as well. So it does appear that the installation of flash player is legitimate, and my hypothesis is that it's going out and downloading that, perhaps through fpmicromedia.com. But it does drop this malicious DLL file, which contains some interesting functionality. I don't know what it is, but it looks like it's some sort of Trojan. I'm guessing this has to do with ZooSpot in particular, but perhaps this could be used from other different virus variants. Alright, so in this case, I understand that, well, we haven't done a ton of dynamic analysis, but we can get at least an overall picture of what is happening. The invoice is downloading some different programs, specifically install Flash Player, which seems to be a legitimate binary, but it also downloads a malicious DLL file. In order to establish persistence, it looks like it has a Google update, and it infiltrates the Google update binary, so every single time Google Chrome is updated, the binary or the invoice file will be executed. And then finally, the fpmicromedia.com. This is the only domain that I could extract during my analysis. I didn't see the correct.com, which is interesting, but it appears that that is a legitimate domain. Alright, so for our last step, we're going to be creating a Yara rule, which allows us to fingerprint this particular variant. Back on my Flare VM machine here, I'm going to open up Notepad++. So I'm going to write my Yara rule here in Notepad. You can do it whatever you want to. Now, Yara rules are broken up into blocks, starting out with the keyword of rule. Give it whatever type of name you want to. So in this case, we're just going to give it the Zeus name, and within the brackets, there's mainly three different blocks. There is the meta block here. There is the strings block, and then the condition block. So for our meta block, what we're going to do is write who authored this, and in our particular case, it's me. Now, you don't have to provide that block, but if you are going out and analyzing some malicious sample wild, and you want to have credit for what you've done, this is a great way to provide credit. I can also provide a description. In this case, I have written it as a detection rule against the Zeus baking Trojan version. Alright, so inside the strings block, this is where we can provide any sort of static information about the binary malicious executable. In our case, there is a few things that we could perhaps note. First is the file name. So variables are assigned the $sign followed by the name of the variable. In this case, I'm going to call it file name. And here I'm going to supply within our report the specific file name. Now after this, I'm going to supply ASCII. This denotes the type of encoding used. Alright, so next let's proceed to write out a variable for those suspected function names that we exported from our static analysis. I'm just going to be using one of the function names. So first, let's add in a comment. Let's do it suspected name of functions, though a double forward slash will denote the comment. And here I can actually provide the function name. We're going to call it cell to roto king high, whatever this is. So I'm going to add this as a unique string within our yar rule. Now you're more than welcome to continue to add whichever function names from the report you want to within this yar rule. For now, I'm just going to add this particular string. Next is the PE magic byte. You don't have to do this, and there are libraries within Yara which can see if it's a portable executable or PE. So as I said, the MZ initials denote a PE or portable executable, and I'm just going to add that in as a Finally, we can add in different types of hex string sequences if we want to. In this case, I'm just going to write hex string function name. And going back into Flare VM, which we are already in, let's open up HXD. So this will give you a hex output of file contents. I'm going to proceed to extract the invoice again and upload this into HXD. Alright, so here you can see all of the hex output. Now you're more than welcome to add whichever type of hex sequence you want to. You can see the decoded text here. If we do a Control F, go into a report, let's see here. So here is those interesting function names. I'm going to add in this hex sequence right here. Alright, I copy this, paste this. So there is all kinds of different ways that you can show and denote different types of information within Yara. Here are just a few different ways. Now the condition block actually evaluates upon this logic within strings. So you can write some big complex conditions if you want to. For this case, we can just go ahead and say, okay, this is what this must contain in order to meet Zeus rule. Alright, I'm going to write PE magic byte at position 0 and file underscore name. Next, I'm going to have an AND condition and say it also must contain the function name kernel32 string or the hex string. So what I'm doing here is the following conditions must be met in order to meet the Zeus rule. The PE magic byte, which of MZ, must be at position 0 within the file. The file also must be renamed this particular file name. Next, the following strings must be in the binary. 1, it could be this string here. Or 2, it could be this string. So what this means, it could be either this one or this one. And these are just unique strings within the binary, which denote perhaps that this is meeting Zeus rule. So this is a really basic Yara rule, but it this onto our desktop and call it Zeus.Yara. Okay, so here we have our Zeus Yara rule. I'm going to go into Commander. Skip the download. Go into the desktop. So embedded within Commander is this program called Yara64, which allows us to supply a Yara rule followed by a malicious binary. So here I have the Zeus.Yara rule. And we're going to follow that by our invoice, the name of the binary, and then provide some different options here. So the S will print match strings out, the W will ignore warnings, and the P will allocate 32 threads to this rule. So what this means here, based off of this output, is that these are the rules that were matched. So at location 0x3176C, cell roto crud, whatever this byte here, and the same for all of these. So let's just confirm. For example, let's go to the 0x3176C address. As you can see here, based off of this memory address, which is 3176C, based off of this column, so starting at byte 43 all the way to 73, it's matched. So this is what the Yara64 executable does. Basically just evaluates our Yara rules and it lets us check if we've got it correct. So at this point, we have conducted and concluded our analysis. Finally, we can go through our report, polish it up, and provide little descriptions for each of our screenshots if we wanted to. For the sake of this video, I'm not going to do this, but when you are in a real world situation, you are going to go out and explain what is happening in each of these screenshots. So within the basic dynamic analysis, we can talk about how we see these malicious DLL files, URL, and anything else. Okay, so this concludes our basic analysis of the prolific Zeus banking Trojan report. Hopefully you've learned something new. Hopefully it's been, some sort of educational. I know this is kind of a basic analysis. We haven't actually gone in and done any sort of reverse engineering. This will definitely equip you to go out and dissect your own malware variants, whether that's on Zoo or anywhere else that you find. Just always make sure to be practicing safety. So this concludes part 3 in the Complete Malware Analysis Project 101. Hopefully you have enjoyed this series. You've learned something new, and I certainly have. And well, yeah, I guess until the next series of projects, have a good day. Don't infect yourself with malware.
So 2, all from SMTP message. In all these configs, you can send either HTML or plain text. And we have a load IP address list from file, taking account, load next IP list file. Ooh, that has a new file name in it. Oh, so the log status is being added into log.txt. And we have log.txt. But I don't see those hyphens in there or anything that's an IP address. There's nothing in it. But tempgoodservers.dat might be kind of neat. What do we have in that? Do we have temp good servers? Oh, we do. Are those just the good servers that it found? Is that the same as our Taiwan guy? Was that? Let me bring back those pages. That was Ukraine. mx.uhorizon.com. else we got? Pull one server we saw earlier. That looks like it's just grabbing things and getting out of the config, the SMTP accounts, etc., etc. Refresh time variable. How much more do we have to look through on this one? We should probably move on to something that might have a little bit more spice to it. But I think we can, at this point, come to the conclusion, right, that this is sending emails. And if there are mail tasks, I wonder if this is a, like, command and control framework. I wonder if this is some, like, rat might not be the right word, not our remote access thing. But part of me wonders, okay, is this being used to send, like, command and control, or to actually be able to interact with this victim that this Kaspersky.exe supposedly our fake antivirus is on? Oh yeah, load good servers comes from tempgoodservers.dat. So we know that those are a thing. Let me see if those other ones. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent. That was kind of neat and interesting. Let's check out our other one. Where's he at? Indonesia. Got 89 here. There are a lot of good servers in this. Out of the list of 73,000 that we just saw, that is over in Italy. And we could poke through some of these if we wanted, but each of them seemingly have had a domain name associated with it. Oh, no. The other one? That second one have one? I just want to check one more time, because the first one I know did. This one did. Yeah. They all have domains. And they're all related to a mail domain, or at least kind of indicated. Okay. We got our few the proud over here. We got our temporary good servers, and let's get back to IO stuff. Let's get back to the fun stuff. But we know those are the good servers, and we've been logging some of that. Good server index, load previous status. Well, the previous status must also come from that log.txt that it's keeping track of. And it is seemingly the robot status messages. Is that right? Or, each of these... these all indicate, like, different lines in that log.txt. Current pass index, done IP count. So how many has this gone through? Yo, that's kind of neat. Let me go back to, let's go back to that log.txt and see what of these make sense if they do. So we know that was all of this as we read lines. So let's copy that. Can I copy in and out of my, try it? No, I can't. Dang it. Alright, let's make this minimized. And now let's expand that window to kind of see what we got here. So, current IP index is 41,972. That makes sense. Current pass index, 122. Done IP count, excuse me, STR. Current IP list file name? Is this hash? Is that a hash? That looks like a hash. Next IP list file name, deposited time, send mail counter, done try count, total try count, good IP count. Yep, that makes sense. And the int IP list is exactly what we saw when we counted all those. Whoa. Okay. That was kind of neat to tie those together. Go to current position of the file. That must be taking everything that we had seen thus far and skipping over that part. On start invoke, on stop invoke, begin invoking some delegates. Action. Okay, that is from runtime stuff. So that I might. Oh, on stop and on start, no are called in each of those. So the robot, if it is started, then it doesn't need to start anymore. default config from the default IP addresses. Good. Download IP. I don't know what exactly that might be, but it's a load default config. So is that something we already saw? Temp good servers, log.txt, it clears them out. Then we get the number of IP addresses, how many do we need to go through, go to current position file, and load the good servers. So we delete those that aren't necessary, seemingly, set up some threads, see how long we're going to end up waiting, I think. Like, give it a little bit of time to not look so spooky, not look so sketchy. And whenever the timer goes off, it does some other task. On stop, okay, yeah, it stops it all. Reset robot status. On set config. Default CFG. Ooh, that's a new one. What is that file going to end up being used for? On set config, robot status is started. We get a binary writer. And we write the config data, which is passed in as an argument. But that's a byte string. What is in that? What is in that default.cfg? That's called again on get config when we read the data out. Binary reader, we read that data in. Sorry, I realized my face was kind of in the way. Base string length, we read it, and then we do send config on our SMTP robot. So we should totally check out the SMTP robot. We do check all the URLs or the IP addresses. Once we're connected on a master, then we start a monitoring loop. Okay. Master disconnected, server IP port. What is that? HTTP client response message. Retrieve that server URL. Make sure that we have a successful status code. I'm gonna go to that just real quick, just to see what it looks like. Yep. Looks like it. Okay, it's just checking if it got like a 200 or something. And if we did, we get the results from that. And then we decrypt them with a string cipher with Shangwei Foresight 1988. What is that? Is that something that like is existing? Is that a thing? Let me go back to Google. I know I'm already on Google, but I'm on the image search one, and I don't have internet. Gosh darn it. All right, get me back to my adapter settings, please. Enable that. Go, go, go. We're getting intense here. All right. Let's see what this is. Let's go to google.com. Please load. Cool. Slap in Shangwei Foresight? No. There are no results. There aren't that many good ones. That's sad. What if I look for like malware? Is it like a known thing? Is there any? Is that our totally random key or something? I don't even know what this is actually being used for yet. So like let's table that for now. And let's go back to analyzing. That is passed into the decrypt method that is inside that string cipher that it calls. We parse out the empty entries. They're separated and delineated by a colon. So we get a server IP to support just like that. Yeah. Oh. What does that mean? So the servers that are passed in here, we retrieve. No. String server URL is going to end up being different than that. We have some server that will return a list of other servers that will be used for. Oh wow! So it'll be used for that communication with SMTP, maybe. Master connect thread is going to end up trying to get some of these things. We'll wait for 10 seconds to do that over and over again to see how many times we get it, and then we keep reconnecting and checking. Okay, that's evil. That is nefarious. Load default config. We'll take in default config as that file. Oh yeah, we still need to look at that. Default IP address. Pull all that stuff in and check to see if the IP list ends with a slash. address is just gonna, oh, get public IP address is checking itself. Come back. It's just going to check ip.dindns.org. That's a thing though, isn't it? Will that give you the real IP address? I have to blur the sound so we show what IP is. Yeah. Confirmed, it does give you your IP address. Your public IP address. Neato. Okay. And we're almost done. We're at the very, very end of this, of SMTP main form. Connect.dat is pulled in, and again, it's using this Shanghai Foresight 1988227 to decrypt it. So we gotta check for that. And please make sure it's a valid connect.dat file. Will this thing die if I try and run it? Because I don't have that file on this machine. And then timer set log tick. You can't see that because my face is in the way, and I just screen. I'm very sorry. It just pulls in from log and template servers as we kind of saw earlier. Dispose and initialize component are going to be what we've seen before. Let me get that screen back to where it should be. And let's go explore that default config file. So we have that. There we go. We don't need to be in here anymore. Let's see. We do have default config. So let's cat that out. Default CFG. Is that just a bunch of base 64? Is that just base 64? There's a lot. There's a lot in here, guys. How long is this file? Let's WC tag all that. 5,337. Okie dokie. Let's do a little like while read line. So we can echo out that line. I'm pretty sure you can do this with Xargs like just as well, right? Slap all that out on the screen, and let's try and pipe that into base 64 and decode it. Non-bridgeable characters. Bytes that humans can't understand. Imagine that. That makes sense, though, right? Because this default config file was decrypted, supposedly. So, let's see what else we got. Net data. What is net data? This is another class that I'm looking through in this SMTP sender namespace. These just look like they send packets. That makes sense, considering what? Excuse me? Let's see what that thing is, shall we? Let's explore. Let's do a little Google Translate. Oh yeah? Slap that right in there. Signature does not match with the Korean language detected. Okay. I'm not one for like, hey, attribution. I don't care about that stuff. I'm not one for like pointing fingers. Yes, it was him. He stole my lunch money. I'm not inviting him to my birthday party anymore. I don't do that. I don't care. It is kind of neat though to at least see the traces. To at least kind of walk through all of these. Every single one of these is. The number of pieces of material you were trying to obtain is not correct. What does that mean? Oh, it's trying to get a certain number of data. Pop, all of these exceptions. I'm just trying to understand them though. I just kind of want to know like what's what. There is no data. Yep. Pop, more. This is kind of homegrown. Like they're adding in their own exceptions. Like they wrote this on their own. Slap that in. Same thing with pop. Has the same exact output. Are there any other exceptions that might be interesting Korean strings here? This looks spooky wooky. Slap that in. The data type is incorrect. Must be byte array. Alright, so they're leaving some notes for themselves, buddy. Net data event, that looks like a delegate. Is that something that's like, is that like one of those tasks that's being pulled in? Then message code, parse item enum, parse rand Oh god, the program. Oh, this is kind of neat. This is like what's going to end up just calling, right? So it's going to check if .NET is installed. It has functions for that. Check the registry to see, hey, do we have v4 seemingly not .NET? And maybe I'm going too quick on that, but yeah, it checks. Okay, if .NET is installed, if it's not, you need to install it to run this program. It starts a robot status with the little scanner time starting right now. Enable visual styles, message show, if there are any errors. Okay. Robot status has just a lot of stuff defined. Time span is get up time. Whoa. Just trying to see how long has this robot been alive for? How long has the C2 been active? Connection status, a couple getters and setters. SMTP robot, we're on server connect right now. So server connect will connect with seemingly a socket. Connect will connect to server. On connect, we'll try, and if we do get a connection, we'll get the main instance and explain that we have connected with the on master connection. We'll call that. On receive. Does that do anything spooky? I can't click into it. I can't see it. Analyze packet is going to end up invoking something from the net data, and our net data did do something. Type code binary data right? Net message code? What is this? So these are the control codes seemingly to do a certain thing, but it's just sending logs and sending the data that it knows. Update status, control server. Do we ever see that? 1004 control server being sent? Telling it to save config, against config, starting communication. Totally C2, but I don't see it do anything to like run code. I don't see it doing anything to like run commands yet. Invoke the something. And that data event we seemingly don't know. Okay. Let's get to our server status. Right? That's just another enum. SMTP account. We do parse from. SMTP account is parsed from with an ID and a password. And they're just pulling out again with the colon separation. Two-string, obviously two-string. SMTP config. Alright, we knew we were looking at some weird stuff because this is in relation to that default.cmg. So what do we got here? Function string config password is that Shanghai, I don't know, Foresight, that thing. Plus continue auto threads, str receipt. A lot in here. SMTP config. Reset. And it calls reset. And string config file name is default. Default.cmg. SMTP port 425. We have some timeout set up, and we're trying to keep track of the headers and the accounts, and that's that. So load from stream reader is reading from the data, and it looks like this is like breadcrumbs of what that config file might actually look like. We have headers defined here, SMTP accounts, and the ending tags for those. So it has its own like structure and schema. It has how to understand that config file. And this just looks like the function to parse all that data out. Cool. Wow, we get the auto threads, the recipient from SMTP, the thread connection time, IP list file, all of it is included in that default config file. Okay. So load config file result. Encrypt write line. So the string cipher can encrypt that line with that's passed into this function with the again exact same key. Same thing with decrypt line. You can save the file or just spit it all general recipient. Okay, so this is what it would look like. But all this data is going to end up being pulled from that master server or Kaspersky.exe, right? So SMTP robot has encryption key. SMTP mode was just another keynote, so I didn't want to explore through that. But SMTP robot does seemingly do stuff, and that is probably like the agent or the bot, right? That's going to be the tasker thing when it's, I'm assuming, doing the nefarious deeds. You performing the C2. Get first IP address list. SMTP robot adds all these codes. Proc get log. Yep. Get instance, loads it. Send data, connect to server, do start call. We have our good servers pulled in. Send data must be for message codes, connect to server. We saw, or at least we understand that basic functionality. The monitoring loop though, the monitoring loop, every 5 seconds, tries to connect, send data. Do start comm, just starts communication and sends it. Yep, yeah, it just sends the, hey, we're talking now, having a conversation, hello. Send data and heartbeat. These are all the net message codes that were kind of added in. Send config save. So this just looks like, honestly, it just looks like it's still in communication. It's still just talking back and forth, sharing the data and the information that's received or getting. But I don't see anything that like runs commands here. It's just spooky one way or the other. Like, hey, let's monitor your machine. Is that normal? Does Kaspersky do that? Do they send it across all these different worldwide IP addresses through mail, like through SMTP? Alright, SMTP server pulls in the Hig Lambo stuff so it can get encryption. SMTP server pulls in that encryption module. It will parse in data from the config seemingly that we had seen. I would think, yeah, all that stuff that might be passed in. And 2-string again. So string cipher. Ooh. Okay, now we're getting to some cool stuff, right? So we know, before I dive into this, let me just check out SMTP Center. Doesn't look like there's anything all that interesting in here. So string cipher is where we're going to focus right now. So we know that default.cfg, or that default config file, is encrypted with what looked like base64, right? When we took a look at it, it's encrypted supposedly with this string cipher class and functionality, passing in that Shanghai Shangwei thing. So we have this initialization vector also visible for us with the bytes here, some random ASCII letters, and we have the functionality to encrypt and decrypt, which is cool because we have the data that was encrypted, we have the decrypt and encrypt function, and we have all the keys that were used to encrypt it and decrypt it. So we could just try and decrypt all the data. Yeah. Let's try it. So, I would do this because this isn't C#, right? Normally what you could end up doing is just compiling your own code, right? You can do that on Linux if you want to, with Xbuild or Mono or etc. Or you could just plop it into Visual Studio if you're running Windows, but that's very large and very clunky. I would think I would go through this and try and do it in LinkPad or LINQPad, and that it makes it sort of like C# feels like an interpreter or an interpretive language, like a scripting language. Like, hey, you can just slap code in and it'll compile it and run it like on the fly. I'm sure it's doing more cool, dirty bells and whistles things under the hood, but that feels cool and feels fun. So I have LinkPad installed for this, I think. LinkPad 5. Alright, cool. So I will make this take most of my screen so you can see it. And I'm pretty sure, like, hey, let me type in some words here. Hey, hello, please subscribe. font size. Oh, duh, sorry. Use control scroll wheel. Oh, oh, oh. I didn't need to do any of that. Can we go back to my default font? I like that one better. Zooming in. All right, cool. Now we're up in action. Let's get to some cool stuff here. There is a way to just straight up like run a program though. C# program. Oh, sweet. And it just will do it. So let's do a console write line for a little proof of concept. Please sub. Cool. Yeah, you want to save that? Let's just slap it into my desktop. Decryption. Decrypt shop. Okay, just as please sub. So now let's get the functionality to encrypt and decrypt with all of this. We need all of these using statements, and let's build out this functionality in this string cipher class here. So I'll slap all that in, and yep, let's move the using directives into whatever they need to handle it. Can I remove that, please? And we're still missing something. Password derived bytes. Where did all this new password derived bytes? Oh, is it using a different like C# syntax? Rather than using the using statement, can I just define them like that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then let's clear all those out. And now we've got that functionality. Now we've got that code inside of the string cipher class. And back in the main function, I will. How do they do that? They use the string cipher.decrypt. We saw that in name, right? The string cipher.decrypt something. Passing in this, right? Yeah. So let's grab one of those encrypted strings and see if we can get it to decrypt. I think that's all we need, right? Let's just head out default.cfg. So this right here, can I please paste this in? Please? No? Okay, you suck. I am pretty sure I'm gonna need some context so that I can do some quick multi-line editing stuff. So let me just download that super duper quickly. And in the meantime, we will download the good. Let's download. What am I thinking? Oh, I'm so sorry. I need to download the default config that we have up on the server. So that laptop that's beside me is hosting the related files still. In related, I should be able to grab default.cfg. Of course, I need that stupid use basic parsing. And now let's outfile that to default.cfg. Yep. Okay. How's Sublime Text? Is he all good? He's all good? So if I did something horrific and wrote on every single line here, let's do a console.writeLine with our string cipher dot decrypt, passing in that data. Let's go all the way to the end line. And then let's include that Schling Foresight password or key here. Slap that in on every line. Close that line and copy it. I'm sure I could have done a for loop, but then I'd have to know C# and I'm bad at everything. Oh, and it's all currently string cipher, not string cipher. That would have been messy. So let's try and get that correct. String cipher. There you go. Now everything should be decrypting with that key, and I can disgustingly slap all of them, and we'll write it all out. So let's see what we got. Crack. Oh gosh. Why did you die? What happened? Oh, I forgot. I forgot a parentheses. You know, this is when you guys are gonna be like, Elgon, writing the stupid stinking for loop would have been a lot easier. And I'm like, you're right. You know, you're right. All right, let's Control Z that out of there, slap that all in successfully. Now, fingers crossed, and let's try and run that one more time. Why? One of the lines break. Oh no. Wait, where's my string cipher? Why is that still a problem? You know what? We should take this from the top. I screwed it up so bad that it wasn't worthwhile whatsoever. So oh dear God. Why is that line muffed up? Yeah, that line 27 and some of his other lines are like jank. Let's Control Z all the way home. There we go. Okay. Now again, console.writeLine. Sublime Text is like chugging along, trying to keep up. String cipher dot decrypt all the way to the very end of the line. And we want to copy our Shanghai Forest. This will all be worth it in the end, guys. Like, I promise, hopefully we'll get something cool out of this. Shanghai Forest, close those. And now, third time's a charm, everybody. That doesn't look broken. Unless I messed it up somewhere else. Let's give it a go now. Pretty sure I just copied that into the output here. No? No, it's good. Okay, let's try it. Pray, please. Padding is invalid. I can copy that quick. Excuse me? What are you talking about? You just decrypted this. You literally just did this. Puzzle.write line. For the 4th time. String cipher. Dot decrypt. That. Take me all the way to the end of the line. Sorry for sticking to my guns here. I know, everyone is screaming, John, write a stinking for loop. Have it read a file on its own. Look, dude, sometimes a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. In this case, publicly embarrass himself on the internet for thousands of people. I think we're good. Famous last words, because I've said that like 4 times now. Please God, run. Nice. All right, what do we got? Let's slap this into Sublime Text so it's a little bit easier to read. And I probably shouldn't overwrite my default config. But what are we looking at, ladies and gentlemen? What the heck is this? All right. The General tab is not setting continue or auto threads. Has recipient to cookie.nick2017 at outlook.com. From SMTP, it looks like it's going to end up using those random things. Nice. At superuser.com. Oh, sure. You and your Stack Overflow, Stack Exchange, superuser things. Oh, now we have threads. Connection timeout, read timeout, move header. Config name, 2017 tag 1. IP list file name. IP URL is http://new5ways.com/IP. IP list URL file, inc29. Is that a thing? Does that exist? Does this machine have internet now? I think it does. I'm on a virtual machine. Once again, famous last words. Alright, so /IP doesn't get us anywhere, but this inc29, that looks like it's IP list URL file. Does that need to be included? Should there be like a .text or something? .cmg or .log? This is a cPanel server. So, load config URL, it's empty. What is all that? Something died in the decryption. Config, context type claim, subject, server, body server. Again, super user port 25, log good to file name is empty. Just a lot of settings, right? So headers from recipient, subject, easy, SMTP accounts. What is that? Philip, password. These are the usernames and passwords it's using to log into all of the SMTP servers. Is that right? I think. Look at these. There are so many of them. Look at this scroll bar. There's so many of them. Oh, that's so crazy. Yeah, 5,336. Just stupid username. Oh, that's why there was that count in the log.txt as to which password you were on, because you're gonna try all of these fake accounts to see what you could get an authentication with. Oh wow, that's cool. That's crazy. That was fun. I like doing that little decryption there, because I mean we had the key, we had the initialization vector. That was everything we would need. But wow. Can I set this to like an INI file or something? Or like a bash script? Yeah, that's somewhat readable in a disgusting way. No, just like, it's got some cotton candy colors. But the strings look funny. The variables are set. What is this thing? Some username or user pass setup. Okay, so that must be like how it's going to end up connecting. Oh wait, I almost forgot to try and run the malware, because that would be kind of fun. So let's do that. I will minimize the Sublime Text window, and I'll make sure I actually don't have internet connection, for real now, because I don't want that to legitimately infect my VM if it's something spooky. disable that guy. Cool. The other thing I want to do is actually look at that net.dll also. I don't think I had that one downloaded just yet. So that, I want to go back to my users, John H. Okay, and go to the desktop. Let's also, do I have a wget? Can I control R? Wget? Yeah. Alright, so let's get that net.dll and also save that to explore that in IL's net.dll. Is that what it's talking? No. Oh. I just turned on there. I'm stupid. Let's turn that back on just to download that thing. I should have like put that together, you know? I should have kind of mentally knew that that was gonna happen. Now I need to remember to actually turn that off when I want to run this malware next. But let's check out this DLL, just kind of see what it does, because it looks also weird. Client sock, KS, seemingly. References it includes nothing new. KSIT.net. Is that a thing? Can I Google that? Does that have like an understanding of the world? Is that an actual thing? No. Google. Google that, not. Don't pretend it's a URL. No. Seemingly, oh, enterprise application. No. No. I don't think I'll be able to find anything based off of that. But determines is inc. Okay, has an encryption key, receive, disconnect. So I'm assuming this is just going to end up being for how it. These are the client log functions that we saw earlier. But begin receive and on receive. Client socket has error messages that are there. Ooh, and we have new Korean languages in there. Let's go to Google Translate. Take a look at that guy. Receive data, on receive. It has hash codes seemingly in here. Receive format is not correct. Identification code. It has a hash code and then some bytes that might be included. Receiving packet length. Inbox. Okay, so that has to be like some mail, obviously, we're seeing here. The else probably has very similar identification code. That hash. Is that hash code something for the instance? Yeah, because it does converter.get instance. We have converter down here and a server sock. So on receive, it still errors out. That is a long message, longer message than usual, I think. No. No. Just a number of bytes and their own encryption. We're logging. I'm curious if any of these, it's all going to be the same stuff though. Send data. On send. And close. Okay, log the file. Puts it in a socket log. I don't think we ever saw those. Like a directory with a socket underscore log file. It just copies it all in. It also has date here. It has messages, failed to leave log file. Huh. Okay. What does our converter do? Is that going to end up actually doing anything peculiar or just converting bytes? Looks like it's just a bunch of functionality, overloaded functions for the get bytes function with different parameters being passed in. So, yeah, it looks like it's just trying to understand and interpret that data. Unit 64. Oh, there's encrypt antivirus Kaspersky.exe. That's really anticlimactic, not gonna lie. If I have the default.cfg, does it do anything? Still no. Is it running in the background? Performance? No. I think details is the one that has it. Is Kaspersky doing anything? I don't see him. So something must still be wrong. I could download other files and see what it might do, but I don't think that's really going to be worth the salt. So we had our fun, we analyzed, we explored. I think that is okay to call it quits here. Maybe we needed all the other files. Let's try it. Let's. Fine. You convinced me. Let's see if we can download everything and see what happens. Just to go through it all. That's listening to 48,000 for my local. Okay, so we have all the related stuff. Let's download. This file can harm your computer. The default CFG. Chrome tried to stop. That's kind of neat. Yeah, let's save that. Let's get that DLL. Let's see if Defender actually triggers on any of this stuff. Oh. Log.txt didn't get saved. Save it. Keep it anyway. Give me all the DLLs. Oh, I actually still don't have all the other ones that I didn't pull in. Maybe it just won't work. Maybe it just straight up won't work. Let's do it for the lols. Let's do it for the internet memes. Let's do it for the YouTube algorithm gods. Let's just do it. So I put that all in my downloads. Yeah, I'll go. Alright. Good luck, Kaspersky. Do it. Oh, we had to turn off internet. Don't do it just yet, actually. I was just kidding. I was jumping the gun on that one. Turn off that. Okay. Internet is no longer a thing. Kaspersky, you may now infect my computer. Wait, did I click on don't run? It's in downloads. Holy crap. Click. Run. We could like kick it over to some like Joe's Sandbox or anything, or throw in virus total and see whatever weirdness comes from it. But I don't see it starting out. It's probably because it's missing those DLLs. That's fine. That's fine. We'll move on. We'll enable that one more time. Let's just kick it to virus total and see if it sees any neato bonito stuff. And then I'm calling it quits. Then I'm ending this video. So Kaspersky, do it up. One engine detected. Viper. Trojan Win 32 generic Cobra. think it is. I don't think that is the right power family. Not exactly positive. So, I think that's all the research or other post-mortem I kind of want to do. Looks like my VM is out of that Chrome, which just didn't want to play nice. But I think we can start to wrap it up. You know, we've done our analysis, we've done some fun stuff. I'll pivot back to the outro. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. But wow, look at all those username and passwords that are set up for like dummy accounts. And it'll crawl out to all those different IP addresses, all 73,000 of them, find some good ones that we happen to see in all those different areas of the world, and send monitoring status or information via SMTP. I don't know if I could say it's command and control, right? I don't know if I could say it's C2 because I didn't see anything running commands or like running code on the victim or on this target. But that's not to say that there isn't anything like else that could be happening or anything else that's set up. And maybe I could be completely wrong. I could be completely totally wrong. Hopefully you guys saw going through this video, like, hey, I'm cruising through IL Spy, I'm looking through DN Spy, I want to explore all these different files, see what I can make sense of. But look, I'm still learning too. So if there's anything that you can teach me, if there's anything that you can tell me, I'm all about it. I want to hear it. Please do put it in the comments. Please do help not only me learn, but help everyone learn. That's what this is all about. So that was fun. I hope that was cool. I don't know how this stacks up in the other videos of the malware analysis stuff we've been doing, but I think using C# and using LIQPad or BlinkPad to be able to decrypt that stuff that we see defined here, that's kind of neat and kind of cool. Took a little bit of finagling, took a couple of trips, me stumbling over and banging my head against the wall, but I hope it was fun. So thanks so much, everybody, for tuning into this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're enjoying all these others, and hopefully we can keep doing more of this because it seems to be really, really well received. It's helping the channel grow. And you know what else helps the channel grow? Is you engaging with the YouTube algorithm. So please do press that like button. Please leave a little comment. Please hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell. Smash, destroy, literally obliterate the bell. That actually helps get you notified when I produce a new video. So, all right, that's it. That's my outro. That's the whole thing. I had fun. I hope you did too. I love you, everybody. I'll see you in the next video. Take care. just the perfect place for obfuscations. So just cut stuff up. Invoke memory load library? What is that? Oh, that's the end. That's like the bottom. That's a very end thing. It uses this IEX thing, the ampersand, right? Invoke, that's angle before that string, the F string. Invoke load library, invoke load memory library. Yeah, with the body, with the registry value. But that's not an executable. What are you doing? Because it is just shell code, is it not? It takes in PE bytes. Yeah. Gets our good old Win32 constants. Gets our Win32 types. Taking home the whole house. P info, info. The basic info. Assume. Load. Let's see, variable. What is that? I can't make sense now. Child line. No. Come back. Some context, thank you. PE handle. Starts with 0. Effective PE handle? 0. What happens if you set a PE handle to 0? Does it do something weird? Variable version. Oh, stuff is going on in that. Let's worry about this. Virtual alloc, the load address, P info, size of image, constants, mem command, constants, mem reserve, execute. Totally slapping some shellcode in. Effective. Yeah. Address adds. Let's get the word route back in here on this big thing to see what this is. So there's it's already copied. So it's gonna end up copying all the bytes from the size. I'm assuming you're going to end up like calling write for create thread. Importing DLL copy sections though. Add update memory addresses. Update memory addresses. And where is it? Where's the stinking? Wait for single object. There it is. Create thread. Create thread right there. If you could read that. And wait for single object. So that's what that does. But what is this thing? That's our G6. Oh, inlet directory, please. That's our G6. Wait a minute, it's not that stupid. This is the same thing that we would have seen out of Cybertruck. Alright, well, I spent a few minutes just fumbling around in Ghidra to see if it does anything, but I didn't get a lot out of it, so let's do what we always do. Let's do what makes everybody angry, but still always works. Like, all the time. Let's look and see what gems this thing has. If it has any. Well, PP's in here. You know, thinking back, I really didn't like saying that. Now that I said it out loud, it just didn't, it really didn't sell the way I wanted it to. You know, maybe that didn't sound like it. table routine be taking edge. No auto update. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I should focus. We have all our answers right here. MSHTA for HTA file again. And what are these huge amounts of IP addresses and domain? Like HTTP URLs, some HTTP, some HTTPS. There are so many. Holy cow. Okay. Config, kill all, kill, stop, resume modules update. There's a user agent here. Mozilla making post requests, I'm assuming. Gathering information like the install date, digital product date. And there goes another round of huge amount of IP addresses. Scroll past like that. What do we got here? 37. Well, these are just kind of on their own, so it looks a little weird. Unicode characters. Website and copy. Internet crack URL. I've never heard of that. Is that genuinely an API call? I might be wrong. I mean, it may very well be. I've never heard of that. Internet crack. Okay, there's a lot of other stuff in here that just seemingly. Oh! Okay, so I need to kind of lay my hand on the table, like the cards out in front. The original file that this came from, the .hta file that this all started, was in these user, or Carrie, in her app data row, and it had this username, this file name, sorry, SUI629ENH. I want to keep track of that, because I think that's useful as to what the original file name was. You know what? Let's actually go ahead and move the original wacko.hta to that original name, kind of as it should have been. But that and this HTA is like the persistence. Like, I mean, this is how it's going to kickstart itself. It was interesting to me that it already knew the like specific path for that user, that individual user. And the same thing with the registry. Like, it already knew this binary, this shellcode, whatever this was, already had the context of, hey, this is the registry key that we're using, this is the username that we're targeting. That was kind of neat. But that's the end of strings. So, at this point, I think we have gotten the idea across that this is bad. I think we can all agree that this is malicious at this point, but I do want to know, what is this thing? We want to give it our diagnosis, right? So, let me take a look at these screens one more time. Those IP addresses might be kind of smoking guns. Maybe that's something we can latch on to. Do a little bit of research, a little bit of detective work as to what really this thing is. I don't really want to use strings if I want to copy all of those IP addresses. What's up here? Wait, those are presidents. This looks like a JSON object. Okay. I'm going to remove all of the commas, replace them with a new line. There are a couple oddballs that have the beginning and ending quote. So now let's remove all the commas and just delete them. And let's remove all the quotes. Okay. So now we have some indicators of compromise, potentially, or IP addresses or endpoints that this thing might call back out to. I'd love to see if any of these things still exist. And don't you worry, everybody. Got a VPN, little proxy. Okay, inside a virtual machine. genuinely, this is new. What is this? Oh no. Okay. We're kind of going into uncharted territory for the moment, so bear with me. This might be a long video. Let me save this to download.html. Oh, oh no. No. We'll translate because I'm dumb. Slot machines! Wow! Play for free! Play for free online and without registration. Is that so? Why is that so funny to me? That shouldn't be funny to me. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Is it doing anything weird? Maybe the JavaScript's kind of sketchy. Oh, these are just the sliders. These might be fake. Extracting cell. I just want to know what all this says. Slot machines. So if you were to play slot machines, what would happen? I just want. Oh, we got more stuff. We got more stuff. We got more stuff. There's a lot. Online casinos have roulette wheels and poker blackjack tables, but no gambling club is unthinkable without slot machines. They invite gamers to the world of excitement, want to feel adrenaline, try their luck, and win big. The first classic one, Armed Bandits, appeared in the United States. Armed Bandits appeared in the United States 100 years ago. At the dawn of development, slot machines were mechanical, had 3 reels and 1 pay line. Modern slot machines are more exciting for gamers' leisure, as they contain up to 40 active lines, bonus games, and the possibility of doubling prizes. You know, I think we really wrong. I think we really doubled our prize here. I didn't expect to see this. This I'm having fun with this. Demo game, Crazy Fruit. Crazy Fruit or art? Crazy Fruits or art? Is that a thing? It's like a well-known Aztec Empire. Fruit cocktail. Crazy Monkey. Resident. The Bunny Game. Sharky. This is too. Oh my god. I didn't even realize how long this file was. This page was on forever. How many stinking slot machine games are there? What can we play? Oh my goodness. I know we've left the realm of malware analysis at this point. The big bad wolf. But I'm just happy. You gotta let me lose. I'm just okay. Scrolling down, I see comments. Block for installing meters. Keeps track of what you click with the counter. Live internet. callback comes to 185 IP address. Another one on a different page. It's kind of it. Ooh. This one has strings that contain that this program cannot be run in DOS mode. It actually has a header over here, the header for an actual executable, and it has the same start of strings that we had seen between the current version, getting Defender, single real-time monitoring, showing 1 to 10, so there's like more of these. Oh, yeah. Oh, this does more of it. This has like a PowerShell port of it, but it does have all of these Defender shell functions. Oh no, that has that too. That has the ACL and the big dump of IP addresses. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What is this thing though? Does it have a name? Has this been diagnosed? What do you got? Joe Sandbox typically has some really good info. This is a codex function. Is there a variant as to how this has kind of been found? Detection threshold score 100 rate. Malicious. I think that's right. That's on the money, guys. You roll the slot machines, let it go. I think you were right. This is a cool chart. Invader, exploiter, Trojan, and bot. Yeah. That's cool. That's super cool. HTTP servers contact by the sample do not answer. Like the sample's cold dropper, which is no longer work. Some I really couldn't get a call back, but the slot machine sample monitors window changes. They're starting applications. Analyze the sample and simulates key changes. Huh. Breakdown of the minor attack framework stuff that it does, signature overview. Networking, central stuff, bugs. What else we got? These IP addresses are there. There's the same one that we had searched for. Virus double triggers on that. Show security without DAR detect without. And this is an example of this. Is that a thing? Oh, they have a little like demo like area you could look at. Just scroll down. But you could watch it, you could play through what happens when the machine or the malware is kind of detonated. So reaches out for some that idea just that we saw a moment ago. Obviously, I don't think there's going to be a lot that really changes on the screen in this case. It's going to be silent. No create or drop files, contact with some domains over the Netherlands. That's crazy. This is the port at this point. And let's see back to yeah. There's a report that generated. Are there other IP addresses that will get leading there? Like what about these ones that were kind of out all their own? I just want to see. I might search for like malware or indicators of compromise. Joe Sandbox, what is this? Nuvter. Let's say Nuvter again. Translate this page. Yeah, bring that to English for me, please. Research by Trent Micro has discovered a new modular botnet malware called Nuvter that uses the cover botnet malware to be distributed via malvertising and exploits. The attacks are social engineering since they limit users to download a software package necessary to update this outdated Adobe Flash application from the website. However, instead of updating said software, it drops a malicious HTML application file .hta have been moved. Cumter, well, yeah, Cumter's huge, for one thing. I know Cumter is wreaked havoc like crazy. But Nupter. Oh, there's a tag note here. Yeah. HTA file. Launches PowerShell. Receives commands and downloads commands. Tag chain. Malicious HTML file. Runs a PowerShell script that appears to take inspiration from the open source info PS. Okay. Take a look at that. This is part of Empire. Ooh, this must be that invoke like memory load library. Does this have a bunch of those like Win32 constants and like Win32 types in here? Does it like build those out? Win32 stuff. Get Win32 types, and it just oh wow. It's different syntax, right? But it's the same idea. Like it's the same process of kind of gathering all that information, simply reusing it. And there's just tons of this. Wow. Get Win32 constants. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So ours was a little bit more obfuscated. Ours is doing something different, but pulls in those functions that it needs. And of course, I'm sure it'll do like some load library thing. Helpers. Subsigned it is unsigned. Add signed it is unsigned. It's absolutely valid. Yeah. Same exact function names, convert units. Get hex, isn't it? Test memory range valid. Write by memory, get delegate type. Get proc address. Enable messy debug privilege, doing some like hallucination stuff maybe. Which get basic info. Okay, so this is some stuff we've already seen. Aspects of this aren't in here, but others are. Is the last thing this does like load in the library? Or inject something. I mean, obviously it's going to invoke PS inject. So that's craziness. That's crazy. I'm done scrolling through that. What else do we have? We have the report that I kind of went through. But PowerShell script will return to what the defender was updated. Yep. PowerShell script is also embedded without the executed files via the PowerShell reflection. The backdoor commands that Nupter supports are kill all, stop, resume, modules, updates. God, those are the exact same ones that we saw, even in just a cursory strings. Wow. This is absolutely nods. That must be comms, yeah. Quick cursor. I want to look at that technical brief. Oh, they have indicators of compromise. Look at that too. These are some JS JavaScript stuff. The IP addresses we've seen. Some specific files that they would have called back. IP addresses were there. Yep. Same thing. What do we got in this? This should probably be lightning purposes. So this is different, like syntax, but if those were the research, if that's the research that was done back in 2019, now there might be some variations, a different version of what's going on. And yeah, see, it looked like they were able to kind of examine this code very well, but maybe they had an executable specifically, not just the. It sends persistence to the following, dropping a random name HTA file to app data roaming. Routine body contains hard code string, the HTA file contents that was that's all I can cram into my mind right now. But I thought that one was quite a ride to dig through. And I love the surprise when one of those machines on back. It's like, yeah, play some slots. Let's do some gambling. Cool. I think that's it, everybody. I think that's all I can offer for this video. But I hope you had fun. I hope you really enjoyed this deep dive, looking through some syntax, traversing through JScript, JavaScript, PowerShell, and moving around, doing our research, hunting. And that's some fun stuff. So I think we'll wrap it up. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. I know this was a longer video than most, this little malware analysis thing, the series that we've been doing, but I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. And that's it. I'm not going to say the same thing over and over again. I'm done. It's the end of the video, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this video, please do all those YouTube algorithm things. Please like the video. Leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. Write an F in the chat to call back if you're on the video. F in the comment section. Maybe subscribe. I'd be super happy to. I'd love to see that. Thank you. And that's it. I'll see you in the next video, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I love you. Take care. Bye now. In this video, we're going to dive into a batch obfuscated file that eventually unravels into async rat, or remote access Trojan. It's some pretty neat malware. I have to add a disclaimer that I recorded this video some time ago. This is an old video. I think it's even back from July. This was a malware sample that I eventually decided that I would try to bundle into the NomCon CTF, the Capture the Flag event that myself and my team had hosted way back when. So I didn't end up releasing this video, but now it's here for you, and I have to admit, it's kind of cheesy. It's before I had this new setup. It's late at night, so I'm kind of quiet, but I hope you'll bear with it and enjoy. But hey, before we dive in, I would like to take a quick second to thank the sponsor for today's video, and that is ipinfo.io. Now, if you aren't familiar, and you might be asking, hey, what is ipinfo? It's all in the name. ipinfo provides accurate, up-to-date IP address information, including geolocation data, VPN detection, abuse contacts, and other data types in a fast and clean API. They've been doing this for 8 years, and they handle over 40 billion API requests every single month. They also provide a bunch of free features and tools that can be super handy in getting data quickly. One of the most common use cases for me is honestly just to check my own public IP address, and I can just simply run curl ipinfo.io, or check the details of another IP address that I might be investigating by running curl ipinfo/that IP address. If you want to play with the data yourself, I'd recommend grabbing the ipinfo Golang client from github.com/ipinfo/CLI and running some commands. Honestly, ipinfo offers a ton of enriched information on different IP addresses, and the fact that it's in a super clean API means that you can script it and automate it in whatever way you might like. If you haven't checked it out, I really recommend you do so. You can find it online at ipinfo.io, and it's free to sign up and go kick the tires for a little bit, have some fun. Thank you so much, ipinfo, for sponsoring this video. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to another YouTube video. It is a little bit late at night as I'm recording this. You can see I got kind of the night light on. We might end up going into dark mode pretty soon. But look, I gotta put the disclaimer. I'm gonna be a little bit quiet in this video because I got some people, the family, got everybody sleeping in the house, and I don't awake them. But I still want to record some content for you guys. So let's get to it. I'll hop over to my computer screen here, and let's see what we're up to. So I'm over at Remnux. We're going to be doing some malware analysis in this video. This should be a lot of fun. I'm pretty excited for this one because I just got this email that came through, and it looks really, really interesting and really, really fun. I just opened the file, and I was like, this would make a good video. So I haven't dove in just yet, but I'm super excited to. It says, hey, John, I got this email. I got an email with a sketchy batch file that I'm 90% sure is malware. I thought you would like to take a look at it, so hey, please enjoy. Password zip file is infected. I was unable to add the file due to Gmail blocking it, so here's a download link, and he offered it here. It says, by the way, it's encoded with some Chinese characters or something. I looked it up, and you can get rid of those by doing something with this. And they link to looks like a batch obfuscator repo, which I haven't seen before, so that's kind of cool. And a little deobfuscator script. I don't know if that's what we're going to be up against, but let's check it out. So I'm working on Linux, right, as I mentioned. I have this directory here for batch. I have the attachment zip file already downloaded from that download link. You could try and unzip this, and I do get that unsupported compression method. When I see that happen, I think, all right, let's just try and do this with 7-zip or 7z. You can use E to extract, and there now will prompt for the password. I'll use that password infected as they suggested, and now in this directory I have the attachment .bat. So if I take a gander at this guy, it is that. It is going to be using some of those peculiar Chinese characters or whatever characters that aren't obviously a regular batch script human readable. I don't know if this even executes on its own. I don't exactly want to detonate this and kind of find out. I like there's some random O, like emoji text in here. But yeah, that's that. So let's see what this really does. If from that email you included, oh hey, I was actually able to find this that might help obfuscate or deobfuscate this thing. So let's fire that up in a web browser. Let's go ahead and get to it. There we go. So this repository, as I'm looking at it, says it obfuscates your batch files to prevent people from stealing code. It is a script file to simply drag and drop onto the desired action. This tool basically confuses your text editor into thinking something else. Part of me wants to know if it will still actually execute, though. Like, would it run? I don't know if I want to detonate this thing. The obfuscator is pretty clear. Looks like it is using surutil to decode this in some way. I wonder if that's genuinely what it does to let's play with this for just a little bit. And the deobfuscation command is this syntax. That at first I kind of looked at it and was like, are you sure? Is that really kind of what that does? So I guess we'll find out. I do have a Windows virtual machine up and ready, so I'll go ahead and play with that. I guess let's make a directory here for us to tinker in. We'll call this batch, kind of as before, and I'll get a command prompt open in that directory. Oh, I need to be in desktop. Duh. Okay. I'm in there, that's pretty empty. Now it's a matter of getting this file over there. I could try and copy and paste the whole thing, but because it's like those strange characters, I don't know how well that will work. Do I have updog in this? I do. Oh, okay, fantastic. What is the IP address on this thing? I'm not Terminator right now and I'm upset. I am 215. So back in that Windows VM, I'll close out some things that are unnecessary on Windows that I don't mean to accidentally open. Let's see if I can get to that 99 with updog. Pretty please. Is this on an added connection? Whatever, just straight up dead. I probably disabled the internet. Yeah, see if that will actually work, I will just go ahead in here and I'll create a like notepad obfuscator dot cmd. Yep, go ahead and create it. We'll paste in all of that code. Now let's create a new like add echo off, echo world, run the date command, or pwd, and run pause, I guess. And we can just call that on the desktop, that batch directory. We'll make it like a test.bat. How about that? Okay, so if I were to run the obfuscator script, it needs arguments according to that source code that we saw, right? If the argument that's passed in is unequal to something or not, whether or not we have certutil. So it is going to be using certutil, and I know that we have certutil because that is a built-in. Yep. So let's run our obfuscator on our test.bat. There we go. And now I have a test O. Can I check out what our test O? Oh, there's our original. Still looking good. How about that test O, not that obfuscated? Yeah, it's using that Chinese characters with certutil. Now will that actually execute? Let's try and run test.bat. And it does. Okay. Never seen that obfuscation technique before. That's kind of neat. And it's no PWD. I guess it's like CD, yeah, in batch. Okay, so let's go ahead and use that deobfuscator now. Let's grab that syntax and see if we can deobfuscate what we know is our attachment on that. Part of me wants to rename that so I don't actually detonate this. Yeah, but let's rename that to like a .nerf, because I don't want to run that on accident. And then we can edit the, open this with Notepad, because always open nerf files with Notepad. There it is. Fantastic. So let's create a deobfuscator.cmd. Yep, go ahead and create it. We'll paste that in, and I'll add for the extension tests a .nerf extension. So let's run deobfuscator with our attachment.bat.nerf, and we get that. Okay, let's make this full screen so that I could potentially grab all of this. And there's a lot here, so I'm gonna scroll up for quite some time, apparently. There we go. I'll copy all that, and now let's bring that into our remnants VM. So we can call this like stage 1, I guess, .bat. And this is semi-readable. This has portions of it. I can see the @ sign, I can see set commands, and a lot of strange, some base 64 in here, M64, a lot of good stuff, Winic commands, for loops. Okay, so this looks really potentially useful. But it's using like variable expansion based off other already known environment variables like public. Like if I were to go back to our Windows VM, yeah, terminate the dash dot. There is a profile variable on its own. Oh, sorry, public. Public is the variable that I need to display there. Yeah. So C uses public. So if this were to be with an @ sign there, and then we were to echo out that value, it gives me @ echo off. So we should start to clean this. We'll do a clean, I guess it's stage 1, clean the .bat, and this can be @ echo off, as we know. Let's go ahead and find out what this does. I'm going to be trying to toggle back and forth between virtual machines here. This is kind of going to get annoying. Let's echo that out. There's a CLS, or a clear screen. And then we have a set variable that we set here. So $$ equals something. R carry, right? So what will this render out here? We'll do another echo, that value. Set name equals batch obfuscator by moon825. Interesting. We get a name there, and that would not actually execute, would that? Because it has spaces in it. Does batch actually play nicely with those spaces between variables? No, it doesn't. That would have just not actually set a value. What's going on here? We can echo this syntax, set GitHub to a batch obfuscator made in Python. Oh, that's kind of slick. Let's go find out what this repo is. What you got here? Batch obfuscator made in Python. Obfuscate a batch file with a simple use Python script. Add echo off turns it into all of those Chinese characters. Nice. I've never seen that before. I think that's super slick. It requires Python 3. Not bad, not bad. What does the code do? it's like using Figlet and like an easy GUI to pick a batch file. Wow, that's crazy. And it adds it itself. It adds it as like its own disclaimer. Very slick. Kind of cheeky, but kind of neat that they put this thing. Wow. It uses certutil to like to decode itself. Maybe. We'll see. No, unless it uses certutil to actually do this. But what do you echo here? Okay, so that tries to redirect it to nothing. You can see the null call that was there previously. It redirected it out. So that one session. Is that one a command? Yeah, that one would have worked. I'm surprised by that. I've never seen that. The problem with this is that we are repeatedly going to have to test these one by one to see what they're actually displaying out. So let's not. Let's not do that one by one. Let's grab all of the syntax. Oh, this looks like an if statement. That I might need to actually determine. If error level is equal to 0, that's got to be an if statement. If error level is equal to 0, which means if that command succeeded, in my case it didn't when I tried to run it. Oh, that'll do some weird thing. And there's an else statement in here. That's kind of cool that it's using this variable to like pull other things. And all of these will be inside of that else statement. Oh dear God, why does that completely destroy my syntax I'm learning? How can I not copy and paste that, please? I don't want you to actually execute this. Ooh, that's a juicy one. Run PowerShell. Oh, those arguments for a window mode to be hidden, right? echo that out. Oh, I don't have my R variable anymore because I lost that session. Would this run in DOSBox, by the way? Like, part of me wants to know if I don't have to keep toggling in and out of different virtual machines here. I wanted this. So echo that. No. Oh, no, it's still sending it to null. Yeah, so let's not redirect that to null. And we call service host as our order there. If that were to fail, is that what a pipe does in batch? I don't know what's on there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong in that understanding. Let's not have that. Let's try and just echo that. Yeah, you know what? Let's see if this stinking works in DOSBox. Do I have DOSBox? Because like some Windows things will work just like right off the bat in DOSBox for like the command cmd.exe representative. Or I think like wine. Maybe it's wine that does that. I probably didn't even need. Thanks, wine. Yeah, do your thing, man. No rush. We're not in a hurry or anything. We're just recording for the people. It's sleepy time hour analysis. Paste. Oh dear God. Okay, that did not like whatever was happening. Yeah. What does DOSBox do it? Oh. No, that's gonna be like way old school bash. I'm not even gonna be able to paste. You know what? Never mind. Let's go back to this thing. Echo that. There we go. So reg add HKCU environment winder command exe start nothing minimized with an F0. What is that variable gonna be? Though. Reg add current user environment, and that's triggering a variable. cmd/start min. But what is that supposed to be? Service host. Is it just piped to service host though? I think it was. Whatever. Weird. Let's remove the null portions here. Let's see what else is in this. Okay, anyway, listener, viewer, the person who sent me an email, if you weren't already convinced this was malware, your immediate PowerShell, hey, add an exclusion to the entire file system probably should tell you that's kind of sus. Run task name Microsoft Windows just silent cleanup. Okay, that must be something that it tries to add in. Yeah. Oh shoot. It writes it into a public directory, like a public file. Does it? Let's echo that one. Yeah. And then all these stupid. It tries to write an iCar file? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. My. Yeah, it totally. Is that an iCar file? We have to see this. I need to remove all of the caret symbols though. It deletes the environment with directory and then echoes the iCar file syntax, iCar standard antivirus test file, into user public by. If you guys haven't heard the iCar file before, it is a standard like test of antivirus capability. Can I download one? Yeah, like that's it. That is the standard iCar file in text format. So it must be testing whether or not the antivirus is actually disabled, like if it stopped Windows Defender from running, because it just straight up drops an iCar file to disk in doing a lot more reg ads, and I for one want to know what all of these are doing. So I want to echo all of these out. So what I'm going to do is just take all of these lines, highlight them all, and I'm going to use Control-Shift-L on my keyboard to create multiple sublime text cursors. So then when I hit the home key, I can drag all of them to the very start of the line and enter echo just here on its own. So that I can then include all of this in a script file. We'll call it like pieces.bat. That's fine. Paste it all in, and let's turn echo off. So that way all of these lines will be displayed out and just echoing out their contents. Now I actually need to set the R variable since that is still being used for referencing different characters. So if I were to run pieces.bat now, there we go. Now we get a lot of good spicy stuff as to what this might be doing. So all of these lines can now be clobbered, and we are really, really shutting down Defender. We're saying toast enabled is false, so we don't display any notifications. That's kind of smart. Same thing with no toast application notification, no toast notification lock screen. Make sure those are enabled. Windows System Toast, security admin maintenance. Yeah. Disable notifications, disable antivirus spiral, real-time protection. That's crazy. It's like, look, we don't want anyone to see us doing the shady stuff. Oh, it's fine. That's crazy. Enable smart screen. Yep. Okay. Definitely sketchy now. This is gonna end up being a label. MRNBT. Do we have a go-to command here? Maybe we don't see it. Maybe it's cut up. But we look like we're then going to be building out a certificate file that will use certutil to decode and then execute. But this base64 at the very start looks like an executable. So I think there's going to be some other sneaky stuff in that. But let's check that out. I want to echo what this does, set proof. Proof is the variable that we see using, and it's going to put it into a winder.exe. Obviously fake, right? Obviously not a legitimate valid winder.exe. But that will then echo the start into proof. Because it's going to echo every single time the value of temp64 to proof, and eventually it's going to end up running it. Yeah, so there's got to be something else in that file. I definitely want to go ahead and run this then, so just so I can generate that new proof win directory file. So let's modify our pieces.batch scripts and maintain our R variable. But now we'll change proof to be our own proof.exe. Yep. And this will all make it something that will be a certutil base64 file. So let's let it do that. I guess let's dir. We don't have proof just yet, but if I were to run pieces, now I got proof. Now that is going to be a base64 encoded file though. So let's run notepad on proof as it is. Yeah, you can see the certificate here and the end certificate. So we'll need to use certutil to decode that the same way that they do. Let's decode proof into proof. How many times am I going to say proof? Let's run proof.exe into decoded, I suppose. Yep. And Defender, I don't know if you can see it. Defender just popped up. It's like, yo, My face is in the way. I feel bad. Did it delete it? I'm pretty sure it deleted it. Yeah. No, it's still there. It's still there. What is that file? Sketch. Let's now copy that over. Is UpDog still going? I think he is. So back in the directory here, we can go ahead and choose a file to upload. That was in desktop batch. You know, we can just take proof.exe and upload it. Please. Come on. You didn't put proof. Upload. I see you spinning. I see you going. There goes proof. Okay, but that's the base 64 copy, right? So proof.exe is the certificate one. Let's move that to proof. I guess like certificate.base64. Yeah. Okay. So let me modify that to remove the certificate pieces here, and then let's base64 decode that into the actual proof. Excuse me. Did it work? Yeah. Oh, and it is an assembly. Excellent. Okay, so we can start to work with that, but is our batch script done? Is that everything that we were going to do? We decode it, wait 1 second, call it, execute it, and then we use disable variables. Let's echo that out to see what that for loop might look like. Let's echo just this syntax. Oh god, there's not a copy again. I'm sorry, I know this is frantic, like going back and forth to Windows, but yeah. So it's gonna, for every entry in task list, trying to find winger.exe, it will delete the loop argument. Let's grab pieces here. Where's the del? I saw a del line in there to delete it. That's must be it. Maybe? There it is. Public C else. I want to know what that else is. I want to know what the whole rest of these are, because there's the exit. But let's find out what the else is. Echo that thing. Excuse me, sorry, I hit the microphone. Else go to that label that we saw. There was that go to command I was thinking about. Okay. So yeah, it is going to try and loop this sort of process. I think we can go ahead and get started looking at our proof.exe then. I am in Redux, which means I'll have to use the ilspy command one, and that fails. Why? Can I d4 dot it and maybe clean it up? What? Are you kidding? Maybe I didn't decode it the right way. I'm bad proof.exe. Let's go back and put it with UpDog again. So let's refresh. We called it decoded. Oh no, the defender stopped. Did defender kill it now? Is it straight dead? Yeah, it's totally dead. Alright, defender, you can take a chill pill. Like, don't worry about this one. Trust me on this one. Come on, I know, defender's whining. Hey, you turned it off. I know, I did that on purpose. Certutil, tag decode, proof.exe, decoded.exe. How about that? Cool. Now we have our decoded.exe. so let's work with the very original like attachment.bat to begin with. Because attachment.bat on its own was the obfuscated like Chinese characters, right? That might be really tough for virus tools to pick up on, or like automated things. Any engines that it has, any automated security solutions, any scanners. I don't know how well that will look. How many detections will that hit? Ooh, Kaspersky. Nice. Dude, Kaspersky 1 out of 56 so far. Alright, you gotta give credit where credit's due, you know? Kaspersky, the only one that hits it. Cool. How about our good old decoded boy? I'm sure that's gonna light up. Because the defender was like, hey, that's async rat. Yep, Clam AV hit. Siren. Oh. There you go. You just need to unravel the pieces, guys. You just needed to like peel the layers off the onion. 39. Or up to 60, 40 detections. Yeah, that's bloody. 43. Cool. Alright. Those are the suspicions that we had. Let's get a regular Ubuntu going, because I know I have ILSpy in there, and we could probably download from. Get terminal open. Let's also make a directory batch in here. And what was the IP address? 19? Yeah. Okay. So let's get decoded. Let's move that into here, and then let's run ILSpy. And we'll just kind of work with this manually now. Because that, like, as nice as the ILSpy command thing is, it's good, but it also just displays it all in output, and I kind of would like to put it. What? It is an assembly, guys. Why are you not displaying that? Did I not put it here? Oh, shoot. Oh, I forgot to move it into the batch directory. There we go. Now let's try and open that up. Batch. Okay. Entry point is that thing. Nice. What do we got? Totally obfuscated. Okay, so would D4 dot be worthwhile at this point? Maybe we should have gone back to doing that in Rednux. Now that we have the actual binary. Found an obfuscator. Some sort of thing. Well, I should have done that freaking in here because I'm using ILSpy in here. It probably just renamed things to like things that it didn't know or did know. That might not have been all that helpful whatsoever, but we're gonna find out. I'm not capitalizing the way I should be. There we go. Let's get one more time. Decode to clean. Yeah, just a little bit of the size shaved off. Not much at all, but it probably cleaned it a smidge. So pulls in some UL things. Okay. On modules, structures, with some data, maybe. What do you guys do? Okay. Lot exactly help me make sense of this. File stream, okay, writing things. It would be fun to detonate this. it'd be fun to like do some quote unquote dynamic analysis, I will say. Maybe we can try and see it and see if it tries to connect anything or like do anything wonky. Like I would love to find a domain or like an IP address group this might call back out to. It is a rat, after all, supposedly. Right? Defender was thinking, hey, that's a async rat. Lots of memory stream decompression stuff. gzip stream, memory stream. But I want to find like some strings, like a smoking gun string, you know, that says like, okay, we're calling out to this IP address or this domain. Like that would be cool. I haven't ran strings yet, and that's a fault of my own. Ooh, some goodness in here. Schedule taste on logon, highest. That's got to be persistence to create itself, run itself with highest priority. Yep, run itself. Software Microsoft Windows current version run. Yep, uses a reverse string in there. A batch script is created for again some more persistence. We're like doubling up, tripling up on persistence here. You gotta love it, man. Ooh, some bytes for a master key. Looks like it's gonna do some cryptography, AES in here. Maybe do encrypt the comms. Looks like it. Append to string AX2. Whoa. What the F is all of this? Are these just all random base64 things, or are they encrypted and encoded? That's a long boy. It's going for a while. Okay, so it must go ahead and do something with these functions. Encoding, convert from base64. Is it just base64 decoding these? I feel like it is. Yeah. It's just base64 decoding. Well, dang, let's go see what the heck those things are. I want to know. I'm sure some of them are like data keys, yeah. But some of them could also very well be weird stuff. I moved out of X Ubuntu, and I really didn't need to. Let's subble base64 strings, I suppose. Not all of these are actually base64, so that can die. That's just defined. That can die. Let's get everything that's in these double quotes. Find all of these, and then let's all just display them out. So at the very, very beginning of each line, I want to remove. At the very, very end of each line, I want to remove to get the quotes. So now we have the base64 strings. Let's hop over to our terminal here. Let's cat them out. And let's do a little stupid bash loop. We'll do like a while read line. We could do an xargs thing, but I just have habit of doing a while read line. Echo that to base64 minus D. Done. And is there anything interesting in here? No. All complete nonsense data. Maybe that's going to be used for some encryption thing. I don't know. But I'm flying around frantically. I shouldn't be. We could dissect that more if we wanted to, but I think we this is bad. Oh, there are some socket, some stream stuff being set up in here though. Buffer size, send size, it doesn't. Whoa. Wait a second. Is this referring back to all that data? Get text. I want to know what you connect to. DNS get host address of text, and text is ABWB Christmas right there. Random portions? What? Download stuff with web client. But there weren't like strings in that output. Were there not? There weren't. That's just a weird one. That's not an IP address. There are no domains in there. Bit converter, thread, blah blah blah. Packet messages ping. What is this? I know I've gone somewhere else that I didn't want to go. String text. IP address equals DNS host address text. I would love to know what text turns out to be, but this on its own, like there's no way that decodes anything. Like what? What do they do? New character 1, comma, length. I don't know what that code is doing. And it's getting a new random next one of something else. Like as an index. I don't get that. I might be stupid. What about this guy? This is another one where there was no like real data to that. But the function that called it didn't look like it decrypted it. Did it? Take me back. Well, it defined it here and then went down. But that's just a base 64 decode call. Christmas. I don't know why I'm calling it that. Oh, wait. No. I don't know. Maybe it's too late and I'm digging through that more than I should. At this point, again, we kind of know what's up, so. These other functions. Is there anything else in here? This is just kind of more comms. Packet send plugin, DLL, hashes, packet messages long. Received. Okay, so this is again its own C2. Message pack plugin. Oh, this is a lot. Checks if it is an administrator. And because I suck at like monitoring the process monitor or doing other detection stuff. Whoa. Yeah, this is one around a lot. Microsoft no. It's trying to play as true 64-bit. That's cool. Obviously horrible, but cool to determine like its user level, the admin, and just pass that back to the C2 server. I don't know, it pulls in a lot of functions here. Nice. Okay. So if Defender thinks that this is async rat, we got about 10 minutes at the top of the hour. I'm back in Rednux because I hit Alt-Tab and I didn't need to. How about async rat? Async rat C#. A lot of good stuff around here. Let's see if this kind of talks about everything. Oh, that looks kind of familiar. Actually, what's the source code look like? Client. It says it's all that close to what we were looking at. We could dig through the source code, but another picture. This looks like identical to the README. Yeah. Async rat with phishing. I want to know if they use any of the batch script stuff, because that would be kind of stuck. Oh, this is super recent. Holy crap! June 27th. Okay, they do it with Visual Basic script. We've seen Revenge Rat, but Revenge Rat is like very, very telling in its username. Ooh, they use the encoded payload though. That's not what we had seen strictly in batch, but Ooh. This, however, is practically identical to what we just saw. Okay. Like, we literally still have that open. Where was that? Oh, this must be the mutex that was created to initialize things, to create the sockets or this right here. Like, this display looks gosh darn the same with like referencing everything. This must be the send info function right here. Yeah. Client info, exactly. That's exactly it. Alright. So totally async rat. Yep. Same sort of persistence methodology with the scheduled tasks, string reverse, everything that we've already just seen. I'd love to know which C2 servers this comes back to though. So let's try it in any run as a start, and then maybe, depending on how I'm feeling, I'll run this on my own box. We'll play. real service host in there. A Canada IP address though. TNS requests. Microsoft. Those seem weird. Is there anything else that you're gonna do? No. 9001 though. Again. Suspicious activity, yeah, I mean, I would agree, but it didn't blow up like I thought it might. Like there weren't any other child problems. I mean, I guess this is kind of it, you know? Like if I were to try and run this with the attachment.bat, maybe that would go crazy. And we could try that, like, from Redmux. Doesn't need me to create an account or anything. Huh. What? I'm carrying them, that's how. Yeah. It's gonna want me to register. Oh no. Just give me a public task. Please? No, I need to register. Alright. I can just go ahead and download the original scripts. Bring that here. Oh, I freaking keep moving back with my alt tabs. Let's do another one. Let's go again. Let's just use the attachment.bat because I'm sure that will unravel a little bit more. Do it. Yeah, that's fine, man. Do what you gotta do, my friend. Oh, I should have kept track of that Canada IP address, though. Weird. I don't know if that's anything. Oh, come on. I don't want you to run it as a text file, dude. I want you to run it as a script. You're useless. Stop. Where is the... Where'd you put this? Can I not paste? You stinking... Alright, that's not worth it. The cleaner one is going to be the exact same as the regular decoded one because it is the exact same. Just like, well, let's get that Canada IP address because I didn't write it down like an idiot. And were there any other RCs, emails, basic run itself? I wonder if we match. Oh. C2, that's a 7.9 though. Let's go show it. Are you cooking over there? You are. What is this one? Switzerland? What's the conversation on Reddit a year ago? Get out of here. Not all that helpful. That's US. What connections did you have? This one. Ah. Repeatedly to port 9001 on this guy though. It's Canada. Oh, Shodan, you don't even know what's up, man. Well, what should we do? Is that port gonna be a thing? Like, try and talk to it for some reason. Oh, you put me in the US? You jerk. That doesn't matter. Hello? Hello? I don't know if that C2 is still going to be up, or if it's going to be HTTP or HTTPS, but I think we're still able to diagnose this as async rat. And despite this being probably an extremely boring video, because it was very quiet and didn't do a whole lot, I hope that was a little bit of fun. You got to see some other neat techniques for batch obfuscation. I think that Chinese character thing is kind of really cool, not gonna lie. And the caret repeated use in batch script, I thought was very, very slick as well. And using some of those other variable names to just build out other potential commands, I thought that was kind of slick. So I hope you thought so too. But it's like midnight right now, guys. So thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for sticking with me. Hope you enjoyed this sleepy time little hour analysis. But we'll keep cranking. We'll do it again for the next one. Thanks for sticking with me, everybody. Toodaloo. Take care. Am I even gonna upload this thing? I don't freaking know. Hey, what's up? We're going to be doing some more malware analysis stuff in this video. So here we go. I'm on my Linux virtual machine here, and I got a couple files for us to look at. I got 3 Visual Basic Script, you can tell by the extension here, .bbs files. This is going to be raw, and that I have literally never opened these files whatsoever before in my life. So I'm just going to screen record, me doing it, and we'll see where we go. I guess this might be pretty heavily edited, but I have literally no idea. I have not opened these whatsoever. So what should we start with, ladies and gentlemen? We'll go for the short boy. Let's go for impule. You know what? Let's make directories for these. Let's go for impule, whatever that means, and let's move the BBS file into that. So let's take a look at what he is. Oh, I like this one. This is fun. Let's call this. Yeah, we should start to clean this. So let's go like 0, 1, like 0, 0 clean, I guess. Looks like it's creating a WScript shell. Is there a Visual Basic Script plugin for some line text to get some color in this? Console package. Package control? Where are you? Oh, it's loading repositories. Okay, whatever. We know anyway that VVVVVVNNNNNN is WScript shell. So let's call that WScript shell. That seems to be just about the string reverse is going to be a good PowerShell boy. You can tell that because it's including PowerShell here, concatenating it all together. What is going on? Why is Sublime Text taking forever to load these repositories? Speak of the devil, Visual Basic Script, VB script. Installing that package. Let's see how we do. Why is it taking so long? Let's just call this variable, a little PowerShell. We know that's what it's going to be. PowerShell, and we could probably literally just like the string that we know is going to be PowerShell with a space in it. If you can't tell, that's because of this spells PowerShell backwards, all concatenated, and so there's that. PowerShell. Did I have a capital S? Yeah, with a space. Okay. So set syntax Visual Basic Script. There we go. Now we get some colors in here. We're going to do a run some of you people, you know, the ones, you know, those people might be saying, John, why did you bother including the character after the backtick if you could literally just replace the backtick with nothing? You wouldn't have to worry about the next character. To that I say, you're right. I am a goddamn idiot. Sorry. Alright, back to the video, everybody. Bye. And we should also go ahead and remove these single quotes and concatenated single quotes because they're doing nothing. Can I do something else? The plus sign. Oh, the plus sign. Interpreted literally regular expressions, please. Control, enter, there we go. What do we got? PowerShell, input, expression, object, web client, download, string. Has some strings in it. Invoking. How does this do this? Invoke expression. Dot input. So we're downloading a JPEG, right? Only we're going to exit. We're going to hide that window and not show it. Wait for that command exit, and then we're going to remove our wscript.shell object. We're going to sleep for an hour. Yeah. No. 1,000 is 1 second, so a minute. Yes, that's math. Math is hard. Empty string. Call that variable empty string. And then a shell follows just after it. As a string. So create object. Okay, just a little shell application. Namespace 7. We know from previous videos, namespace 7 is your current user's like startup directory to auto run and auto start once you're in. So it's going to copy this script, this wscript.full name to 1048. What? No, you idiot! That math does not add up. Copy this. Oh, it literally tells us. Thank you. Nice comment explaining what's happening there. Let's do the fun stuff and let's go figure out what's going on with this PowerShell syntax. Calling for this domain, please still be live. I would love to see it. You love to see it. Curltac K. It's going to use HTTPS, and we should do that too. What you got for me? Yes. Oh my goodness, there's stuff. Can I tee that out to 02 PowerShell WSL? Yeah, alrighty. So let's check out our 02 PowerShell WSL. What do we got here, boys and girls? Completely random string name to a lot of nonsense, although, however, that is seemingly just a binary. that index and then converting it to base 16, right? So we are unhexifying that. So let's call that function unhexlify. Okay. Now we have even more heavy. TTTS078888, however that's going to be an undistributed clip once again. That replace technique. So let's steal all that. I'll use Python to do that because it's literally the exact same syntax. Again, just pasting that in, double clicking it all. Brace your eyes for some white text. Here we go. And let's replace that line with that. Oh crap, you know I should have saved this as like a 0 to a PowerShell line. Because I want to keep the original for posterity's sake. So let's call that other hex, I guess. And then we unhexify that decoded other hex. And then we decode the original hex code that we saw at the very, very top of the script. So we'll call that one just decode hex. Hello? Hello, computer? Are you there? Okay. Decoded hex. And then we'll use reflection. We'll use some neat little magic in the Windows world to load in this entire thing. So we know that this will be a .NET assembly, right? So we can open this thing up in ILSpy or DNSpy. And then we do a get type based off these class names and get that invoke null objects. Whoa, where are we going? What are we doing? Reg services? With our decoded hex? There's stuff happening. Okay. We should totally go ahead and determine what these things are. Because decoded other hex looks like it's going to be the reflection loaded program. And we can unhexify that and create a file and see what this thing ends up running and doing with these function calls here. Doing something with the reg services that we see, and also the decoded hex. So let's do it. I'll close it in Python because if we were to simply echo all that out on our terminal, we can use XXD, TAC-R, TAC-D to reverse and print out all of that hex. We'll call that other hex, but this is going to be EAC or DLL. Probably DLL. We'll take a guess, right? Let's check out that other hex. It's a DLL. Nice. It is a mono.NET assembly, which means that we can open it up in ILSpy or DNSpy. I'll use ILSpy because the internet gets angry when I do, and for some reason I find enjoyment in that at this beginning. Literally no reason why I use that. Aside from the fact that more Visual Basic impule other hex.dll. There we go. Let's make this text a little bigger so you guys can see it. Kablammy. Let's go 18 because 20 is just too much. Okay, what we got here? Class library 2. Nice. That's a good default Visual Studio code or Visual Studio name for the project. And we've got some little classes here to work. We got a good CGM, T4, AGO, etc. And we also have some resources. No, we don't. Never mind. Module? Nothing really here. Let's look at the code, ladies and gentlemen. Talk is cheap. Show me the code, as they say. Nothing happening in that function. It's already expanded and there's literally nothing happening. Thankfully, however, that is not the one that this thing calls NCSTD30RKK, etc. So let's check out that function. Oh gosh, took a little bit of time to compile. We got other read-only random name variables and recorders here. Other peculiar ones, just laying out struct. that function, if flag 2, what is equal not that function, seemingly in num6, continue, and if that's set, checked. Type is checked. Is that a function? Where's that coming from? Num equals 7. None of this makes sense to me. There's that other function that is called discard the regional nodes. There are segments that are one. This other one is up here. This other one is up here. We define a struct. Otherwise, case 4, this is another. Wait. One of those is the only function that's called QYPIN. That's the very, very top. So, I mean, I guess it's this class. Oh, no, but it invokes one specific. Yeah, CLNHAQYYQ, of course. So, let's pull it for that guy. It's a function that we're looking at right there. Okay. We run that thing again. Run that thing again. Oh. What am I doing? Randomness equals converting that thing to a type handle. Full flag, mod K. Man, you guys really aren't doing me any favors naming your variables complete nonsense. I gotta say. I mean, you take an argument somewhere. We know. We know you take an argument somewhere. I mean, I guess it's gonna be an argument to this. Yeah. It doesn't have a name. What? What? How do you refer to the variable? How do you refer to that parameter? Do you? We're calling regservices.exe somewhere. Oh, this is gonna be so short. Is there gonna be short bullets? Long copy that thing with thing. Me trying to read code that doesn't make any sense because it has no proper naming. It's just a bunch of switch keys. I could, like, sure, we could explore through this a little bit more. But, we'll be honest. Get processed by ID. Does this thing return a process ID? That thing doesn't think. Nope. Oh, a lot of these are continuing. A lot of these just like are wrappers for other functions. That's weird. P0 seems to be a process. doing? All right, that one. That one deserves a little bit of love. Let's open it up in iOS. If I pass it already to iOS, we'll just like go into it. Other things that I don't know. What we release your part of the DL. What we got? Mine. What? Mine. What's that? So board members are 5478, and that's not what we're either. I'm just dumb. That's all. IL-Spy, stop with the tooltip, man. Just as we started analyzing the malware, unfortunately, the two command and control services shut down. Tell me about it, bro. Like, story of my life over here. Not that I'm actually doing anything remotely worthwhile. Okay, so if this is Revendra, all of this tradecraft from what folks have seen previously, let's see. What do you think? Revendra is a freely available remote access tool. Is there like a link to source code or something? It's freely available? Silence? Oh, come on, no, let's just take the website. Now, we're using a wscript.shell object, but they're creating a scheduled task. Oh, they do a little reflection. That's what we do. Ooh! Analyzing this function, we found several command magic strings in researcher wrote, the most notable of which are the P command, which asks the malware to collect the victim's topmost finger tile, the IE and LP commands that ask malware to manipulate the system registry, the UNV command packet, meanwhile, allows the attacker to send malicious assembly language with ASM code to the malware to be executed in memory. We did see that. We did see that in that packet handler, right? Yeah, P, IE, PNC, GPL, UNV, and that's going to end up running assembly. Yeah. Shell code around that? Neat. Obviously horrific and evil, but still neat. As part of the second stage infection chain, version 1.6 of WSH trial policies. Huh. Well, I guess we can take a look at the others now that we kind of know what this thing is. But Revenge Rat, telling us the config. Mr. Ahmed. Where are you, Mr. Ahmed? That doesn't help. I just Google Mr. Ahmed. I don't know why I did that. That was just like out of broken habit. Mr. Ahmed River. Oh, what is this? What the F? Get out of here! ILSY. I don't like where I am right now. Silent dog exploit bypass Google. Full 2020 silent 100%. Mr. Ahmed. That's gotta be him. He has a YouTube channel! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, we have to go check him out! What are you doing, Mr. Ahmed? Another one bites the dust. This account has been terminated due to multiple or severe violations of YouTube policy against spam, deceptive practices, and misleading content or other terms of violations of information. He's gone! YouTube took him down. It's cancel culture, everybody. Look at that, fully undetected, 0 out of 40. No workplaces should go so much. Other accounts with similar. I don't know if Facebook is the right marketplace to showcase. Oh, and all these videos are down, aren't they? Oh my gosh. I didn't realize those were all YouTube videos when I was looking at them, but like they're literally all taken down. These are recent So let's go check out that house. Alright, let's check out our e-file transmitter. Let's make directory for e-file transmitter. Include that e-file transmitter. Yes, let's get that directory. Now we can hop over there and take a look. Woo! This one's fun. This seems to decode base 64. Oh wow! This is its own like. This is an implementation of base 64 in Visual Basic. That's neat. I'm swiping that. I'm gonna add that to my toolkit. I don't know about you. Cool. And it just straight up executes it, so that's kind of cheap. Let's call this variable base64 code. Let's call this variable decoded base64. Bunch of V's. And then we execute it. So all we have to do is straight up decode this. Put that in. base64 tag E, we'll decode that to 02 next stage. Second stage, not yes. There you go. It's the exact same code. It's literally identical. This is the exact same thing we just said. Different IP address, different port. Are you still over in Dallas? Don't be over in Dallas, buddy. Move on. No, is that the same? That's the same. It's just a different port. Oh shit! I wonder if that. See if that works. Lamos. One day we'll get a live one, guys. One day. It's the exact same. Download function, HTTP function. Here. Still exists. Well, I don't think there's a whole lot else to this. It's interesting that that one used Visual Basic script while the other just used some strange explanation. That makes sense. That's all, I think. That's all I kind of wanted to go through. So I'm fading out, not gonna lie. That was a bad video because I'm just kind of chilling, just kind of me goofing off, kind of me doing whatever. I don't know if that's actually helpful or useful to people, so please let me know in the comments. You know? Weird kind of video for today, you know, we try it just to thanks so much for watching, everybody, if I do actually upload this. So I think there is a certain amount of, or an element of risk in putting out kind of a video like this that is so timely and current. And obviously this is still kind of a breaking and emerging thing. I don't want this to be something that kind of gets other threat researchers or other analysts kind of like in a tizzy. I don't want anyone to be upset or going crazy. Like, all of the stuff that I'm going to end up sharing in this video is public, right? And I care specifically much more about the technology, the tradecraft, the technical analysis, the techniques that they're using kind of on the keyboard and stuff like that when we're looking at bad guys, we're looking at hackers and threat actors. What I do want is for this video to be all about education and bringing this into the spotlight and showcasing it and raising awareness, because I think that we're doing this sort of stuff, threat research, analysis, threat intel, it's so that we can better the community, right? So that everyone else is kind of in the know and aware of this stuff. So again, this will be kind of just showcasing technology and what we're seeing. I will note, of course, that look, disclaimer, I don't know all the things, and if I misspeak or if I'm wrong, that's totally cool. I hope, fingers crossed, please be cool with that. Let me know in the comments, share, and obviously, as I said, this is sort of an ongoing thing, and that it's still kind of developing. So maybe the stuff that I end up showcasing will be out of date and not applicable in the next day or whenever you happen to watch this video or as new things develop. And obviously, if you see anything new or interesting or peculiar, please do share. There's an email in the description. You can hit me up anywhere online, Discord, Twitter, LinkedIn, blah, blah, blah. You know, you can find me. Pretty easy to cyberstalk me. And there's the risk again, right? So anyway, enough of me blabbering. I know it was a 2-minute introduction that was not necessary, but this video, I want to showcase some of the post-exploitation from some of the Microsoft Exchange, proxy logon, Hafnium incident, Skyfall, etc. So I just want to be showcasing the technology and showcase the education piece of that and some of the post-exploitation stuff that we're kind of tracking, or at least what we've seen so far. So I'll get to my computer screen here and we'll take a gander. I have my GitHub gist page open and available, and I'm going to be kind of pouring and scrolling through here. So this is, as I mentioned, off the tails of the Microsoft Exchange kind of vulnerability that came out and has been being exploited and is still kind of actively being exploited. So recently, I just updated this one here for the China Chopper web shell. So if you're interested in some of this other stuff, or if I'm not laying out the background, the backdrop, or setting the stage properly here, the exploitation of these Microsoft Exchange servers comes with a sort of indicator of compromise, right? The IOCs that you might find web shells or ASPX web shells in a specific file location, either through kind of the default installation of Microsoft Exchange or kind of shown through in like an IIS web review. Now, when this broke, when this went down, like there were practically no antivirus PDR programs or solutions that would stop this because, oh, web files in the web root directory, that sounds totally normal. No cause for concern or suspicion. Keep in mind, it's the contents of this web files that is kind of spooky and sketchy. So I will showcase this, and I've done plenty of work with this kind of through my own day job. So if you're interested, you can certainly dig up some other stuff in case I don't explain this all that well. But I just updated this with some of the other recent findings that we've seen here. So tons and tons of stuff, right? But the ASPX shells that have that China Chopper structure, and I'm actually looking for China Chopper to give a little bit more color behind that, right? This is an article that FireEye put out back in 2013, so like this is a known thing. And some of you that play Capture the Flag, or some of you that are kind of into the scene, look, you know, it's the equivalent of like a PHP one-liner thing where you just fire up and pass in a system with an HTTP argument, like a get variable or a post variable. It's literally the exact same idea, and that, hey, you just end up passing along a variable or kind of an HTTP get parameter argument. We're calling it a key or a password because obviously you or the attacker would need to know what the name of that key or that variable happens to be, and that can sort of allow for some mental gap, as only the people that know that password will be able to execute code there. But that's it. There's it in ASPX. They have a rendition in PHP. This also has a lot of other functionality, and I think some, like a whole front end for how you can do things with this. That's what a lot of this stuff that FireEye was showcasing here. But it boils down to just that syntax of like, yo, taking a variable from the HTTP request and execute. Like it's a command. You're operating from the command line, etc., etc. Do they have the syntax for the PHP one? Yeah. So there's ASPX, which what we are seeing, and of course PHP, as you've seen it, like an eval or an exec pass-through system, etc. But just an HTTP variable. That's kind of all that it boils down to. Okay, that was enough of that backdrop. Sorry. But we're seeing all of these different potential web shells, and we try to create a list of them because a lot of them tend to be just random, like A through Z, uppercase, lowercase, with some digits in there. Or some of them, we tend to call it like a random file name, but some of them also tend to be static, like a T or some as ballsy to say shell, load, Outlook EN, etc., HTTP proxy, support with the 0 to be lead. And you can see the syntax here that just is doing a weird job and like not showing. But of course, you can see that key or what it ends up moving through. Some of these I think are really interesting because there are a few cases where you'll see, at least an effort or attempt to maybe do some evasion where you can concatenate the strings for the word unsafe as if that's going to get through some signature detection. Maybe it does, maybe it will. Again, do not know. Other ones are also interesting where they're like getting a whole request object out and like saving a file out of it. I do see some that I think are just using like another PowerShell request or payload. Let me pull that. I think it's down here below. But that's kind of the normal one, that N09, etc. Although we've seen other variations of it, and you can see some of the static ones like Orange or Bingo or Bananas. Where's the other neat stuff? There it is. So eval system text encoding UTF-8 get string from base64. So you base64 encode some of these, and it's like a whole random hash for that variable for that HTTP request. One of these I'm not exactly positive. It's like maybe they're making a mess. Who knows? And some of them are also. I think this HTTP/F like isn't a thing. Obviously, checking out the etc. host file for the victims for the target compromised machines, there is no domain F, and there isn't just one on the internet, right? I'm pretty sure it's just to cram it into the external URL, which is that field in the OAB directory configuration thing, to look like a URL, but then because this is going to end up being rendered as ASPX, just jam in the script tag there, because that's actually what's going to be being executed server side. Anyway, enough backdrop. We're like 10 minutes in the video and we haven't even gotten anything interesting. So, this is the web shell. That means the attackers have remote code execution. They have access and availability to run commands and operate on that machine. Boom. This thing affected like all versions of Microsoft Exchange. All of those servers are typically publicly exposed to the internet. Bad. And people just kind of spraying and praying. The bad guys are just like, hey man, let's whack the whole internet with this thing. Let's see what falls out. So hence the scramble, hence the concern, and maybe I'm like, maybe I'm hyping this thing up too much, but so now, and this is breaking, right? So this has gone on for the past week, a little bit earlier when it's all started to kind of fall through. So maybe I'm late when getting this video, but now we're seeing post-exploitation. Now we're seeing the techniques and tradecraft that follow this. So, what is going to go down? What are the hackers going to do? Are they going to drop ransomware? Are they just going to exfiltrate data? Are they going to like steal things to sell it on the dark web, spooky wooky? Are they going to use a crypto coin miner, like just start harvesting bitcoins, become part of a botnet? I don't know. Anyway, let's get to one of the indicators of a compromise, right? We saw the web shell, but now what commands are the attackers going to run on that web shell? So I have this one that I want to bring us down the rabbit hole, and I call this file stage0.cmd. So catting this out, let's take a look at what we got here. This was just one of the logs, one of the things that we had seen that was detected. I think Defender actually ended up seeing this and like for it or removed it. But CMD, running the command prompt, right? /C, so we run one command in line, passed in its arguments, and we kickstart PowerShell. PowerShell tag EP for execution policy, where we bypass the execution policy. Tag E for enc or ENC for encoded, so you can pass in an encoded command, and it's base64 encoded, right? So we can see all of this gobbledygook, all of this nonsense, all this techno jargon. It's base64. So we can pretty easily just go ahead and decode that, right? That's what base64 just lets us do. So I will go ahead and I'll echo that out. Copy and paste that, and I will pipe it to a base64 tag D, or -D. So we can decode. And this is what came out. So IEX, or invoke expression, argument or the string that is passed to it will run as if it were a PowerShell syntax and command. Now, we create a new object, net.web client, so we can access the internet, and we download a string present at this location, http p.est09. I'm going to call it pest online, even though obviously that's not what that says, but that's kind of an easy thing to name that with. We can address that problem. And it goes to p with an HTTP variable p included as a little get variable there, the question mark. So, what is that thing? We kind of want to know, hey, what is that? What is on that page? Does that page still exist? So I'm going to go ahead and copy that syntax, and I will simply try to see if that actually still exists. No. Okay. So it wasn't ending up being a thing, at least not right now. I'll bring this to you because I will lay the foundation in that we went ahead and contacted the owners of that. We tried like some whois. We would try some Shodan to get ideas of what this thing is. It was a DigitalOcean IP address, as I'm sure you're seeing a trend in the DigitalOcean cloud provider that has been this hackers use. They're one of choice. And I think Namecheap was the one that had the domain. So we notified them, and they stopped it. They pulled it down from what I can see now. But I did save the original payload and the tech that came from it. So I want to showcase some of that. Now again, all of this is present here on my GitHub gist. You can see, I made these a couple days ago when I just tried to store all this and make it visible and accessible to other people. So this is the PS Online, or Pest Online, right, we'll call it, and their stage 1. Now, if we go check this out, there's a lot here. I don't know if you can see that horizontal bar, but boom, plenty of stuff. So let me grab that syntax, and I will simply call that, what do we want to call it, stage 1, right? Stage 1.ps1, we'll slap it in here. And of course it starts with an invoke expression. Now, yeah, this is might be a little easier to see. It's just a wall of more base64. However, it's going to end up creating this as a memory stream, taking that base64, decoding it, and also deflating it with some compression algorithm. Normally you'll see like gzip being used to decompress some stuff, deflate, that's another kind of variation, right? And obviously at the very, very end, we'll go ahead and decompress it and read to the very, very end of it, and it'll execute that because of the invoke expression at the very, very top. So this structure is very normal for another PowerShell stager. Question is, okay, what is actually in this code? Because we're using invoke expression, we know at the very end of the day, this is going to end up translating out to PowerShell syntax, more PowerShell code. Well, we want to know what that is. So if we were to try and like defang this, sure, we could grab this base64 syntax all on its own. We could decode it. We could deflate it with, I think zlib, right? Maybe I'm wrong in that. Yell at me if I'm not. If I am. And then we could just do it kind of ourselves. Or, because of PowerShell syntax, we can just let PowerShell decode it. As long as we are certain we have removed that invoke expression so we don't actually execute this, so we don't run it on our own system. So I will copy all this, and I'm going to fire it up. And I think I'll throw it in PowerShell, right? So if I'm running this in PowerShell on Linux, I don't exactly know, obviously because we're just decoding this data, if we were to actually end up running something, then if it uses like Windows internals or Windows stuff, then it will just fail. That's kind of the gamble, the dice roll that you do when you try and run some of the stuff in PowerShell on Linux. So also have a Windows VM kind of prepared and ready for you. But in this case, it should totally be fine. So let me paste all this in. You can see I have removed my invoke expression. We're just starting with this object here. So I just want to see what this returns. I want to see what comes out of this. I'll hit enter, and there we go. Now we have more code and more syntax. And it looks like this is actually pretty telling. So I will grab this. Oh, and I actually didn't finish. I didn't get to the very, very top. There we at, what is it, stage 2 now? Slap that in, and now we're seeing some more new interesting things. We start with some enumeration. Bad guys are going to want to know what is the computer that they landed on. They retrieve the MAC address with a get MAC. Is that something that's defined here? No. Well, that looks like a CMD command. Looks like an old school command. Does that actually work? Fire up my Windows VM. So now I just hopped over to a Windows virtual machine, right? I have Windows Terminal open, but it started me off in PowerShell. I want to get into CMD because that could end up being, I have the distinctive shared clipboard on this. I had to reset this VM some time ago because it was just not behaving with the Windows updates or whatever. Let's run this. Okay, and there we get a MAC address, so that can be poured in. We skip the first line, convert from CSV, get the header MAC, and expand on that MAC. So it just grabs the MAC address. That's all that that variable is going to end up doing. Then we try, bumping around, if global ES exec can be executed. EXE flag is flice. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I think that's just checking if ES exec is a thing. I'm not 1,000% positive. There's nothing malicious in that, so let's just kind of go through it. There we go. I'll exit out of CMD and get us back into PowerShell. And yeah, paste it anyway. Who cares? Okay. Looks like that's okay. It does return that object. And is exe flag set? No. It is true. It is not flace, unless flace is already defined, but I'm sure. Name, of course, will still be a thing. Okay. Then we get the date. We store it in DT as a variable. The path is going to end up being our environment variable for the temporary location, and it puts it in ccc.log. Okay? Flag as to whether or not that exists, because we're just testing the path, that will go ahead and verify, hey, does that file exist already? Let's try to run some of those. Now, of course, DT is our current date, and what else did we just choose? Path, yep. Path should have evaluated out fully to my temporary directory, which it does, and we call it like what flag, and that is false because it does not yet exist. Okay, so let's get back to this here. Permit looks like it's going to end up checking the current identity and checking if it is an administrator, right? So if it is in an administrator role, the key that builds out is going to be the MAC address, which we just determined, AV, which it doesn't look like, I don't think it ended up getting. Version, did I miss some of the code here? Get WMI object, gets the version, and the architecture for the 32-bit or 64-bit. Oh, and domain, user, and PowerShell presence. There's a lot. Okay, okay. We can explore this in the gist again, and I have that code still publicly available, so let me just verify that. Get back to our Firefox here, and this should be what we call stager 02. Okay, but that's the exact same syntax. I didn't see that AV variable be defined or used. Huh. That's fine. Okay. Then if we do not have our logging set up, we will create it. And if we are an administrator, seemingly from permit variable up here, we'll go ahead and do the same PowerShell download cradle for IEX invoke expression, now downloading from cdn.chat.cdn.net with p-high or hig set to the date. Odd. DT is set to date. Okay. And the text that returns from it, it retrieves as bytes, base64 decodes it, and then sets up a service. Right? No, schedule task. So scexec is going to be argument / create running as user system configuration with the minute. For every 45 minutes, we will run a task named winnet, WINNET /tr, and that syntax and code will be PowerShell running the code that it had previously downloaded from cdn.chat.cdn.com. Of course, bypassing the code and /f. And then it goes ahead and creates it. So /file path with the scheduled task, creating that scheduled task. Now, that is persistence, right? So every 45 minutes, we'll go ahead and run something as a system user, and it's going to be variable on what is returned from this domain. And the HIG variable isn't actually set to anything. It's just including it in the date time, like in the request, but it's not being used as a variable. It's not being set equal to anything. So maybe they're just using that to keep track of the timing as to when they're seeing these responses. And of course, every 45 minutes, then they don't even need to run this request every 45 minutes. They just downloaded that persistent code from that location. Okay. Otherwise, if it's not an administrator, it will download again from cdn.chat.cdn.net, low as the argument and dt being the date one more time. But now they aren't using that /ru or the run user as system, because it's just going to end up running in the current context of the current user. So it's not an administrator and cannot use that system level. There we go. We should go ahead and explore what that location is. CDN, chat, CDN. Schedule task run for winnet, task name winnet, and that's its persistence that it has kickstarted and is now in action, executing every 45 minutes. We should go find out what that is. We sleep for a random amount of time. We try to get a WMI object for the processes that are running, select string pattern for download string. So it looks like it's trying to find its own coding for it. If run.length is less than 0, so if it actually found a result and it has not been executed, it creates this onps variable, which is a argument again to cmd.exe /c running PowerShell, no profile, window format is hidden, execution policy bypass, and tax C for the command that we want to run. And it's going to run another download cradle, downloading from that IP address with an update.png and the key that it has uncovered from all of our MAC address and information, everything that it already kind of extracted with its own enumeration. Okay, and then it will execute that. And otherwise it tries to kill PID. Was PID ever defined? Or is that just a PowerShell thing? There's no way that's just a PowerShell thing, is it? PID? Oh! Today I learned, right? TIL. That's why we do this, ladies and gentlemen. So, let's go see if this thing actually exists. CDN, that chat cdn.net /p pig or high and low. So that one does exist. When we were to supply low, I think we get, are these the exact same? Let's try and redirect that out to HIG. And let's redirect that to low, and I'm not including the date in here. I don't know if it will actually make any difference, but can I cat HIG? Is that. Now what about low? If I diff HIG and low, they're the exact same file. Try 56 HIG and low. Yeah, literally the exact same. So no difference whether or not you are an administrator or not in that persistence. Now what is that going to end up doing, right? Let's go ahead and find out. We have that syntax, once again using that PowerShell setup, invoke expression, deflate string from base 64. Let's get everything other than that invoke expression, and let's bring down our PowerShell prompt from before. slap that in, and now we have this thing. Okay. Goodness. Is this thing like fully reversed? This is disgusting. Let's save that, and let's call that persistence numbers. Slap all that in. Invoke expression. Joining regular expressions that match that, which is totally in reverse. Kill that thing. This whole thing is reversed. You can see like start process over and over again. Does this actually ever reverse it? Yeah. Right to left. Alright, so rather than running invoke expression on this one more time, let's be dangerous. Nerf that. I'm removing the parentheses that was following it. So now I can try to just slap this into PowerShell one more time. Here we go. There we go. And this is still kind of really messy to read. Is this the exact same code? I see that get Mac flag in it. Subble decoded persistence stuff PS1. Oh gosh, this is gross. They're gonna end up using semicolons though, because it's all one line. So what we can do, why are they gonna end up using semicolons? What the F? You know what, let's split on the plus sign and then make it a new line plus sign so it's a little bit more readable. Not that that's really readable whatsoever, but this is the exact same setup. They're getting the MAC address again. They're setting the exe flag. What is this? What is this XWH thing? That, I'm sure, is being placed. Yeah, it totally is. Because that's going to end up being the prefix for a variable. You can see that B code that we saw earlier. There's that chat one more time, exactly. That chat CDN domain. And all this replacing is going to end up actually happening. So, you know what? This needs to be ran again. This isn't actually going to be executed. Actually, be super duper careful with this one. I see it right here. I see it at the very, very end. It's piped into an ampersand with PS home index 4, PS home index 30, and an X. That should be IEX. Let me check this out. Let's grab this syntax. Let's get over to our Windows virtual machine. I'll slap this in. Thanks, Windows. I really appreciate that. So PS home. This is a well-known trick. PS home. Let's get this variable. You can see here. PS home index 4. Like there's the original string that looks pretty benign. It's just where your PowerShell home is going to end up living and existing. The PS home index 4 is an I. And check it out. PS home index 30 is an E. So when you concatenate that all together, you get the value IEX. And I love that Windows actually knew that. Like AMSI probably was like, I don't know. So don't let that execute because that's going to actually run it. That is a known trick. At the very, very end, they'll try and hide the IEX by wrapping it in other variables and extracting an individual index out of that. So if we were to go ahead and get replacing this XWH, right? You know what? I'm pretty sure it'll end up just spitting it all out with a dollar sign. XWH has got to end up being a dollar sign. So let's remove that IEX, and of course, trust in ourselves. Slap it into PowerShell, run that code, and look, this is literally the exact same syntax. Set that to PowerShell. It's doing the exact same thing, grabbing the MAC address, try, except it doesn't have new lines, which is horrific and hard to read. It doesn't even have semicolons. What's going on? But there's that again, same IP address update.png. Yep. Setting persistence would win it. Like forcing that persistence over and over and over again. Dirty. Okay, I think that's all that we're gonna end up getting out of that. We still have more that we should kind of review and look at. But before I drive onward, I do want to note that if we were to Google around and try and research some of this structure, like if I were to, I don't know if I'll actually get the hit. I'll go to Google, just to go here, see if it's around. That might be too obscure. ccc.log. I'm going to weird places on the internet. I will, okay, let's cut to the chase. This is a known thing, like this syntax has actually been seen around, I guess 2019, Carbon Black put this out. Thanks Ryan Murphy, kudos to you. This dives into a little bit more like malware analysis and like actually showcasing the whole storyline, so kudos to you, much better than me. But take a look, they do this exact same setup, or it's obviously going to end up being another PowerShell download cradle, but once it pulls itself down, once this PowerShell payload in that download cradle runs, you end up getting some other obfuscated stuff that eventually turns into the exact same syntax that we've seen thus far. IEX for string MAC, getting the MAC address, doing this, literally using ccc.log, using the exact same log file, the exact same code and techniques, creating, where is it WinIt? Yep, it's WinIt once again, that persistence. Downloading from chat.cdn.net. Downloading from a different IP address here, but /up. So this is only one route. Obviously, like this is only one of the command and control post-exploitation techniques that we've seen thus far coming out of the Microsoft Exchange incident. But this apparently is already a known thing. There is research on that from 2 years ago. So I can link this in the description if you have any interest in reading along on that, but we thought that was, what is this? We have apparently already known about this in our world. So we wanted to showcase that, and I'll share that with you all as well. You might remember, ladies and gentlemen, that we are not yet finished in what we could do with this stage 2 file, because we checked out cdn.chatcdn.net, but there was one more IP address, there was one more location that we could end up going right down here when it tried to execute code coming from this IP address, 188.166.162.201 update.png. It'll include a key, and I don't know if I need to supply that right now. Let's see if we actually get a response without it. And of course, like classic, right? We've seen it before, trying to smuggle PowerShell code inside of a PNG file. Look, it's not a PNG file. Let's curl this down. Let's see if it still exists. And it does. So, more dirty work in here. Let me actually save this copy of, what is that, stage3.ps1. Now, I have this still stored and saved in a GitHub gist. Scrolling back, this was the update.png.ps1, and this is a large file. So if we were to view the full file, I'm just going to copy and save this as well. Oop. We'll save that as other stage3.ps1. That it did include a key when we passed it along. So if I actually check out stage3, curl not like actually output that for me? Curl's output is tac O, isn't it? Yeah, because wget does the tac capital O. Tac lowercase o for curl. Stage3.ps1. What's going on? We just saw that out. It's right here. The file is huge, granted. There's a lot of base 64, Look at this! Look at how far my scroll bar is right now. I mean, it got it. No, that's actually from Hague. Shoot. You can see the previous command. That was from earlier. Maybe for the sake of our own sanity, we should. Yeah. Let's stop. Let's just get the one from the gist, and we'll use that other stage 3 on PS1. Good enough. So what do we got here, ladies and gentlemen? Same exact setup. Ginormous line. Let me actually check that out. LSEC LA, other stage 3. This is 2.5 megs. 2.5 megabytes of base 64 compressed data. So if we were to see all of this, there's a deflate stream, all of the noise and the nonsense. Going to the very, very end, there's nothing else in this. So as usual, let's nerf that invoke expression, copy that syntax, and let PowerShell do the magic for us. I'm going to end up slapping this all in, and it might take a long time. You know what? That was a horrendous idea. At least we look like a real hacker. Where's my mask? Where's my Guy Fawkes? We try to have fun here on this channel. So if any of you guys that are like real professionals are watching this video, and we got to this point, look, I'm sorry. I started off the video all like cool and somber, and now I'm just goofing up. Alright, I'll pause the video recording. We'll get back to this stuff. I should have just ran this as a script. I'm sorry. Okay, hi. I tried to kill PowerShell to stop that from happening. It didn't work, apparently. So I just ran it and redirected it out to a stage 4, and I opened that up. So before I dive in, though, let me take a look at this. This stage 4 is now uncompressed, right? Decompressed. We got 3 megs. So let's take a look at that guy. The Sublime text is like, I'm trying to catch up with you here, John. But this one, I think is neat, and I do want to showcase this to you. So take a look at that first line, first of all. Really wonky, really messy, and this is ginormous. I don't know if you can see my horizontal scroll bar down at the very, very bottom of the screen, but there's a lot going on, and it takes a long, long time to get to the very end of that line. Let me table that for the moment, but scrolling down, we can see other PowerShell syntax that might be continuing on from the very end of that line, but following that, we create this function. Oh, sorry. I'll scroll down here. DHWEKid. It creates some bytes and variables and all these things here. That some of this is obfuscated, right, and some of it is not, which was weird to me. Like you can see these functions here. New packet SMB2 session setup request, and it's like creating SMB packets. Make SMB1 trans2 exploit packet. I think some of this actually comes from Empire, and I might be wrong in that, but when we were kind of hunting around, Googling as to WTF is this thing, I thought we saw some semblances there. But, and some of them have like different, completely random conventions for how they're naming their function. Some of them are like a more PowerShell-like verb noun set up with capitalization, although some of them have like the all lowercase snake case that we just saw earlier. And it's just kind of weird. So as I was scrolling through here, and there's a lot, right? There's about 3 megabytes of all this information. A lot of it is those function names that we saw for SMB. It's invoke SMB, C, maybe that's channel. And I won't end up going through a huge analysis on this the way that it stands right now, but I'm going to keep cruising through because maybe you might have noticed the same thing that I noticed that I thought was incredibly weird and incredibly strange. So, first of all, just to make our analysis somewhat easier and sane, this is what I ended up doing while I was going through it in real time, is that I would try to look for all these function names. So I'd look for function dot whatever, and I would just hit find all, so I'd have them all selected, and I'd copy them out and bring them into a new file. So that way I can look for all the I guess I'll make some of these capital function. Oh, so it's not going to give me that syntax. Whatever. Always because of these curly braces. But this at least gave us a decent idea as to what all this code was doing. Now, as I scroll down here, some of these are very, very strange. I don't know if you see this KDHSD hyphen. There's a string and a comma, and then random base 64 all the way at the end, and then it just adds an if statement way off to the side. That didn't make any sense to me. And it wasn't just that one. There were multiple. There were make SMB2, etc., etc., etc. Function name that would be worthwhile to take a look at. Another new tag P, random base 64. So looking through that kind of tipped me off initially. But as I was continuing to scroll through here and look for interesting things, like I think we saw like a dump hashes. Yeah, there's a function called dump hashes, which is sus. I think there were some other odd ones. But keep an eye out for this weird setup where you have these single quotes and commas, and then other random base 64 data that makes no sense. That's not normal PowerShell syntax. So eventually we were like, I was staring at this whole big long line at the top here because it makes no sense as to why that's all there. So I turn off word wrap, and now we have this humongous chunk of all of these numbers. But I was like, that's not hex. That's not decimal ASCII values. That's not octal. There's no representation of that makes sense when you're looking at that many digits. And eventually I got down to the very, very bottom of those numbers in their pattern there, and I saw this tag F, and I thought like, what does that do? Is that a thing in PowerShell? Following that is a lot of base 64, etc., etc., etc. And scrolling down more and more and more, I thought like, okay, let me take all of the base 64 that I see, but even some of that base 64 has these commas and ending strings here. Well, like one of these is just the letter B. Great, that's helpful. So I took all this and I ended up taking all of those commas and replacing them with a new line. That actually work? Maybe not. Bad example. Yeah. Forgive me, praying to the demo gods always fails. Anyway, the point that I came to when I was looking at just that base 64 as if that was being used, I thought it was really, really weird. I thought, is that actual syntax in PowerShell where you just randomly use tac F? So I thought, let's take this string, including the base 64, and let's see if we could actually get anything out of it. So I brought it over to Windows 10 PowerShell, tried to paste it in. Yep, do it. Eventually, I realized I hit this error. It says, error formatting a string, index 0 based must be greater than or equal to 0 and less than the size of the argument list. And I thought like, wait a second, error formatting a string? Is that tac F literally doing like an F string, like in Python equivalent, a format string? And then I realized, like, oh, this must be doing some F string. Because looking at all of these, that makes sense syntactically with the numbers and the curly braces. And I was trying to find like, oh, is there a curly brace 0? Which looks like there is, right? I don't know if you can see that down there. Just by my face. Is there a curly brace 1? Yep. 2? Yep. 3? Yep. Okay, so we was piecing it all together, but what was the largest number? Is there, like, between all the base 64 string that we saw just underneath it, how much is that? There's no way there's 3,000 commas separated there as arguments to a format string. Like, I see numbers up to 26 and 79. I think I saw some 3,000 somewhere. Yeah, 3,004. But then, I had this epiphany, and I realized the entire PowerShell script itself is being used as a format string. All of the different chunks and all the different portions that we are randomly seeing, where you're starting to add in parameters and create variables, but then suddenly have a random string with a comma and a base 64 in the middle, that's impossible in PowerShell syntax. That's literally not how it will tokenize and run. Then I realized this is a giant puzzle where they're reorganizing, reordering, and rearranging all the pieces of the script and then using that as their final payload. So that kind of blew my mind, and I thought it was really kind of neat. So at the very, very top, there's a crap ton of numbers. It's all passed with tag F to create a format string, and the entire PowerShell script is a format string. Isn't that so cool? Obviously horrific and malicious and nefarious and bad, but so cool. Now, here's the kicker, right? Of course, this is all going to end up being a string. Does it get executed? Where in this giant glob of 3 megabytes of PowerShell creating over, what is that? How many lines is that? 10,269 lines of code. Where is the IEX? Where is the invoke expression? Is it going to very dangerously throw it in there somewhere and I have to hunt it down? Well, no. Because all this string is going to be joined together in place, rearranged and reordered like those puzzle pieces. And at the very, very bottom, check this out. The exact same kind of tradecraft and style that you just saw previously, where it's piped into an ampersand to run it with env compspec indexing that out, joining it all together. I'll show you this. Let me take this real quick. I'll take that syntax, pop it over to my Windows PowerShell here, paste that in. IEX. Again, just another technique to index out individual letters from a known variable that will be constant and static on every single target, every single victim. Compspec should typically always be cmd.exe. Take index 4, take index 15, take index 25, slap that all together as one string. Now you have crafted the alias to run invoke expression and your spooky, scary, evading antivirus and detection. So far in this video, we've seen 2 ways to do that, and obviously there are many, many more. Just grab any kind of static known environment variable on the target, which should be the same across all targets, and then cram it together. Smart. Smarticle. So, with that said, now we know what to nerf. Now we know what to defang and remove from this. So if I take this stage 4 and just kill that IEX at the very, very end, now I could safely run that stage 4 and rearrange it, reorganize it, reorchestrate what this script would originally look like, and it will have the original string, the original script. So let me smartly do that with PowerShell this time. I'll run PowerShell stage 4, and it will redirect that out to stage 5. Jeez. Let it go. Cool. All right. So now let's see if that exists and is relatively sane. And it is. This is much more readable and makes much more sense than the previous one. And you can see some kind of well-known other tricks where you just throw backticks in for the PowerShell syntax, because the backtick is the escape character in PowerShell. So normally you'll use a backslash n to create a new line in other programming languages or scripting language, or a backslash t to create a tab. So rather than the backslash, PowerShell uses a backtick. But not only is PowerShell case insensitive, where it doesn't care about the capitalization or lowercase and uppercase letters, so you can make your messages look like straight up memes, the SpongeBob meme, and you can just arbitrarily throw in backticks wherever you want, because if it's not a valid escape character, PowerShell's be like, oh sure, I know what you mean, yeah, you just want a regular A character. But now you're again evading antivirus or classic formulaic stupid signature detection. Just tricks, just stuff that bad guys are using. And we do too, right? As red teamers, red testers, threat emulation. Anyway, you can see all of these functions now as they originally were. Some other techniques to replace information to get looks like shares. Getting SMB packets, like carving them out by hand, or crafting them all, which is kind of neat. But again, I'm again, now if we were to try and look for all the functions here, and we can do that. I won't actually pour through all of this because I think you get the gist and that those techniques they're using, replacing the backticks, etc., etc. But a lot of this is actually kind of like decently readable, you know? If we wanted to, we could remove all those backticks, but some of them might actually be pieces. But the waj, the replacements, those techniques are present. How far are we going? How many lines do we need to go in here? Oh, here's a good one though. Before I go too far, I did see this. Us getting versions, right? Checking for the operating system, etc., etc. And as you scroll down, you do see this giant chunk in yellow here. And now, we have inline C# code, because PowerShell can do that, right? So PowerShell can create this multi-line string with that @ symbol, and it will have a Pingcastle scanner's namespace. Create a specific class where we have a scan function or functionality here, where it'll do some TCP client, and it'll try and connect to the argument that's passed in on port 445. Good old SMB, right? Network stream, etc., reading out responses, trying to determine how it responds with potential named pipes, etc. And I'm just going through this in a 10,000-foot view, kind of scrolling by. You can see the functionality there. I'm more impressed, and I think it's more cool that you are seeing that inline C# be able to be brought in and compiled on the fly. We're doing that with add type. And now add type does boil down to using the cfc.exe or the command line C# compiler. Same thing with MS Build, I believe. So they all end up writing to disk momentarily. And I think either I've showcased that in a previous video or I have footage that I still need to upload for showcasing. Anyway, that gives us the functionality, and I do see some shell code also being included here. This is all from base64, so we could go ahead and like try and spit that out. But it is non-printable characters, so I'm assuming it's shell code, and we might need to do some like SC debug or something. Oh, actually, there's some stuff in here. Let's run strings on that. Scrolling back. cmd/e netsh.exe to take the firewall, add some opening ports, their own DNS that they might end up using, port proxy. Is that port bending? Yeah. If you haven't, I think that's a neat technique where you can like redirect one port to another one, even locally. So there's a port proxy syntax. Schedule tasks, of course. What do we have? Do we have winit in there? No, it's called sync. And every 40 minutes, we'll have a scheduled task run that will sync. And what is that PowerShell syntax? I don't think I've actually gone down this road yet. Is that different from that one down there? I don't think it is. Let's try and echo that out. Pipe it to base64. Nope. It's our good friend Pest Online. With 32. Oh, wait a second. 32? What is this other one? The one at the very, very bottom. Is that going to be like 64? Is it checking the architecture? Oh, like. Let's try and get that. Oh, sorry. Echo. And I did just grab the bottom one, right? This is we'll take the 64. All about that architecture. Cool. Okay. Actually, let's take the original one. Redirect that out to like shell code with that. What is that? It's just data. We already ran strings on it, so I think that genuinely is shell code. It's not going to be like some binary or anything. Let's get back to stage 5. Now we have a local scan function where it looks like it'll take in IP addresses and genuinely scan them, avoiding or including local IP addresses. API, IPify, I'm assuming that's going to get its, their public IP address. Connect, etc. Power dump, is that a thing? Load API, said. Okay. Pulling in other Win32 APIs to give more power, more functionality. Pulling in TLM passwords. Save to key. Screen to key. I don't want to scroll through this forever because obviously this is a very, very long file, and we're already like I think an hour into the video recording. So we'll get registry keys though. I'm sure you might already like look. If we are seeing just the functionality of Empire all smashed into one PowerShell script, then that makes sense. Dump hashes, here's the original source code for that. Plenty of stuff here. Sam domains. Invoke bypass for dumbred, going bots, and custom command parameters. We can drill into that a little bit, see if that's known. More syntax for IT. I don't know. Basically, just internal stuff in TLS. Loading in other functions. There's a lot. There's a lot right there. Let's cruise through that. Because I want to get to the finale, the good stuff here. Page down through one of these because this is going to be kind of huge. Cannot subtract, separate, add integers. Is it just data conversion stuff? Yeah, convert. Test memory range. See if it's valid memory. Write bytes to memory. Get delegate type. Aha. The classic. Enable SE debug privilege. A lot of good spooky functionality here. Windows Vista or 7 detected using a different API call. Here they're keeping track of what target the victim is, what operating system that is. We're getting to the good stuff. Getting slowly to something more interesting. I know there's one last layer of the onion that I want to get us to. And then we can call it the end of the video. But I hope you had fun. Hope you had fun cruising through all this with me. Headline functionality? No. Virtual protect invoke. Is it rewriting? Changing some stuff. Random function names. So if you're curious, of course, I know I'm breezing through this. This is all on my GitHub gist, so you can take a look at that one if you'd like. There's obviously a lot to unravel here, but this is kind of where we get to the good stuff in function main here. You'll end up checking the 64-bit potentially. I know I didn't bother to deobfuscate some of the stuff, but there's others in here. And here we go, I think. No? Where are these bytes coming from? Are those defined? These base 64 ones I do want to showcase, but I don't know if I already scrolled through. If anything, I can turn off word wrap and it will return on word wrap, and then they will be extremely visible. But, oh, look at this! Look at this! these are Mimikatz commands. Snicker also crypto. Yeah. Oh, here they are. Here are these bytes. So, checking out these bytes here. This is all base 64, of course, right? So we can echo and decode all that. So let me echo this one. Ooh, how's my terminal doing? Okay, you figured it out. Base 64 TAC D, and what was that one called? Bytes 32, or DS bytes? Des bytes, we'll call it. And let's check out what that is. That is an executable, 64-bit. Okay, let's get this 32 one, bytes 32. Let's echo all of that out to a base 64 minus D. My face is in the way. Just trust that I'm redirecting that out to, what was that called? Just 32? Or, we'll call it 32. Fair enough. Let's cat that 32, or no, let's run file on our 32. That is 32-bit, right? So our des bytes is 64-bit, and the 32 is 32-bit. Makes sense. Now, running strings on, let's go for the 64 unfortunately, these are not .NET compiled ones, so I wouldn't be able to crack this open in DNSpy or ILSpy and kind of get an understanding for it. We can throw it into Ghidra, and maybe that's worth a try. I just installed Ghidra over on the Windows side, but I don't know how far I'll be able to drive into that. At this point, though, we've reached the end of the tunnel where we have a more solid binary, so we can kick that over to VirusTotal, take it over to like Reversing Labs or Joe's Sandbox Analysis or any run, whatever. We can see if that lights up any antivirus schemes. Let's now that we know these are DLLs, though, let's move 32 to 32.dll, and let's move the des bytes to 64.dll. Let me do a quick strings on them before I continue with the performance here. Obviously, a lot of the default boilerplate nonsense stuff. Let's try and trim that down by using strings tac n like 8 or something. And let's see if that will kind of minimize the noise. No, not really, but we should hopefully at least have a shorter list here now. So we see encrypt references, DLLs, messages that are kind of included, particularly in compilation here. Of course, the days of the week, as we always see. I don't know what these really are. On, off, all size, true, extra full, natural, left to right, full, intercross. I thought that was kind of spooky. I do see SQLite references though. And I also see these potential like data names or field names for like stuff that will be stored in SQLite. Like these NTLM passwords or LM password history, etc. Timestamps, a lot of API potential function calls, and obviously we're just looking at strings, right? So it's not going to be super duper telling. We'll fire open it in Ghidra in just a moment, but after we kick it to VirusTotal and stuff. And then you can see like straight up SQL syntax: create table, auto increment, delete from, update, table names, and it's definitely using a SQLite database for keeping track of stuff. Random blob, zero blob, etc. Too many arguments. Is there something more damning here? Oh, here we go. Here we end up checking out some cryptography stuff. Decrypt, encrypt, import key, and of course, good old Mimikat string. Hello! Welcome! I'm glad you could make it to the party, Mimikatz. System flags. LSA, because that must be something for me. Pouring things out of LSAS, maybe. And of course, bcrypt, encrypt, all these other functions. But look at this, look at this. Powercats.dll, in reference to PowerShell. Oh, moving my face again. Getting all the time. With reference to PowerShell reflective Mimikatz. We're looking at strings, mind you, again, so it's, hey, this isn't a smoking gun or anything, but now that we have a little bit more functionality or an idea as to what this thing might be doing, let's kick it off over to our good friend VirusTotal and see what we got. Here we go. Let's go to VirusTotal, virustotal.com. Once the internet loads, I'm waiting on the entire internet to come back for me here. There we go. Let's upload a file. On, we had what? My X was the directory that we called it. So 32bit.dll, let's fire that one up. And 52 out of 70 engines detect this one. They're saying, yo, Mimikatz, malware, hack tool, Mimikatz. Dude, it's bloody. There is some carnage on this VirusTotal page right here. What does the community say? Yep, reflected Mimikatz. Reflected Mimikatz. This is the same person. Let's try and give it that 64-bit DLL. 54 out of 70 engines. Nice. Mimikatz. It could be a rap, ladies and gentlemen. Mimikatz rap. Once again, Mimikatz reflective. All throughout the community. I'll fluorine again. Squeaky. conclusion that, from what I understand, and let's see if we can actually throw it into Ghidra. I'll try and see if I can upload this. HTTP server? Yeah? What is my idea? Let's get an IPAS. Ah! I have multiple screens. What am I right now locally? I am 17. Can I reach that from my Windows VM? Or 8000? Please. Yeah! Alright, cool. Let's download 64-bit. Let's see if Chrome was cool with it. Alright, nope. I spoke too soon. Chrome doesn't like it. And Defender's probably gonna whine on this thing too, obviously. They'll be like, no! It's BB Cats! What are you doing, John? Let's see if we can get him to shut up. Manage settings. Please stop, Defender. We have to virus protection is turned off. You might want to turn that back on, bucko. How did you know? Let's copy this and try to W. Let's get to the old desktop here. Let's wget, because that's an alias in PowerShell. Out file 64.dll. Fingers crossed. Please. What's happened? PowerShell is just hung up on the phone, dude. I have no output. Do I need to have that earlier? Like use basic parting should be after? Basic parse. Come on! Let's do a little invoke web request. Slap. What's happening? I'm gonna have to pause the video because I'm just crumbling at a simple wget command, everybody. Give me a moment. Okay. I don't really know what happened, not gonna lie. It just like didn't want to come back. So 32. Oh, sorry, my face is. I just downloaded the files. Here they are on my desktop. Let's see if we can get Ghidra to open them. I am running Ghidra within Windows because Ghidra, seemingly to open a Windows file within Linux, it doesn't have like the file system required to like kind of know what it's doing. And I understand, you know, sometimes I don't know how to speak another language either. But I don't know. Truthfully, I've never done this. I've never tried to run Ghidra on Windows, so I have no idea what's going to end up going through. Let's create a new project. See if we can get anything here. And non-share project. We'll call it Ghidra in lowercase. Totally cool. And then let's Control I before the internet yells at me that I get that wrong to try and explore some of these. Control I to open up a binary. Again, no file system provider. If I drag it in, let's see if I can figure that one out now. Yep, okay, cool. So I have seen that error come up before recently, and someone commented on the video, the last video where I'm trying to use Ghidra, and they're like, no, John, no file system provider, it's just some strange thing that happens. If you can drag a file in it does behave. So forgive me on that. I think I commented on the video, like, please forgive me, internet. I'm truly sorry. But let's see if Ghidra can pull it together on this one. Taking a sweet time. Pause the video real quick. Okay, looks good. Hold it in. See if we can analyze it. Again, I don't know where this is going to go, so this is me operating at the edge of my understanding. See if we can analyze it. But, I mean, if it's just going to end up being BB Cats, at the very least, we know, hey, it can try and dump passwords and things, credentials out of memory. I don't know exactly what this will look like, but we could pour through it. We got entry. And it tries to run based off the parameters here. Parameters 1. We'll call this thing, which calls other functions. And this is kind of hard to see. But I know that I would need to increase the font and everything there. But it's all going to end up being stripped. virus total stuff that we see does indicate that, yo, this is, and it's not like you can just scan it, it's not like you can just open the thing up and virus total and say, oh, it's bad, it says it's bad, or it says it's good, I'm going to totally ignore it. You got to take that with a grain of salt. Obviously, exploring through it in Ghidra is something you can and should do, even if it's just clicking around, trying to see what they do. Like all the functions here, like if we were to look for, hey, PowerShell reflects Mimikatz, there it goes. It's a function. What else do you do? Check out the command line arguments, try and allocate memory. What is this guy? Run thing? Explore it, fast calls here. Truthfully, I'm out of my element when we get to this point. I had a lot more fun with PowerShell, and when we get to the point where it's like, yo, we've got the binary, and this lights up on some community threat intelligence stuff between virus total and all, I think that's enough to call it quits. But opening up the 32-bit and opening up the 64-bit files in Ghidra or examining them does kind of offer the insight, like, look, they seem to be both 64-bit and 32-bit Mimikatz. So those could be going to grab credentials and more information. That has been one route in what I've been covering, kind of pouring through, exploring, and you can see some of my other work if you Google around. But all of those other stages, as we pour through them, are available again through my Gist GitHub. And this has all been obviously released before, so I don't want to be letting the cat out of the bag on anything or making anyone upset. Like, it's okay. We're trying to all get better. We're all trying to get smarter and understand the post-exploitation that might go on or what's happening next year. So I've seen other occurrences where the folks are reporting, like, hey, they're running net.exe commands to add and remove administrators in the Exchange group, right? Obviously, the Microsoft Exchange incident. We're seeing registry commands like reg query, reg dump, reg save to pull down SAM databases or other information. We're seeing procdump. Obviously now we're seeing Mimikatz to gather information, passwords, etc., etc. It's starting. It's still coming through. It's still, but we need to all come together, right? And I say this all too often that it takes a village. You know, we're all trying to share this intelligence as we're gathering. So please don't hesitate to offer or join in the fight, join in the fun. If there's any IOCs that you might want to share or other things we can examine and analyze. But I have repeatedly wanted to emphasize my disclaimer and that I'm not 1,000% positive and I don't guarantee any of this, but I wanted to showcase and drag us through some of that code because I thought it was cool, kind of neat. I will say, none of this goes to show, or none of this says or means like, oh, this is Hafnium. No, I can't say that. We can't say that. We can't say it is one specific actor or multiple, or is it being re-exploited. We just don't know. I don't know. And I'm not going to pretend like I do. I don't want to be in speculation corner, especially when folks are like, is this country XYZ? Is this attribution? Look, it's bad, and we got to get the bad stuff away, no matter who made it or what it is or where it came from. Like, understand that it's evil, and then stop the evil. So that's enough of my rant. That's enough this video. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I think we can tune out now. I really, really hope you enjoyed this video. I really hope you had some fun with some of the PowerShell stuff that we're carving through. I hope it had some real-world application to it, and that, yes, this is a ongoing, growing story. There's more to come, and again, maybe my analysis is totally wrong, but it was kind of fun to unravel and pour through those PowerShell onions there. We're getting to stage 5, to get to stage 6 with this Mimikatz DLL that's loaded in. Wow. There's more to do, though, so we're not over yet. It's not over yet. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. If you enjoyed this video, please do press that like button. Please leave a comment below. It helps the kind of YouTube algorithm engagement stuff. So if you're willing to, please subscribe for more videos like this. I have a lot in the canon, and people have been sending me some great malware samples. So please do, please keep it up. Please do send along any malware samples that you are interested in or kind of want to take a look at. There's a link, or there's my email in the description, so please keep sending them along. It's very cool, very fun. We can keep growing this thing. So before I forget, I do want to mention quick little notion here. Yo, NomCon is coming up. NomCon is happening this should have done it at the beginning, but then no one would actually watch the video. Look, if you haven't registered for NomCon, I'm hosting the game. My guys, my team, my friends, we're all putting this game on. We have over like 70 challenges, like a ton of challenges for this weekend competition, 48 hours, that this coming Friday to this coming Sunday. We have some fantastic sponsors that are offering some sweet, sweet prizes. I&E has thrown in some incredible stuff. I think Red Bull's trying to get everyone drinks. It's so awesome. And we're going to be showcasing some other neat challenges. This is all new stuff. We're going to have a ton of fun. So please, please, please register. Come play. Come hang out. ctf.nomcon.com. We'll see you this coming Friday. But we're going to have a blast. And you'll see some challenges a lot like this. A lot like this neat malware analysis stuff. So, okay, that is the end of the video, everybody. Thanks so much for tolerating me. I hope you enjoyed this one. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. And keep on the fight. We're all here to learn and keep growing. So share it with the community. Thanks, everybody. I love you. Take care. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're doing it again. We're doing another YouTube. In this video, I want to do something a little bit of fun, a little bit of funky. The last couple of videos, the malware analysis video, people seem to really enjoy and really like. And the recent giveaway video for Fawaz's Try Hack Me Room, people seem to really like that I kind of went in cold, going in blind, not exactly knowing what was going on, and for having me suffer and figure it out all along the way. So, what we're doing in this video is a good synthesis of the two, like that, like a little butterfly thing. So let's get to it. I'll hop over to my computer screen here, and we'll get to the fun stuff. So here I am in my good old terminal boy, and I'm going to ls in the current directory that I'm in, which is called notepad.js, because I have this peculiar file here, notepad.js. So this is a little artifact, right? This is a little something that we found, and I want to take a gander at what this thing is. Obviously, file is just going to tell me, like, hey, this is plain text, it's ASCII, it has some long lines in there, and it was originally found on a Windows host, right, hence JS. It is not, in fact, JavaScript, but it is JScript, one of those sweet little scripting languages that will inherently run natively on Windows. So it's a little spooky wooky, but let's take a gander at what this thing is. So I'll fire up my Sublime text editor here, and I've got this notepad.js file, and you can see that there's some fun stuff going on. So I'm gonna actually save this, right? I'm gonna save this as original notepad.js, just so I can kind of maintain that backup, and I'll save another copy of it as a deobfuscate, because obviously, while I'm looking at this thing, I'm gonna need to make some sense of it. So let's do it. And again, I don't exactly know where this is going to go. I started this process, and then I was like, you know what? This might make a stellar video. So let's get cranking and figure out what we might be doing here. We are running JScript code, and we have some variables defined that are nonsense, like JDFFFJF. And it seems to create a string with GF as kind of a variable, maybe indicating PowerShell syntax, with random zeros and ones and plus signs. So I'm not exactly positive what this might be doing. I don't know if it's adding these numbers together for some reason. But some of them I see end in like a plus plus or a plus on their own. So that wouldn't actually be adding anything. But that goes on for a long while. Like, check out my scroll bar here down at the bottom. We're cruising for quite some time. So that it might be something neato. Let's oh, there's a pipe there also at the end on that last one here. So maybe that's going to do something wonky. Let's call that GF. Let's call that GF variable, because that's apparently all that we know so far. And this GF variable, if it were in fact PowerShell, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fire up a nice with this. And let's explore that PowerShell. Actually, I could probably do a PowerShell on my Linux host, actually. Do I have that? Will that just kind of behave? Oh, well, a little PowerShell down here. Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it for me? Thank you. Let's make that profile blue so I know that I'm in a different shell there. And, okay, let's slap in that GF code. Copy and paste that, poop it in right there, and yeah, like, I don't know what to do with these plus signs, dude. I feel you on that one, man. So, GF variable, although it seemingly ends, like, that is inside of a parenthesis, like, array or tuple thing. So, I'm pretty sure if that ends, but it ends here, maybe that's just, maybe the second one, this TLFKLMSDF. How would you pronounce that? Tolfmolston? That's got to be a GF continue. There we go. Yeah, so let's save those. And looks like we do things with them with these functions here. So let's start to figure out what those actually are. Oh, it's actually being passed into this ebgocfel. So let's see what our good friend ebgocfel does. Where's he referenced? Okay, scrolling down. There's not a lot to this. This is actually just 75 lines of code, so we might have some fun with this here, but let's see what we do. Ebgocfel, that function splits on plus signs and joins them together with ones. Okay, so I think if this is just essentially JavaScript code, I mean, obviously it's JScript, but it has the same engine structure as JavaScript, then doing the string manipulation stuff like this should be something that I could just do in Node, like Node.js, to be able to kind of test this server-side and locally. So let's try that. If I put my PowerShell away, can I do a little Node.js in here? All right, I'm in a prompt, so I can console.log. Hello world. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's get something better. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, it works. Let's take this giant line and let's call that GF. Slap that in. Okay. Now I got my GF. There he is. And let's get this function split on, we'll call this like split. No, I want to search for that and replace it, please. So split plus. How about that? Let's actually take that function and also slap that in here. So now I have my good friend split plus. And we would need to pass in some strings. So the plus signs are going to end up being essentially replaced with ones. That kind of clues me in that it's probably going to be binary code. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, so then we also need to do that on our little GF continued here. So slap that in. Now let's do a little split plus, and they were adding on split plus GF continued plus plus GF continued. And now we have this whole thing. Okay, so let's awkwardly try and copy this entire string, and let's save this as just another randomness. Let's just call this GF variable. Text. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I know there's a pipe there at the end, but I'm going to ignore that for now, right at this very moment. I kind of want to see if this is in fact binary. So, you know what, let's open a little web browser and go to the most elite website that there is, ASCII2hex.com. Well, let's see if this binary actually comes out to be anything. It's probably going to be like a binary file. Okay, ASCII2hex.com, what's going on? How are you doing? Where are you at? Who are you? Where are you? Rapid tables can do it? ASCII table can do it? Let's go to that rapid tables. Binary. Never mind, that's not going to do it for me. How is there not an ASCII2hex.com? I see it like in different representations of ASCII, the word two, and then, oh, I gotta split these on like that. Oh, ooh, look at that. Look at that. eventually becomes PowerShell code. I don't know what these other functions are doing, though. So let's figure that out. We basically figured out these things. We basically figured out those. Now let's see what else we got. I don't exactly know where to go with this, truth be told. Script full name. Script full name, replacing the script full. Is that going to take the path? I feel like that's going to get the path. Because script full name is going to be the absolute path, and then you're replacing the script name with nothing. So I think it's just getting the path of this path. Let me replace that. I'm pretty sure wscript.fullname will be the absolute path of this program, or this running script, and then we're removing the script file name with nothing. I just repeated myself to make sure I got that point across. I'm pretty sure that's the path or folder for this script. How about that? So it checks if the folder for the script is equal to this thing, which we know is set to something's username, app data roaming. So let's change that to app or current user app data roaming. I'm going to be using long, verbose variable names here so I can actually understand what this is doing. And if this is actually able to retrieve the username, it's probably going to be like wscript.shell or something. I have a feeling. And script full name, this is just going to be, okay, full script path. Okay, so this checks if the folder for this script is the current user app data roaming, then it will do nothing. So it's probably already where it wants to be. Otherwise, it goes ahead and cmd/copy copies this currently running script to current user app data roaming, and it overwrites it. Okay, so let's say copy command for that. Copy command to move script to app data roaming. Donezo. Okay, so then that is also still included here in this else statement. And that is seemingly going to run a command, seemingly run that function. So let's call that run command. Make sense? Okay, that's clearing some of it up now. Okay, so we are going to run command on all of this stuff, but I don't know what these functions are yet. So var vemgazunith get object. This is probably wscript. Oh no! Oh no! Well, this function right here, that kind of makes sense already. Lgam, that is just going to end up reversing the string. So we can call that reverse string. And our new Jelfo, that boy is going to take this and just concatenate those together. Doing some good antivirus evasion, doing some obfuscation, ladies and gentlemen. So let's slap all that together in our little node interpreter, and let's just make that that. And since that literally just returns this, we can just kind of replace all occurrences of that with this. Make our lives easier here. Oh god! I just straight up removed it. I said, do it. Okie dokie. So we don't need that function anymore. And get object and reverse string is just going to end up doing. How many times do we use reverse string? A few. But if that's just going to end up being reversed in this get object command, I'm pretty sure that's just going to end up being wscript.shell. So let's take that string and reverse it. I'll just do this in Python because I don't know the syntax for it in Node off the top of my head. And this must be like a new CLS ID, like the class ID things in Windows. I am not too sharp on that, but we should have our Windows VM cranking or something to do that? To like simulate this exact same functionality in WScript? That I don't know. I'm going to assume that this is WScript.shell because it has this run function. So let me do that. I'm just going to call this WScript shell. And it runs that command. I don't know why it saves this as a variable because it doesn't seem to do anything. And then we have a registry persistence thing. Regadd with the cmd/c HT current user, software, Microsoft Windows current version run, adding the value lol, 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 hacker's gonna lol. It makes it as a string and adds in our current user app data roaming with our script name. Okay, so eventually this notepad.js file does want to be in current user app data roaming under its name. So I will call this function persist in registry. And this must be regadd command for persistence. Good enough? Okie dokie. Split plus is good. Let's figure out what our jkkw function's doing. Actually, I want to know what this thing is. Do we end up calling this? Is that different from, that is a different CLS ID. If that's the right terminology, I might be saying that wrong. Let's start from the top. Let's take a step back. Let's kind of remind ourselves where we came from, you know? We do a get object. What class has .username in WScript? Gosh. Gosh, I so wish I... Oh, Cortana, what are you stinking doing? Let's find out. WScript get username. How to get username in VBS. .network? Is that it? Is there a Windows like CLS ID lookup thing? CLS ID keys. I guess we could look at like the registry for those classes, but is it an app ID? List. Is there a list of these? Okay, so CLS IDs look like a UID. And these do not look like UIDs, do they? No. Maybe? How about an app ID? What the heck's an app ID? Sorry for that epilepsy, guys. Windows app ID list. Identifies the app ID UID that corresponds to the name's executable. Community malforensics. That sounds kind of cool. That sounds like what I want. Application IDs. Those don't seem to be. I think it is a CLS ID. But how do I get a Explorer shell, Explorer network? What would all these be like in a WScript class or like in a object? How's Windows doing? I don't care. Please leave me alone, Cortana. Please get out of my house. Oh god, this is gonna move so slow. Windows in a virtual machine while I'm recording. Okay. You know what? Let's just right click, please, and create a new little text file. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Oh, you did. Okay. New text file. Something, something. Something, something. .js. Yep, do it. Alright, let's edit this. I'm waiting for Windows Defender to be like, virus. I I create a single JScript file and it's just like, no! Can I message box that out in JScript? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Let me make this bigger so you guys with eyes can see it, because... Oh, Control Plus in Notepad stinking works? Are you kidding me? I always thought I had to go into, like, format to, like, you know, change the whole thing. Like, change the whole font. Alright, let's double click on that. Yep. Open it with the Windows-based script host, please. Die. 3-1. Object expected. Oh, duh. I just want that. Please. Does MessageBox do it? No. WScript.shell echo is a thing. If this is in fact WScript.shell, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Once again, let's go for even better. Now we're talking, boys. Is it freaking semicolon? I guess it's JScript, right? Come on! Does that need parentheses? Gosh, I wish I was so much better at this. Object is not this. Excuse me. Okay, you know what? Let's move on. I think. Let's just keep cruising. This guy's gonna do something funky. This is gonna get seemingly PowerShell. Power in reverse, right? POWER and then PowerShell. This is literally just generating the string for PowerShell and it's reversing it. So this can totally be replaced with just the string PowerShell. Imagine that. Let's replace all those. Let's totally nerf that function since we don't need it anymore, and let's see where else it's running PowerShell. Oh, wow! It runs PowerShell right at the very top with our GF variable that we knew was PowerShell code. Okay, it's all coming together, ladies and gentlemen. This is slowly becoming actually understandable, which is nice, but we don't know about this thing yet. I don't know what path that is. Ultimately, it's just the same one. I don't know what, like, CLS ID or whatever the thing is. It's getting the object that allows us to get the username. That's literally it. So I don't think we don't need to waste our time on it. Make a jump. Let's get back to the good old PowerShell code. I think now that we've made a good understanding of this, let's just call this the WScript network, as that is seemingly the only thing that this is going to end up being this, so we can kill that entire function yet again. And now that reverse string is going to give us that new whatever that CSLID is. Can I just look for that? Oh, I need to kind of reverse it. Let's look for this. Let's do like a, let's Google that. Get object that thing. Malicious code hacker. Uh-oh. We're going to the spooky, scary parts of the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, strap in here. Where's my little get object new ID? The control F for that? It's not even here whatsoever. Okay. I don't like these advertisements. We still can't believe you didn't see this here, folks. This wasn't in a John Hammond video. Booking confirmation, booking that thing new shipment.vbs and some hybrid analysis malware. Detected Suricata alert. Create guarded memory stuff. Yeah, I mean, this isn't the exact same thing I'm looking at though, right? It's a Visual Basic script file. Wait, is that the same hash that I had? Is that the same hash? It's VBS though, it's totally not. It's totally completely different. Let me get back to my Windows Sandbox got some good stuff, and they're using a new. I need to stop. I need to stop. We're going down rabbit holes that we really don't need to be because we kind of know where this goes next. So, where else do we use reverse string? Just there. What is this function? Did we never clear that? Oh no, it's PowerShell. It's more PowerShell we didn't finish. Let's take this and let's reverse it. So back in our Python, I'm gonna slap that in. And what? What? Did I do that wrong? IEX. This is the original string. Reverse it. Do I have that syntax wrong? I just did this. What is happening? Please sub. Reversed. Right. Oh, they're separate strings. I'm a Dumbo. So this all needs to be put together first. I'm just stupid. I'm sorry. I was totally misreading that. This is why you need like syntax highlighting, everybody. That's why you gotta open up a little Python. Now we're cool, okay? There we go. Let's say A can equal that thing. I'll add it together, and now I have that original string, and then I can reverse that. And now it's actually stinking readable. Incredible. All right. So JKW can be totally replaced with, gosh dang it, I lost the string. That, and let's make sure that that is actually regular expression accepted. Do it. Oh, that's a mess. Oh God, why did I do that? Does that have a? It has a new line in it for some reason. So we don't need a reverse string anymore, but we know that that was piped in. Like the GF variable was piped into this, right? So that's just going to end up executing that PowerShell command. So we got DB script network. Let's reverse this thing too, just for our good safekeeping. Finish up this script so we kind of know everything that this thing does, and it's not a mystery. We can get rid of our reverse script function, and this is basically deobfuscated. So let's call this like ran command. Our string plus doesn't need to exist anymore. Our reverse string is only being defined now. It's no longer being called. Run command, persistent registry, string plus everything, and then there's no persistent. Okay, I think at this point we can call this done. We are 30 minutes into the video and we have finished up with this JScript code. We have known and figured out this GF variable is doing some peculiar stuff in binary, and you can actually see that in this PowerShell code because it ends up taking every line, every portion of this. That percent sign is a for loop alias in PowerShell. And for every single binary byte here, it gets a string value from it and converts it from binary. So it's 2 int32 with base 2, right, set there, so it knows it's binary. And it joins together as a string, and then it runs IEX, and it has a little neat obfuscation that you can throw back to literally stinking anywhere in PowerShell code, and PowerShell will still do it. So an invoke expression, IEX being the alias for invoke expression, on all of that binary. Wow. Why did we do this, guys? So let's get that PowerShell code going, all right? You know, let's start to deobfuscate this thing. Deobfuscated PowerShell, also known as GF. So let's do a ping. So we let's make this bigger. I think 36 would be enough. How about you? What do you think? Just slap that in. Okay. Yeah, ping is gonna run quiet. So, what was that command? I was probably doing some sketchy stuff. So using Wimic to OS get random port on an internal IP address, something XSL. No one knows what John was up to that day. What else we got? Then we get this T56FG variable, and we get a enum protocol type to that thing. What is that? Let's find out what that is. Slap that in. What is our T56FG TLS12? Oh, we're doing some TLS stuff, everybody. Let's put that guy back. Let's say TLS12. How about that? So we got a security protocol, and we're doing maybe some encryption stuff. We're gonna end up doing some system management automation AMSI. Is this an AMSI bypass? Oh, it is. Oh my gosh, it is. Is that? It sets the value to null and true. Holy cow. Yo, that, I hope that's an AMSI bypass. AMSI bypass? Let's, bring these back to normalcy. I should probably have just done a find and replace for this rather than do it by hand, but, you know. Get field, AMSI, and failed, non-public static. So it's getting those fields. That is going to be replaced with pub, as we saw, and then it adds in static, set value null to true. And then it goes to do some web client stuff, so I don't exactly think there's anything more to that. Is that really all it takes? Let me try, let's do a sanity check. Let's just run AMSI utils in our Windows VM to see if AMSI is running currently, which it is. Dope. Dippin' dots. That's kind of what it should be doing. So let's slap in that AMSI bypass here. And no, it didn't like that. It weirded me out because that's not like, I don't think that's all that you need to do for an AMSI bypass. I feel like that's a little small. I don't know. Maybe it does something else. Because it doesn't store that in anything. It literally doesn't. Sorry, I'm flailing my windows around with Alt-Tab. Let's go back. So, service provider manager, it says the security protocol to TLS12. And then we get a TTY. So, let's slap those together so we can read that just fine. And that needs to be brought into IEX, in which case that just makes TTY be a web client object. Yeah. TTY is a web client object, so we can download stuff. And then we do some reflection. Shall we? Basic MV can equal Microsoft Visual Basic interaction, call by name, down. That's kind of a cool trick. I've never actually seen that set up. That way you don't have the full like new object net.webclient dot download string. It just kind of calls it. It's gonna at least a little bit separated, and that way you can do more obfuscation on this. It's kind of neat. I'm sorry. Look at that URL, everybody. I'm sorry. All right, so holy cow, you don't see that anywhere else other than here, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it's really at. All right. Sketchy URL. Sketchy URL. We're gonna download string from attack.jpg. Let's see if that bad boy is still a thing. You know what? I'm on Linux. You know, I'm a
I'm a ballsy guy. Does that literally still exist? Yo, hit me with it. Give it to me. I want it. Let's curl it down. Okay, here we go. Let's output that to a good old attack.jpg. Ooh. What you see there, boys? ASCII text, yeah? What do you think? What do you think? Loading image. Shush. Sublime text. No. Let's make that real. ASCII to JPEG, and it's is that passed to IEX? Honestly, it's gonna end up passing it to IEX after it filters it out. So we'll call that thing raw payload. How about that? Because that's going to end up taking the contents from this, splitting it on percent signs, and then for every single object there, it's going to consider it to be hex. And then join them all together. Okay, so they are all hex. It's gonna bring it all together. So let's call that final payload. Yeah. And then it invokes it. So we're up to stage 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out attack.jpg.text. And okie dokie. This is just like a URL encoded thing because it's hex and with the percent signs. So you know what? Let's make a little mess here. Let's call reverse, or let's call it like stage 3. Stage 3.python. We'll do a little user bin invoke environment python. Let's open our attack.jpg.text. Do you want this bytes? I don't exactly care, honestly. I'll just do a little context manager because I'm on the internet. People are gonna yell at me. So with open that thing as handle, let's do handle.read. Actually, let's save that. And I don't want it to be bytes, guys. You know, I decided. I thought really long and hard about it. And I thought it's just not worth it. Who cares about encoding and stuff? So we get all that. We do the contents. We do contents.split by parentheses. And let's get a little pprint so we can see that displayed nice. Let's do from pprint, pprint. That's exactly how you say it. And let's run that sage.python. Excuse me. Syntax error? What are you going on about? I forgot a parentheses. That's exactly why. You were totally right. I was wrong. Okay. Now we got all that stuff. There's a lot, dude. It's pretty big. Alright, let's strip that because there might be some other noise and nonsense in there. And let's start to convert those to hex. So let's do int 4x in that. Let's do int of x base 16. And now we got the actual hex numbers. And let's say, what do we want to call that? I mean, those are bytes, aren't they not? Let's just convert it to character. Convert to character, please. It's gonna give me Python. It's gonna give me PowerShell. So character, all those now. Let's join that all together and let's do a little print on that guy. Sorry, I'm frantically moving my windows around, and now we've got this. Does it have red? Let's tee that out to good old stage 4.ps1. Let's see what we got here. Oh, so this is a good trick. This is going to end up being IEX because it's just taking the character eraser and it sets alias of that thing to IEX. So yeah, let's get back to PowerShell and just show you that. Like, look, it's IEX. Invoke expression, ladies and gentlemen. Let's call it what it is. Call a spade, or whatever the cool kids say these days. So Sal, that thing can just live, because Sal is set alias. Commandlet set alias. I'm trying to be spooky again, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, do a little app domain, passing it to IEX. Alright, let's nerf that thing real quick. App domain. We can remove that little replace syntax here because it's stupid and a waste of time. So that's going to give us app domain. We'll call that that. I will use the $sign here. Just to, oh no, that's gonna clobber that variable. That's gonna be bad. So this though can be current domain. And I know that this is gonna end up building us out to have the capability of reflection. And I see literally yet another payload in here. I'm pretty sure in this hex, and that's gonna be disgusting. So let's see what we got. This has some white space in it for no reason. And string of this, can we pull all that? Does that ever get replaced with it? Yeah, it replaces @ with zeros. Let's do that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna steal that code and once again slap it in Python. I did copy and paste that. I swear I did. I literally hit Control Shift C, Control Shift V. That's how you can copy and paste. Are you just not letting me do it? I'll right click paste it. Okay. It's too big? 201,000 characters. I'm like, I see now. I understand the dilemma. That might be actually something difficult for you to do. Because there's a lot of data in there. So I would tell Sublime Text to do it, but that might be a horrendous idea. Does this one do the exact same thing? It does. So let's try that after we replace all the other things. Invoke null with replace @ with faux. So it's just going to end up running invoke. And then you can see the IEX there. So let's remove that replace and nerf this thing to get to invoke. So we do a current vein, invoke IEX. This is going to end up being a, let's just say that's going to get it like module. I don't care, whatever it's called. Load. So it loads it reflectively. I might be wrong in that explanation, but we do replace all that. And this thing is going to end up being this original string modified, pulled into bytes. Basically, I'm assuming just converted out of hex. It looks like, right? I'll zoom out here. Because this function is going to take the parameter, split it, and remove all of these periods, parentheses, but those aren't in there whatsoever. Are they not? Let's take this big one thing. Let's copy and paste it into another Sublime Text window, and let's try and do that find and replace and literally break everything. So we've got
and myself then I try to cover up my old scars. And my fake plaques have always sold bars. Sold eyes to the side of me. And I needed that. Sunlight makes me talk like envy.
God help us. That was a real bad idea. Why did I do that? I knew like all along. You guys were telling me like, John, don't do it. Don't put that evil on Sublime Text. Shit, I never even saved like the original stage 4. Did I? I never even like made a copy of stage 4.ps1. This is original. Oh, did it do it? Oh my gosh. Right, here we go. Let's call it like payload 4.text. Let's call it .hex. Nice work, Sublime Text. We gave you time through. I really appreciate that, man. What else we got here? Waves? Not that thing? Is this doing some, like, process injection? Is this gonna, like... So we're obviously gonna end up loading some C# binary or .NET assembly things we probably expand and look at. But Waves is probably gonna end up being like the namespace of the class and that weird thing. And this function will likely end up doing something, but it's taking notepad.exe and loading more code in, which has to be this thing. So I wonder if that's gotta be something new. That's gotta be like some process injection, I think, you know? I think. Let's mess with this function then. But I don't know, let me get back to payload 4 because there literally is no stuff in this. There is no parentheses, period in that. I don't think there is. But that's what we end up doing with this. Seemingly will end up and become C#. So let's take that. And let's run another PowerShell script, actually. Let me pause the video. Oh god, what's happened? I didn't mean to copy and paste it. Please don't do it, terminal. Okay. Goodbye, Python. If I didn't kill Sublime Text, I certainly killed you. Let me pause the video for a quick second and check some notifications on my phone. Alright, we're back at it. So we got left. Where are we at? I'm trying to remember. We have payload 4.hex. So let's make a recover payload 4.hex. No, I want that to have a Python extension because it's going to be a Python script. So we can copy basically the same thing we did from here, except we're going to end up using ASCII, and we will in fact read it as binary or bytes, so that way we can get payload 4.hex, and then we have the contents. So let's do a print binasci.unhexlify of the contents, which should be bytes already. So theoretically, I should get a bunch of binary data spat out on my screen, which I do. Excellent. So let's save that as stage 5. Bro, we're going for a wild ride here. And let's just open like a stage5.exe, write that in bytes as handle, or as h, because we already use handle. So let's do it h.write stage 5. Right, properly spelled right. Ha! Imagine that, English words. Python 3 recover. There we go. Now I have a stage 5.exe that is a DLL. You know, we were close, guys. We were close. Let's call that stage 5.DLL. Okie dokie. Let's maybe modify the script to have the same thing. So before we dive into that, let me clean these up. So let's convert to hex. Let's put this function away because we kind of know what it's doing already. This will be, can I call that stage 5? Like C# bytes? Oh god. Sublime Text. Come back to me. C# bytes. And then we load that in. Loaded library, and that will probably end up executing, or imported load library, I guess. I'm not using the right like terminology and lingo to describe all this, but now that we've imported that library, that C# DLL that we can understand and explore with ILSpy or DNSpy, Waves is something that is seemingly now brought into our context. So we're going to end up probably injecting or doing something peculiar with this function here inside of that into notepad.exe. So before we dive into that, let's go explore this. Let's go explore that to our terminal here. And Python has came back to us, everybody. Hallelujah. Let's run ILSpy in here. And do I want to close that virtual machine? I'm sketched out, but it's still kind of like eating up memory and stuff from this video. This video's gotten pretty fun, you know, I think. Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about that ILSpy real quick. See how we do. Okay. And forgive my malware present in here. What did I call this? Notepad JS? Yeah. Stage5.dll. What do we got? Assembly title music. Can I zoom in on this, please? I want to edit this so you people can actually see it. Seriously, how do I? Options. Yes. Display. Font size. Bigger than that, please. Alright. Now you can see. I hope. Let's see what we got here. Stage5DLL. Using runtime compiler services and interop services. So we're probably going to be doing some memory stuff. Assembly title is music, which I think repeatedly said, but that's kind of funny. Especially if waves is what's going to end up doing. Oh my goodness, look at this. Alright, references. Is there anything to read here? Melons? What is this? Obviously system. Oh god, please don't actually pour all that out right now. It pulls in some kernel 32 stuff. Can I get anything out of melons? No? We got any resources in here? What is this? Draw icons? Is it gonna like actually pretend to look like? What are in these, man? Are these pictures? Are these images? I'm gonna run foremost on this just to be wacky. Sorry. Spastic terminal as usual. Let me do a little foremost on my good friend Stage5. Let's see if we got anything in there. No, just a DLL. We could do like a bin walk, like a hard bin walk, but let's see what we got. Okay. There's a lot of randomness in this. I don't like this. We're in over our heads now, ladies and gentlemen. Holy crap! There is so much stuff in this. What is this Costura? I've seen that before. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is all obfuscated. Anyway, let's look into waves, because honestly, this function is the one that we know gets executed in RAM. So, which is the one? Let's totally, for the moment, ignore all that other noise, but I'm sure there's plenty of stuff to dive into in there. We end up running waves.t4h-jug, which is that. And we run our good y78hj, which is that 5.5. So, it takes a string, which we know is notepad.exe, and it decompresses as a gzip the bytes that are passed in. So this decompressed gzip, is going to end up doing more stuff. That's very messy. Little switch cases here. Other randomness. Let's try and just take that binary data. Let's try and take that hex data and decompress it as a gzip, and then understand what that toto function is going to end up doing. Because I'm sure it's going to do something spooky. Might do some process injection. Because this new payload is what we are running with that function, and we haven't decoded that yet. So let's set Sublime Text on another wild goose chase replace all of these at signs with no links. Here you go, everybody. I don't know why IELTSPy keeps giving me tooltips. It's very annoying. Stop it, IELTSPy. Okay. Go, Sublime Text. Now you can leave your comments, everybody. You can tell me like, John, just use set. John, just use art. Just use Vim. Just completely rewrite the kernel. Yeah, I could. But why? Waves inject .hex, I suppose is what we will call that. And let's convert that out of hex. They do convert it out of hex, do they not? They do. They do. So that's going to end up being a gzip stream, as we know now. Should we Python it up again, or should we do some like CyberChef? Let's do a little CyberChef, you know? Let's appeal to the masses. There we go. Slap that in. Do a sweet little from hex. Whole lot of nonsense. Let's get a little gun zip, as I like to call it. And now we have this thing. Ooh, and it's another executable. Ooh. Alright, I don't know if you can see it. We get the little notification. Hey, this program cannot be ran in DOS mode. Got another binary, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, let's save this thing. Download .dat. What is this? Is this stage 6 or something right now? Let's call it DLL. Yes. Save it. Let's move our downloads. Download stage 6 DLL over here. Let's see if it is in fact DLL. Nope, it's not. We were wrong. Oh, man. 0 for 2, guys. Let's call this an exe. Oh. And that is not a .NET assembly. So I would not be able to do my good old IELTSPy or DMSPy cheats. We're gonna have to actually reverse it with the hopper in. Oh goodness, I don't want to. Let's see what you do with strings. Now we're starting to get into stuff that I'm not good at. Rich Pie. That was beautiful. Let's see Rich Pie here. This is going to be like that would be nice. If we came all this way and said, nah, just took the left. Is there any like indication of Monero? Is there any indication of Coin Hive? All these strings. Where are we going? Oh. Now we see stuff. Network down. Message size. Is this going to end up being like C2? Wow, with this spot bar. Those are like genuine messages. Arguing out of their paint. Open system. Those aren't normal. I don't think. Or exit process. Something more interesting when they do the refresh. Why does malware always include the dates? I'm sure it's in like some library they can pull it, but it's always so funny to me to see that screen. Where's the good stuff? locations, web codes. Oh my gosh! BreakingSecurity.net. We see you. Is that like a C? Is that like a good thing? Or is that just straight up shade? I genuinely don't know. So, we specialize in advanced ethical hacking. Guys, this is too cool. What? That's Remco's there. You know, keyloggers, cited dealer. Holy crap! Why have I never heard of this before? This is insane. They have so much stuff. Oh, of course, a small free video game. Why not? Is it all open source? Are you for real? Oh, no. Okay. Let me keep looking to Remco's, because we're the Remco's professional. Download Remco's free. Read the instruction manual. How do I do that? Control your personal computer from remote locations. Or not your personal computer. Or someone else's personal computer. Or server. Or data center. Runs on any Windows. Encrypts the connections. This is unreal, guys. I'm glad we got here, like, within the hour. Remote control the screen, remote chat, control screen. This is what? Maybe I'm hyping this up a little too much. You know, maybe my inner YouTuber is just getting a little too excited about things that aren't all that exciting. But I mean, look at this. My inner YouTuber. Shut up, John. John, what the heck are you talking about? Shut up. You're not a YouTuber. There is seemingly nothing else all that interesting. The copyright, though, Dinkumware, I'm pretty sure I've seen that around. I think it's just part of a module, isn't that? Dinkumware. Yeah, these are the C libraries to be able to do peculiar stuff. Not even that. I'm pretty sure these have a genuine purpose. Dinkumware, yeah. Oh no, they're just the premier supplier of actual C and C++ libraries. So, you know, there's that. Panic. Is there anything else peculiar and interesting in this? Or have we just kind of found the smoking gun and be like, nope, that's remote control. That's Remco's or Remcos. That's gotta be what the buy is for. Like, hey, go buy the actual program rather than using this crack software that you found on the spooky woogie. Remco's is another rat. 40net's got some stuff on it back in 2017. Here they're using it with a macro dog. I like that it's called Remy.exe in the screenshot. And they obfuscated it a little bit too. Oh, it's packed with Empress? Or maybe the older version was? I didn't see like a UPX string. I actually haven't heard an Empress before though, so I will have to add that to my mental repertoire. Obfuscation of the malware practically ended after the 2-pack. Yeah, at that point we just stopped obfuscating. We thought it was good enough. According to their website, Breaking Security, this version was just released last month relative to that article. Wow. What a wild ride, guys. Now that we kind of diagnosed this as Remco's, we went a long way to get here. Look at these usage though. Like, hey, you Remcos are being released publicly, luring new perpetrators with their easy usage. Yeah. Looks like some IOCs here. Oh, we got some IOCs from this video. that funky URL we saw earlier. What else do we see here? Go away. Nice. Trend Micro's got some good stuff. This is in December of 2019. Germany-based security firm Germany-based firm breaking security. I don't know if I can. Coronavirus spam. That was in 2019 though. Wait, what the heck? This email is from April 3rd, 2020, and this article was 2019. Can you see the future, Trend Micro? I know you guys were good, but I didn't know you were that good. Startup persistence, of course. Bypasses AV, maintains persistence, injects into a legitimate Windows process, like notepad.exe, as we saw, information theft, stealing all potential of those Firefox cache and Windows cache as its ever backdoor commands. Spooky. Holy cow. I want to learn more about Remcos. 3.1, 3.1. This is the one that came out like yesterday. Optimize, improves, be faster, fix agent crash, copy IP address. Wow. Did it say the version? Did it say, when we were running strings in there, did it say the version? Remcos, V. Oh, it cuts it out. Remcos V something. It's got to be filled in by the actual. No. You know what? Let's do a little hopper, guys. You know what? We might as well. We're already this far into it. Did I actually open Hopper, or did I just open my virtual machine again? Hopper, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. We want to go to Notepad.js with our stage6.exe, I think is where we are. We'll go to our entry point here, and let's try and understand this. Sub, that thing, that thing, that thing. I want to find the strings where you ended up saying Remcos version. Remcos version. So you can see even more policy system enabled to, oh, that's just trying to tie in the RDB stuff. I want to see this version. Where do you put me? Remcos version 3.10 Pro. Oh my gosh. Literally released yesterday. That is insane. I can't even, I don't even want to like edit this video because I want to get this out like right away. Show people some of this cool stuff. Wow. That was a wild ride, everybody. I think that's as far as I want to go. I think we've diagnosed that, okay, this is a remote control, remote access Trojan through layers and layers of payloads and obfuscation. I hope you had fun on that Safari ride through JavaScript, JScript, through PowerShell, through C#, through an executable that isn't going to end up being a .NET assembly, and doing some of that detective work to go find this thing out on the internet. I think that, truth be told, and I'll be honest, this was not staged beforehand. I saw this JScript and I'm like, this would make a really good video. So I just dove in and recording, and I literally haven't seen it before. This honestly is really cool. I don't know what else to say or do in this video, but I hope that this was a lot of fun, and I hope that this even takes it further than what we did in that last malware analysis video. I know a lot of people love those, love that video, and hopefully we can do a lot more, but we did some cool stuff in this, and I think that was a blast. I think that was fun. If you guys haven't done all the YouTube algorithm things and you enjoyed this video, please, please, please leave a comment, say whatever you'd like, hopefully something nice. Maybe like the video, after that, if you could subscribe. And I've been doing my homework. I've been learning a little bit about kind of the whole YouTube subscription thing, YouTube algorithm thing, and hitting the bell actually means that, hey, you're going to get the notifications for real, not just be totally absorbed and lost in the abyss of the YouTube machine. And that way you'll actually be able to get notified when I post a new video. So if you like this stuff and you want to keep coming back, I would really, really appreciate that. And this has been a ton of fun, everybody. So thank you for coming to hang out. I'll see you in the next video. Hopefully we can do more stuff like this. But I love you. Take care. I'll see you in the next video. No video outro because I'm just going to straight up upload this. Love ya. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another fun-filled malware analysis video. My name is John Hammond, and we are going to party a little bit. You know, we're going to have some fun. I'll hop over to my computer screen where all the action is at, and you'll notice that I'm in my Linux virtual machine right now. I've got this folder, I'm in this directory called RSA, and in here I have some files. One of these is called original.cmd, and the other is called otherdomain.txt. So let me set the stage here. We tracked down, we found this one, you know, we got a little sample artifact, some footprints left behind by some hackers, and we saw this original command, and that is what I want to display out right here. So I'll cat that out on the screen, and take a gander. That one's kind of fun, right? That one's doing some peculiar stuff in there. So we can start to kind of figure this thing out. We can start to see what this really is. But if you'll notice, right, we're going to kick things off with some PowerShell. So targeting Windows victims. Windows computers are going to be the victim of choice today. And taxi, right, to include a command on the fly, right, as an argument. We're defining a function. A passes in a U argument, builds out a D variable with some nice little PowerShell obfuscation using random backticks to escape just about anything. That is an escape sequence in PowerShell, as you often see like a backslash, normally like a backslash N or a backslash T. In other languages, for a new line or a tab character, it's an escape character. PowerShell uses a backtick. If you don't use it on a backtick N or a backtick T, use it on something else, PowerShell will just sort of roll with it, and I'll be like, all right, cool. It at least helps break up some commands, the command lists that PowerShell might be using, so it doesn't have the same signature detection, or maybe potentially some weak, bad, stupid antivirus or EDR products won't, sniff that out. So we're downloading some data based off of that U argument. We do some other things, and it just becomes a blob of nothingness. So obviously our objective right now is to kind of clean this and figure out where it goes. So let's get started. I'm going to end up copying this original.cmd, and I'll call it like 00 cleaned, and we'll still keep it as a CMD, but we know once we open this thing up, we are going to mark this as PowerShell eventually enough. So let's set that syntax to PowerShell. We can probably just kind of remove that PowerShell taxi. PowerShell code all included here. And this function, these curly braces, we can just kind of use those to denote, okay, next branch of logic. So I like to look for these semicolons, because the semicolons, if it's all one big long line, they have to use semicolons to denote that, hey, there's a new command here. So I kind of cheat, and in a silly way, I will just kind of use a find and replace syntax to look for those semicolons, and then I will replace all those semicolons with a semicolon new line. So that way it's just a little bit easier to read. So I'm going to hit replace all spaces in a way. You can see that's what I'm going to click on. And the rest is going to be this isn't going to be foolproof, right? When you get to other logical branches, like an if statement, that's curly braces. You're going to have to denote that and follow through with it. But looks like these are A-OK getting those semicolons. They need to be indented. Yet again. This from basic course go all the way to the end there, so that's fine. R variables created are into our parameters, and then this is for R verified data. get into another next layer of logic, and we see some closing curly braces there. So I can close that if statement, close the other if statement, and then let's like close that function. Okay. So we'll bring the rest of this down, and note that we're
Where's my other weed
URL
that I bought?
Okay. So
Oh,
now
it's right
that we
there.
know we have cleaned up syntactically with the semicolons and logic. We also don't want to deal with those kind of obfuscated techniques of backticks. So just for a sanity check, I will also control H into blind text to look for those backticks, and I'll replace that with another backtick. But I still want to have that. Excuse me, sorry. I actually won't replace it with a backtick. But I want to know the character. So I have regular expressions enabled, but turned on in my counting replace. So I'm going to take a period character there, or a dot, to mean whatever character that follows that backtick. And I'm going to wrap that in parentheses, so I know that is a match
I've
group.
been
And
bending
then I'll have
over
some blanks
backwards for
replace
you.
with that match group. So $1.
If there's anything you want,
Again,
if there's anything you need, you can hit me up. You know I'll come through.
Other tricks and techniques, right? Other tips and tricks. Sometimes they might try and concatenate strings together. You can see in this URL here, they're taking HTTP and then chunking out portions of the domain name by just adding strings with a plus sign. So again, I'll use kind of my cheat to find a replace here. If it's a single quote with a plus sign, I will remove those. Because I'm essentially going to concatenate that string all together. Okay. So we're doing some interesting stuff. I think at this point, we've cleaned that code enough that we can sort of make sense of it.
11
We
hours.
have a function A that will download data with the URL seemingly passed in, or that U variable. C will be the count as to, okay, how many bytes or what data length is returned here. And if that count variable is greater than 173, then we define this B variable, which is going to be the data, right, D. And we can start to make sense of some of those if we wanted to. Since these are just a single letter, I can't easily do a find and replace. Because if I were to search for a $D, maybe that's going to end up being used somewhere else. So actually, truthfully, let's just try and keep it in our mind what each of those are. Try and hotspot and bump around, get something correctly. So B will be the bytes following 173. That index is apparently important, all the way till the very end of the data, right? C being the full count, the full length of that data. Then P is going to actually be a new object defining RSA, which is kind of neat. I don't know if you see that all too often, but we do, like personally on this channel, right, I do a lot of capture the flag, and I like to see some RSA for kind of bare bone cryptography, and that's all good and fun. So I was like, oh, cool, we do this, I was playing this in Pico the other day. We can jam with some RSA. Now, it defines the modulus, or what we might know as N, if you're talking about kind of the mathematical terms and the variables for the modulus in RSA cryptography. But it converts all this from a base 64 string. So if that modulus were really to be something that we might end up using in a mathematical calculation, then we would probably want to know that value in that variable. We can actually just go ahead and calculate that, right? We can have PowerShell go ahead and convert that from base 64 and determine that value for us. You can do this on Windows. Again, like I mentioned, I'm in Linux, so I will fire up a little PowerShell window down below. I just have PowerShell as kind of the core version installed on Linux here. So if I pasted that in, now we just have a lot of bytes. So maybe that's not all too helpful for us at the moment, but the code, this start of malware, right, would at least know what to do with that and use it. So let's keep cruising through here to see if we really need to uncover what that sort of thing is. Alongside that modulus, or n, right, we also have the exponent defined, or kind of the e variable and value you might know in the RSA equations, right? That is set to some hex values that, again, we can kind of keep track of, but thankfully the code does that for us, right? So then R, this variable down here, will actually be checking, hey, is this going to end up actually calculating with RSA, right? It's an object that allows us to do that, and it imports these parameters that we've defined up top for modulus n and exponent e. Now with that object, R, we verify data from B, which are from byte 173 all the way to the end of whatever we downloaded from here, with this RSA stuff, base 64 decoding the original data, right, D, 0 to 171, which is kind of peculiar, right? If that checks out, if that is cryptographically sound, right, that map works, then it runs IEX, or invoke expression, to actually evaluate and run code on the fly for bytes. The real B data, 173 characters in, all the way to the end of whatever was returned from our download data. It executes it. So we know we're eventually going to end up having PowerShell probably in that response there. Now, obviously, the white elephant in the room, there's a URL here that's kind of sketchy and suspect, right? What is that HTTP TZker9? It looks like this A function is being called to do this with that URL plus a JSP 3x for 2021 March 19th, which is today at the time of recording, adding in some values to retrieve the computer name, the username, the computer system product, hardware identifier, right, a unique identifier, and some random data, all joined together with a asterisk. So the date here being included is so that, and I've learned this now putting out a couple videos, thank you for the friends that have helped me learn, that using kind of the date as the notion of, hey, what you're going to end up retrieving, make sure that you don't end up getting a cached version from the web browser. Make sure you always get the latest rendition of whatever you happen to be requesting here. So, at the end of the day, ultimately, this is going to pull down a little web request from http tzker9.com/a.jsp. So let's go be a little detectives here, right? Let's get our Sherlock Holmes and Watson stuff going on. I'm going to run a curl command. I'm going to use curl to see if we can download here that URL /a.jsp. Let's see if that thing is still alive. Let's see if it exists. No. That one is seemingly not responding. That one, even if I were to add in this pre-X data, or if I were to check in on my Windows side to get some fake values for the username, computer name, products, etc., that host is dead. So, bummer. End of the video, right? Because we're done here, nothing else to do. I'm just kidding, obviously, duh. Remember that other domain.txt file? Yeah. You know where we're going here. We didn't just find one of these original commands, right? Of this kind of smoking gun payload artifact footprint. What is in that other domain? Kind of a similar setup here, right? TZ0, it seems, .com? Yeah? So we could try and curl that guy. And it gets a nice little, hey, welcome to Nginx, and like a default web server response. It's like, Apache, it works. Congratulations, you've set up your web server. And then they never touched it. That's the joke here. That's the gimmick. We forgot, and we're gonna need that /a.jsp. Now get ready for this one. This is a big boy. This one's a little bit of a chonker. You do a curl on HTTP, that thing, hit enter. Oh. Oh. I'm just kidding. Maybe that went down too. Okay. Well, hey, I have a copy of the same payment, so let me bring that in real quick. Just a moment, please. Technical difficulties in our video. Okay. Magic is over. If you were to receive a response to that domain, you get a little stage 2. What we will call stage 2. I don't know why I didn't have like a zero thing. Sorry. Let's cat out that stage 2.ps1 and simulate the experience as we were to actually curl that down from the original host. Check it out. Look at all that hex. Look at that sweet 0 through 9, A through F, ladies and gentlemen. It also has a little IEX. Got a little invoke expression, so it's going to end up running that code on the fly. It will do some stream reader to deflate and decompress all of this memory stream. But normally you tend to see that with a base 64 encoded syntax. Sometimes you see the hex, right? That's what we're doing here. If you take a gander, at the very, very end of this, it does split it. And this is a regular expression. People have commented and corrected me every time. You're Dumbo. You should know that that's regular expression, period, to match any 2 characters. It's not a literal parentheses, dot, dot. Come on. So it retrieves all of those characters, right? And it will convert it into base 16. Therefore, it is hex. And then it reads them as ASCII. And it churns out more PowerShell. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Let's check a look at our stage 2. The thing we have to be very, very careful of is IEX, right? Because if we want to take advantage of PowerShell being able to decode and understand this on its own, rather than trying to communicate with CyberShell or whatever other language, if you're using a script language and just decode data properly, re-evaluate it for you, do it. Let it do all the magic. But make sure it doesn't accidentally execute malicious code. I think you kind of forgot. So, IEX is something you need to be on the lookout for throughout all these stages. But we can take this entire command blob of PowerShell code, bring it into our little PowerShell window down at the bottom, and just hey, paste it all in. Enter. Ooh. Now we got something new here. Now,
I have a personal setting for Internet Explorer 6.
There's some other peculiar stuff here, right? So I'm going to scroll all the way to the top, or we could just kind of pipe this to an out file. That might be less bleeding to our eyes. I don't want to have my face in the way. Let's just pipe it to an out file. What is that? Stage 3.ps1? An empty thing. Is it upset about my white space? Alright, I guess you aren't going to see me write out file. There we go. Maybe, is it the semicolon that was getting in the way? I removed the semicolon after that read to end. This is a bad video, guys. We're having too much fun already. Let's check out stage 3, not PS1. It's a lot of yellow right there. Big long string.
11 hours, we hit 11 hours, dudes. Hell yeah, dude. 11 hours. Oh yeah. Nobody's gonna watch this ever.
Scroll to the very end. This line. Here we go. So we do an array reverse get variable 1zy6, and it ends it with, so following that, it will use, sorry, I lost track of it. env conspect
talking about Intel Broker, the former administrator of breach forums and fairly notorious black hat hacker who has just been caught. Now there's a lot of interesting stuff here. How did he get caught? What mistakes did he make? Who is he? Because I was surprised. I don't know if many of you were surprised. He is 25 years old. He's a British citizen. I did not believe. I thought he was probably older than that, and of course he claimed, as we can see on Wikipedia, that he was Serbian and currently lived in Russia. Though some people believed to be a teen, that it was just one guy, that he was actually British. Now this is something I've seen a lot of threat actors do. I mean, obviously, we saw with Ryan Kramer, who recently got busted, claimed he was a Russian. We've got Pom Purin, the former administrator of breach forums, claimed he was Canadian. It's quite a popular red herring, and especially if you're going to claim you live in Russia, I don't know, maybe he was thinking that that might just make the FBI just give up or something. Well, that didn't really work out. But nobody in the public ever knew about this until they busted him. So in this press release from the Justice Department, we can see serial hacker Intel Broker charged for causing $25 million in damages to victims. Kai West, a British national, is charged with operating Intel Broker online identity, infiltrating victim computer networks, stealing data, selling it, causing millions in damages to dozens of victims around the world. Now, he's got quite a nasty set of jail. He could be spending, they say, up to 50 years. Really, it's probably about 20 years. So that's still a horribly long time actually spent in prison, though dealing 4-count criminal indictment against his real name is Kai West, Intel Broker. He also goes by Kyle Northern, with a years-long hacking scheme connected to the online identity Intel Broker. Intel Broker and was in a hacking group.
We got to desktop, dudes.
You can guess what that is. To steal data from a telecommunications company, municipal healthcare provider. Now, that could be important. Internet service provider and more than 40 other victims. West and his online co-conspirators took that stolen data and offered it for sale online for more than $2 million. Collectively, West, through the Intel Broker identity and his co-conspirators, caused in excess of $25 million in damages. He was arrested in France, and that's also interesting, February of 2025. Now, why would they? We don't know, but I believe they probably waited on purpose for him to go on vacation. Because while the UK is a Western country that does extradite to the United States, they have been known to be pretty picky and sympathetic to defendants. They might, especially like if the defendant says they have some sort of condition, they might refuse to extradite. So I think that may have been a factor, because they have known, as we're going to see when we look at the complaint, who this was for years at this point. So they waited and they got him. The French authorities also arrested a bunch of French hackers as well. So he has sold data 41 times, offered to distribute for free, or for Form 1, which is breach forms, which he also operated for a while 117 times. He's tried to make at least $2 million. He's being challenged with computer fraud, abuse, wire fraud. It is worth noting, although I'm not sure if they're going to try and use this angle, that the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act does have an exception where if you cause bodily harm or death to someone by hacking, for example, by ransamming a hospital, you can get a dramatically longer sentence. 20 years for bodily harm and life in prison without parole for death. Now, I doubt there's any deaths attributed, but it might be possible to make a bodily harm claim, but I don't know if they can take that. Now, let's go on over to this, which is the complaint filed in federal court that goes over how he was uncovered. You're going to be a bit surprised. The background, and this was why this was so surprising to me. Like, most of what I knew about Intel Broker, beyond just seeing him on breach ones, was he'd done a Minecraft video with Jupiter Trooper, a guy who mostly duplicates items on pay-to-win servers. And in that video, he was having a hell of a time trying to get Minecraft going because he was using CubesOS, which is a really secure virtual machine-based operating system that doesn't have any graphics acceleration. That was his difficulty. It's extremely secure. You can have Tor all built in.
And I kind of thought, this guy who's got his OPSEC figured out. Well, I couldn't have been more wrong. I'm sure he has, like, maybe he's got really good security on his computer, but he made a very rookie-level mistake. This is written as an FBI agent. Based on my review of documents, including the judicially authorized search warrant returns to publicly available Bitcoin blockchain, conversations with undercover law enforcement officers, conversations with witnesses, law enforcement personnel, and others, I have assessed that Kai West, aka Intel Broker, aka Kyle Northern, the defendant, is Intel Broker based on the following, among other things. On the 26th of January 2023, West, using the Intel Broker moniker, offered for sale Form 1 an API key for a particular victim, victim 7, for 250 minutes. This public message did not reference working of the Form 1 users of breach warrants. On or about 26th of January, Undercover Agent 2 sent a private message to Intel Broker breach forms requesting to purchase the victim 7 data. Now, it seems they somehow talked Intel into taking Bitcoin instead of Monero. That's important because unlike Monero, Bitcoin's blockchain is completely transparent. You can simply go on the blockchain, you can see every transaction, from where it started to where it stopped. The only thing you cannot see through are shared wallets like centralized exchanges. But if the centralized exchange is based in a jurisdiction you can reach, you can then directly ask for information. So you provided the Bitcoin wallet, and the customer got what they asked for. The FBI then analyzed the Bitcoin wallet and learned, inter alia, prior to or on or about the 26th of January, this Bitcoin wallet engaged in 4 transactions. First transaction,